Well, good morning. I hope this is working. Let me see. Hold on, let me make a few adjustments. Hey, Milton, what are you doing? I see you're looking outside. All right. Let's see who's here. Hold on, let me make a couple of changes here in the room. All right, little powder puff, where are you? There we go. Okay, so I don't know if everybody was able to see my little friend. Okay. And Brian says, it's working and we can hear you. Well, I'm very glad that you can. Now, I've got a little electrical issue I'm dealing with, so hold on while I try to get these lights up and working again. There we go. All right. The little monster has been behaving relatively nicely so far, and if all goes well, he won't cause any trouble, but knowing little Milton, he probably will get in. Anyway, now, as you know, my setup is technologically challenged. So I wanted to put some introduction music, and I've spent a lot of time listening to the YouTube Music Library. And I've selected about 5 different tracks that I think would apply well to my channel. I thought of that one for the intro. The other option I had was something a little bit more Rick style, which I don't know if you can hear it, but I am going to try to play it. Now, I've taken my inspiration from our favorite morning live streamer, and you know who that is. Yes, he's another Floridian, although he is a little bit further north from me. But definitely one of my favorites and probably one of our favorites. And again, we all know who in the world that is. So let me go ahead and see if I can open this up. Now, I have to admit, I haven't put any time into my live stream. I've been busy during the week. And also the weather, it's gone from okay to awful. So now we have the worst weather of the year, which it's actually began a little bit later than it has in the last few years. But it's going to continue from now until probably October. And you know what that is? Yes, high heat and humidity. I don't know why my camera looks so foggy. Milton was playing around with it, so let me see if I can wipe this off. Hold on, let me switch cameras here. All right, this one looks clear. It's probably just dirty for Milton. Let's see here. All right, that looks a little better. I think that was just Milton's paw prints all over the thing. Now, the only reason why I have another camera that's a little better is because one of my viewers, one of our team, actually sent me one a couple of months ago. Yeah, Milton? Okay. So I was able to have 2 cameras. I can have this one, and let me move it over a little bit here. All right. Oh, that's too high. Yep, still too high. Now, I don't have... Why is it still too high? I don't have the permanent live stream setup that a lot of YouTubers have because obviously this is a fully amateur channel. Now, in the last week, what happened? Uh-oh. Well, I can tell you what's going to happen now. We have the little monster. Don't play with it. No. You are a bad little monster. Look at that little monster. There he is. Okay. Now, I love having you around, but you are a little menace. So what we're going to do with you, we're going to put you in the living room. That's right. So, and I fed you. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Okay, Cuddles. Now, you're a very nice kitty. Yes, you are. You're such a soft little kitten. I love my little kitten. And look at that cute little kitten. He is such a cutie. Okay, we're putting you out because you are a menace. We'll let you in later. Okay, ow, 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 ow. Watch the claws. Okay. No, bad pussy. No. Sorry about that minor distraction. It's just a little minor distraction. And I do hate to put the little monster out, but I can tell you one thing. If I didn't put him out, he would not leave me alone. Now, let me go ahead and make a few adjustments to the microphone and to the sound. I hope the sound is not too high or too low. It seems to be okay on the level over there on the computer. I'm looking at the OBS, and I'm going to see if I can get the chat up and going. So let me play around here. All right. So okay, we got a couple of bowling pins that fell over, and we'll move the mixer over here, and let's see. Okay. That looks better. So now at least you can see how unattractive I am and how the carnivore diet has destroyed me. You can see that it's made my hair fall out and my skin is all wrinkled and I look like a 30-year-old vegan. So that is so good. All right, so comments. Where are my comments? And why is it not working? All right, let me make a couple of adjustments here. All right. And there we go. I will open up my YouTube channel and let's see. We got some interesting things over here, you know. All right. Okay. Okay. Why doesn't this come up? Come on. You should be able to work, but you're not. Okay. And there we go. All right. Let me go ahead and put the chat out. And there we go. All right. Let me move this over here to the other display and open it up. And now, where did my OBS go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we will switch the scene, and there we are. So let's see what we have. All right, let me move this monitor over here. Hopefully it doesn't fall off the wall. Why is this thing so stubborn? All right, there we go. Okay, now I have my little command center, and hopefully... All right, so who was first this morning? And no surprise there, we have Thomas, Target Prime Rib, looking ready to go, and that's good. And, of course, my number one over here, Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. And if you haven't seen Jonathan's channel, I mean, I hope you did, because last week I was on his channel for how many hours? Way too long. So, yeah. Now, he's had his challenges. He's still having his challenges and probably always will for the rest of his life. But you can definitely see that he is an inspiration for us. When you feel like, well, I don't want to do anything today. Maybe you don't want to exercise. Maybe you don't want to get something done. Just think of someone that has to spend most of his life basically in bed because of chronic pain and yet still takes the time to go to the gym and build a fantastic physique. So if you... let's say that you're lazy or you're feeling lazy, you can look at him as an example of why not to be lazy. Okay. And there I am. Okay. And Tard Nation, good morning, fellow carnivores. Good morning. We are the elite. Yes, we are. We are the one-of-a-kind carnivore group. You won't find anybody else like us on the internet ever. And I see that you saw my little cutie in the window. Yes, I let him in. He was behaving nicely, but it seems like once I turn on the live stream and he looks at the monitor and sees the images, I think he just starts to kind of get playful, and he sees the cables. You know, he sees a microphone cable. I don't know if you remember last time, he pulled out the main audio cable, so I was there talking and I had no sound because he just wanted to have fun. So that's okay. And I see Peter is here. Good morning, fellow clackers. Good morning. And Aaron, Booby Goats, is here. Good morning. Again, you check out her channel if you haven't. If you like animals and you like kids, you can watch her channel. And she'll pop on at some of the most interesting times. I never really know when she's going to pop on, but when she does, I try to be there. Same thing with Mr. Thomas over here. Now, he popped on last week. I don't know if you saw it. Maybe you didn't. There was only a few people there. And basically, I popped on there just to try and see if I could get my mobile device to work, and it kind of did. So that's great. And let's see. Good morning. Remember what you are, what you eat. Eat meat. That is correct. And the system, yes, that is correct too. And Kitchen Witch says Iguana Nation. I agree with that. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Milton, the little menace, has settled down, I think. He's not trying to break the door down. Sometimes when I turn him loose, he'll go to the bedroom door and try to open by turning the doorknob. I actually took the doorknob off, and I just left a little stub sticking out because his paw can actually turn the big doorknob. It's one of those glass doorknobs. So I just have a little tiny metal knob in its place. All right, so let's see. It's working and we can hear you. That is great. And then we have some hellos back and forth. And I see Sandy Blythe like the music choice that I had. Well, I went to the YouTube music library and I tried to pick something. Now, some of the other YouTube channels, they use music that's already taken. And for example, our friend Mitch, the old guy carnivore, there's a couple of tunes that he uses. So out of respect for the other channels, and of wanting to be unique myself, I tend to pick the tracks that nobody else has. And that's the way that I want to do it. So anyway, let's see. And we got some hellos back and forth. That's good. And Lambs is here. Good morning, Rick and all. And I say good morning from Rick, the quack. And let's see. Yep, we got our... Okay, what do we got here? Hello, everyone. All for one and one for all. I agree with that 100%. That's what we're here for. And Rick, you look so fresh and clean this fine Saturday morning. Well, thank you, Peter. I am very happy. And, of course, you look good, too. And, well, then again, I can't see you right now, but you usually do. You're a great example of the carnivore diet, and that's probably why they have taken you on so enthusiastically into the Kilts group. And by the way, if nobody saw it, I'm sure everybody did by now, but on Wednesday morning at 6 o'clock, I got up, and well, actually I got up at 5:45, and then I was on the Dr. Kilts channel, and we were having a little conversation there, which was quite interesting. It's the second one that I've done there in a few weeks. I don't know if they'll invite me back. Maybe they will. I have a feeling they probably will. But if you haven't been checking out the Dr. Kilts channel, you can do that. And then there's also the associated channels. You have Alia Wells, who sometimes links to it, sometimes doesn't. And then you have, obviously, you have the Papa Carnivore Peter. I don't know if, I've never really seen, I don't really see you put too many videos, so I never try to look at your channel. But you'll find like Dr. Nelson and his channel. So Dr. Kilts and Dr. Nelson kind of host that channel, and then you know, they invite quacks like me to go there and talk about their carnivore experience. So that's actually a pretty good thing. All right, let's see. Yep. Yes, and that is true, Rick and Jonathan. Now, Jonathan can't always have a video or live because he has a lot of challenges, but when he does and he invites me, I try to make sure that I'm there. Let me adjust this microphone. You know what? I didn't check the audio. I should have, but I was too lazy to get the headphones. If it's bad, you can let me know. All right, now, here we go. We have a sale, and yes, I bought a rack of pork spare ribs at Winn-Dixie for $1.69 a pound. Cost $8.18. Cooked in oven 3 hours. $3.25, then broiled 20 minutes. So delicious. I saw that, and I was tempted to to get some, but I've eaten so much pork lately that I'm not really sure. I might. That might be a good excuse for a bicycle trip. Now, what I've noticed, my bicycle trips do get a lot of views and comments, which is pretty good. Now, there's some videos I want to make from here in the house, and actually, there are a few videos that about different subjects, and one of the subjects I want to talk about is weather. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but ever since about the late 1980s, I have made a hurricane season prediction for Miami, and I make it every year around this time of the year. Generally, by my birthday in June, I'll make a prediction, and that prediction is always been right. I have never been wrong. Every year that I predicted a hurricane, it's come. The last time that I predicted a hurricane was in 2017, the year that we had the eclipse. And we got a hurricane, although it wasn't a direct hit. It was a 2-day hurricane experience. And that was the time when I was taking care of my mother. So that was really a challenge for me because I was worried it was going to be a big hurricane, maybe blow the roof off. And my mom was, late 80s and sick and weak and all that. And then when the power went off, Mom was starting to have panic attacks. And, I thought she might have to go to the hospital, which would be really bad during a hurricane. But on the good side, I was able to get the generator started and calm Mom down. So, but I am going to make a prediction. And at this point, I think that our chance of getting a hurricane is rising by the day. Right now, we should have had the rainy season start, and it hasn't. We had 1 day of rain, which basically showed me all the other new places I have roof leaks, which I've been patching. And if we do get a hurricane, I have a feeling it's going to be at least Category 1. And if the rainy season doesn't start until June, like the third week of June, that usually means that we're going to get a Category 3 or higher. The last time we had Category 2 was in 2005 with Hurricane Wilma, and that came just before a cold front. So that was the first hurricane I ever remember that was cold afterwards. Because usually when you get a hurricane here, even if it's just a Category 1 or tropical storm, the power's knocked out because most of our electricity runs through an erector set of wires that are up in the air. Now, some of the richer neighborhoods, they've been getting underground power, but not my neighborhood. They haven't done any of that here, and I don't know if they ever do. It'll be long after I've moved out of here. So, but if the hurricane does come, I have a lot of trees. I'm going to end up with a giant mess. My roof is half gone. I mean, I've stopped the leaks, but it's half rotten. So I'm going to try to scramble. I've been trying to get my hands on some wood so that I can make at least repairs on the edges. So even if we do get hit by a hurricane, I should be all right. But with the inflation and with, the money just not being there, it's been a little bit of a challenge. But maybe somebody will be nice enough, maybe a roofing company or something, and give me a bunch of leftover roofing materials, and I'll go there and fix it, or some wood. I'm trying to come up with something. But at this point, I'm just looking at the weather thinking, all right, at the very least, what I need to do is make sure that all 3 of my generators are functioning. I do have plenty of fuel for the diesel generator, and that's going to be what I'm going to try to do. So anyway, let's see. Okay, good evening. There we go. I've never been to Winn-Dixie. Well, they may not be where you're at. That's a good thing. Okay, there you go. See? And the thing is, once you're a carnivore, you actually enjoy the meat. Yeah, it's probably not around you. And Peter says, yep. Now, Peter and I live in Florida, and although Winn-Dixie has actually been bought by Aldi, they still have the name Winn-Dixie, and not that much has changed. And we see the Jiffy is here. Good morning, Rick and everyone, and good morning. I have lots of leftovers. I'm going to take a bunch to work for lunch. Very good. You can chew on those ribs and make everybody jealous. I don't have any videos on my channel yet. I may try doing some at some point. Well, at the rate you're going, you probably don't have to because you pop into everybody else's channel. You can always share your interviews on your channel. Not really channel. That's true. Make a copy of them because you never know when these other channels are going to disappear. That's what happened to a lot of my interviews. My very first interview is gone. Now, one of my viewers did send me another one of my interviews, which I need to upload, but I haven't done it because, again, I don't know. It's not so much not having the time, because I do have the time, but I think sometimes it's hard to say. Okay. Or make a playlist of them. Yeah. All right. Is Kiltz legit now or just another YouTube grifter? I don't know. That is a good question. Now, I still think he reminds me of a used car salesman. So, but again, that's my personal view. In terms of being a grifter, I don't know because he hasn't asked me for any money, and he set up his group and has a YouTube channel, and he's been getting a lot of views. But you know what? I think what it is just marketing. And again, grifter would be somebody who's trying to sell you a bunch of crap. But I think in his case, we're not talking grifter. Just I think it's more marketing. And the more I learn about him, I think he's probably genuine. But again, we'll see. Maybe one day I'll get to meet him in person, and along with other people. But I'm gonna withhold judgment on that one. At this point, I would recommend his channel because there's several people that I know and like that go there. So you can see, and again, I'm sure he makes some money. I mean, obviously he makes money because he's not broke like me. But I don't know. I don't think he really overcharges anyone. He says that his medical practice, he tries to give for less than other people. So I don't know, but time will tell. Yeah, I saw that too. That's not a bad idea. Oh, there we go. Everyone's a grifter. Not everybody. Not us. Peter, you have 182 subscribers. Well, there you go. People recognize the name. Maybe I should post some videos. I just never tried. I don't know how to do it. I know what you mean. Well, that's actually easy. Just take out your camera or cell phone, record a video, and then keep doing it until you like it. Then upload it to YouTube, and that's it. Generally, from the phone, you can go ahead and upload directly. Now, Peter has a recommendation. Dr. Kiltz is 100% legit. I am a moderator in the chat for a 6 a.m. Eastern weekday live stream show. And that is true. And the thing is, I don't know if maybe he's also met him in person. So, okay. I've thought about making videos of various stuff, but I don't think it's worth the effort, both to myself and possible viewers. Well, mystery viewer, that's up to you. Grifter, a person who engages in petty or small-scale swindling. I don't think so. I don't think that really... Actually, is there anyone in the carnivore community who meets that standard? I know you have some people in the carnivore community that have their services. Some of them are overpriced. They may have some of these coaching services or some of these group services, you know. But I don't know if that, even a group like Healing Humanity, which is very overpriced, I wouldn't consider that to be swindling because people are willingly signing up for that. It's not like they're being lied to. Oh, join my group and I'm going to make you a millionaire. I don't really see anything in there that's swindling. Now, you might make somebody feel guilty for not joining your group, but I don't know. If anybody knows of a carnivore YouTuber or somebody in the carnivore space that's swindling people, please let me know, because at this point, I don't see it. Now, again, some of the other YouTubers, they go out there, they post videos, and they do their coaching services, and they charge too much. But the thing is, they only charge that much because people will pay it. If a person is willing to pay something up front, I don't consider that to be being ripped off. You know, that would be like if you're buying a used car and somebody shows you the car and they want $20,000 and the car is only worth $2,000 and you willingly pay that. Well, did you really get ripped off, or was it a decision that you made? Okay. How do I copy my interview videos and post them on my channel? Well, you'll have to download it. And I think on YouTube, I don't think you can actually download unless you're a paid YouTuber. But on the other hand, there are ways using plugins for the browser that you use to record the video. And I used to download YouTube videos simply by interrupting the stream. But there's ways of doing it. But I guess if you're not really tech savvy, you probably will not. And what do we have here? Yes, I see Iguana Nation, booby goaters, and riblets. Yes, I see them too. I do see them. What's the word for large-scale swindling? Well, multi-level marketing, I don't know. We got a lot of those people on YouTube. You can think of channels like, what's that guy's name? Patrick Ben David or something like that with his Valuetainment channel. That guy made his money swindling people with life insurance scams. But I really just don't see anyone in the carnivore space that's a swindler. I really don't. And again, you know, you have these groups like Steak and Butter Gal or whatever, and I kind of look down on a group like that. But then you have Thomas over here who was invited into the group for free and has benefited from it. So again, I really don't, I don't know. I don't see it as a scam. I really don't. Now, again, would I subscribe to one of those groups? Absolutely not. And I know when I mentioned there is no way in that place that I would ever join Healing Humanity because they charge you $30 a month. And I don't think that it's worth that much money. So I won't do it. So what do? I have my own group. I have my own channel. And you can come here and you can talk to me. And you can share your story. Now, it's a little bit on the primitive side. But when I grab my phone, you can call in on that. Now, I don't have it with me because Milton decided to tangle it up. So I'm going to have to go into the other room and get another phone, and then I'll be able to get it to work. Okay. I tried to look for your channel, but can't find it. You know, I have people that can't even find my channel. And I've been on YouTube since 2007. I said, look, just type in Charger Mopar. You could probably find his through his username. And that's it. I guess YouTube doesn't make it easy to connect. How tall are your parents? Now, I don't know who you're talking to. If you're talking to me, my parents are 0 inches tall because they're both dead, and they are ashes in a black box. But when they were alive, my mother was probably about 5'7", and my dad was about 5'9". And of course, as you know, I am 6'6". I am the tallest ever in either side of my family by a large amount. Yep, you could do that too. All right. People are willing to pay big bucks for a pill. Some people are just like that. They are not going to listen to free advice. Rather, pay for that advice. I'm the type. Free advice anytime. Well, that's it. And again, that's their choice. If you wish to spend money on something that you could otherwise get for free, that is your choice. And the person who is selling it to you is not a scammer because you are willingly choosing. Now, if they tell you that if you get on my carnivore diet coaching program, you're going to have an incredible body and you're going to look like a bodybuilder in 2 months and you're going to get rid of all your health issues and you're going to live to 120, and they mean that, then you are being scammed. So, and that kind of offends me because every one of these people that goes on YouTube and says, I'm going to live to 120, I laugh because I'm like, you ain't going to live to 120. You'll be lucky if you live to 90. And the thing is this, just because you are on the carnivore diet doesn't fix the toxins, the pollution, the stress, and all the damage that was done to you even before you were born. Because how many of us were born to parents that drank, smoked cigarettes, and ate duck food? A lot of them. And you're telling me that a human being with the potential to live 120 years can come out of somebody who has been generations of living less than 80? That's nonsense. And I believe that's 100% nonsense. Has anybody ever seen anyone over 100 who could even walk without falling over? And the answer is no. It doesn't exist. All these people that think they're going to live to 120 are going to be dead before, I'd say before 90. And maybe a few of them. I think in my case, I might live till 94 before I have my heart attack. But I could have my heart attack earlier than that. I could have it today. I could have it tomorrow. And the thing is, on Rick's heart attack diet, it's not about longevity. This is not like the vegans that tell you you're going to live forever. For example, Dr. Michael Greger. Now, he's younger than me, and he's written 2 very popular books that my vegan friends have. One of them is called How Not to Age. Well, I got news for you. If you look at Greger, and remember, he's younger than me, all right? Now, some people think that I look old and I look unhealthy, but I'm going to be 57 in a few weeks. Now, you tell me. You look at me. I'm not perfect. I have wrinkles. My skin isn't perfect. You know, I don't have any gray hair. My hair is usually covered with lard anyway. But compare me to Michael Greger and see which one looks better. And then the other thing is, if you ever see the way that he talks, he can barely maintain a coherent statement. His voice is very annoying. He goes, you know, and a lot of the vegans, when they try to put down the carnivores, the first thing they do is laugh. And this guy laughs in a really strange way. So I have to admit, that's good old Greger and his friend Neil Barnard. Neil Barnard is a little older, but he has a pencil neck now. Although I'm skinny, I don't think I have the pencil neck that the vegans do. And unlike the vegans, I can hold my head perfectly stable even when I move around. I'm not doing this like the vegans. They bobble their head all over the place because they're just so weak. I don't think they can even hold their head up. And it's like I told one of my vegan friends. Now, her son tried to wrestle me to the ground to prove how tough he was. But I reacted so quickly that when he tried to grab a hold of me, he slipped. And then I ended up taking him to the floor and getting up on his back and holding him down. I had his arm behind his back, and I was trying to twist his wrist to make him submit. And, of course, he tapped out very quickly. But I thought it was really funny because, you know, even though I'm skinny and weak and I got little tiny arms, you know, I'm not one of them big old, I'm not Dr. Chafee or Dr. Baker. I can outrun, and I am definitely stronger than my vegan friends, which is interesting. And I have to admit that after that little episode, he hasn't tried to show off how strong he is. But he does look good. I mean, the guy's, what, early 20s, and he's got nice physique, got the nice pecs, nice arms. Looks good. But I told him, I said, you keep up on that vegan diet, and if you make it to my age, you're not going to look like that at all. You'll be lucky if you look like Durian Ryder. And all the vegans know who Durian Ryder is. And if you don't know who Durian Ryder is, you ought to check it out. Because this guy is a real wacko. And I do give him respect. Back when Joey Schwartz was a carnivore and was an insurance scammer, he actually came and had a debate with him, and he blasted Joey off the scene. So old Durian Ryder, he can debate with the best of the carnivores. Maybe one day I'll debate with him. Who knows? And he always talks about his sexual prowess and all that. But I have a feeling he's about as active as a vegan wet noodle, but whatever. So I'm not going to worry about the crazy vegans. I'm just going to concentrate on us. All right, so let's see. Okay, there you go. He doesn't even remember what his channel's called. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, that's interesting. Now, I've been on her channel several times, and I kind of like her. I think that she's pretty sincere. Now, I don't know if she's still carnivore or not, and I don't think I even mentioned that carnivore is not going to fix all of her problems, but it's a start. So she's charging for yoga pants videos. Well, I guess, what do they call that? OnlyFans? I guess that's something that some people will do. And, you know, although she is married with kids, I don't know why, but whatever. But again, is that a scam? No, it's not. I really don't think that's a scam. And I'm sure, you know, she'll probably be the type that has one of those communities where you pay for it. And again, it's not a scam. Everybody's got to make money somehow. And if that works for her, I say good, because I still think that deep down she is a good person. And we can choose to purchase videos or not. And that's up to you. And that's okay. Hustler? Could be. Steak and Butter Gang is probably great for some. It probably is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in existence. Again, it's not like the government where they force you to do things. You know, you do this or else. You can choose to join, or you can be like me and choose not to. That's right. Thumbs up. Got to hustle that. Free low-carb living. That is right. Okay. Yep. Okay. I got PTSD from my circumcision when I was born. All right. Time will tell. That's right. You have to try it and see. If you don't, if it doesn't work for you, you can move on to something else. Do like my friend did. He started off as, well, grow up as vegan, became raw vegan, destroyed his health, went to full carnivore, didn't get any better, and then switched to the meat-based keto diet, which includes fermented vegetables and some seasonal fruit. And he's doing fantastic. And I'm talking fantastic. If he ever gets the courage to come on my channel, I'll bring him here to the Rick Quack House, and we will sit in the living room, and we will have my very first in-person interview. I'll see if I have my other little Shure microphone, or I might even get one of those Chinese clones if I can find one, and I'll put two of them over there on the table, and we'll have Rick's very first in-person podcast, and he can describe to me about how he grew up with his mom and all their hippie friends, and how they were very much into the plant-based lifestyle. His mom was actually into that macrobiotic diet at one time. It has a very interesting story. And also some of the friends that he's had, all the issues they've had. His girlfriend, who is still suffering because she refuses to leave the vegan diet. Now, she's not on the raw vegan diet, thankfully, but she's still on the vegan diet, mixing up all kinds of leaves and stems and roots and seeds and cooking and all that. And she's actually started some of the fermenting. Now, what's really helped her is the fermented soybeans, the natto. And I know a few people in the carnivore space that have thought about that. But that stuff smells like garbage and tastes even worse. So if anybody can eat that stuff, you know what? Hats off to you, because I can't eat it. I'd rather have a delicious steak. But again, I'm not going to tell anybody they can't eat their plant material, because it's a mistake. And I see Peter has called me out, and you are right. I am a swindler, because I promised you a massive heart attack by eating carnivore, but I just keep getting healthier at dinner. That is right. Yeah, Rick's heart attack diet is 100% fraud. There is no Rick's heart attack diet. The fact that I call it a heart attack diet is just for fun. All right. Oh, okay. Circucilium. I have to look that up. I don't even know what that is. You must mean circumcision. Okay. There you go. She's Russian. Yep. Well, you know, is it like those Russians that you can order through the mail? Russian girlfriend? I'm sure some of them are good, but with my luck, you know, I'd put in, okay, what kind of girlfriend do I want? I want a girlfriend that's fit and blonde-haired and all this good stuff. And next thing you know, some Russian guy would show up in a tank top. I'd be, oh, no. Now I got a problem. What's my friend going to say? I have been flim-flammed. Yes, you have. Yes. All right. And United Carnivore is here. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Well, greetings. And I see, you know, instead of having Mitch's awesome live stream, you can settle for Rick's average live stream. I found it. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I never thought of your channel. You know, I don't even remember if I did that. $20 is $20. Yes, it is. Nia Nova does charge for monthly membership. Okay, well, she's probably following in the footsteps of, what is that? Healing Humanity. Yeah, you know, and I used to be on her channel. She used to have her carnivore mastermind or whatever she called it. And John was there, and I was there, and she would invite me to that all the time. And I think I was a comedy relief, because she would talk about the carnivore diet and the other things you can do, the yoga and all that. And then me, it was more like, oh, I went and I got some duck eggs and harvested some iguanas and whatever. Okay, $29 per month. Yeah, see? She got her idea, I guess, from the Healing Humanity. And again, is that a scam? I don't think so, because she's not forcing you to join the group. If you want to join the group, you can. If you don't, then you don't. Did you take your blood pressure reading this morning? I did not. And you know what? I should. I got to find that blood pressure thing, because Milton was playing around with it, and I don't know where it is, but I'll look. I think I have another one in there. No LOLs here. Damn it, man. Yeah, I know. Why is she always in hurry, Peter? Okay. I miss Nia and a campfire. I do too. I guess, you know, I think what it is, you do those free lives for a while, and I guess it's marketing. And as your channel gets more popular now, I think the thing that's really boosted her channel is associating herself with Carrie and his camp. And we know that the Carrie camp, well, Carrie has hundreds of thousands of subscribers now. The one person that I really miss, and I don't know whatever happened to him, do you remember what, Carrie's, what he used to say was his best friend? What was his channel called? I'm trying to remember now. It's so easy. It's so amazing how we can forget this stuff so quickly. But what is his channel name called? He was the one that sent me the GoPro camera and the little mount that I use. I cannot remember what his channel is called. Maybe that's what I have, brain fog. I don't know. It'll come to me. I could look at my list of channels and see what his channel was called. He always said, "Let's go." You probably remember, but he's Carrie's friend, and Carrie had him dress up in a costume when they had the kids over there at the theater. What is his channel called? I've tried to call him, and I've tried to email him, and he doesn't email me back, so I hope that he's okay, and I hope that something hasn't happened to him. Hopefully he hasn't had a heart attack, which I don't think he will. But anyway, why can't I think of his channel? Well, you know what? I'm going to go into YouTube and I'm going to try to look it up. Because I'm one of those people, when I forget something, I can always find it. Let me see here. Okay. Yeah, Poco Moonshine. That's what it's called. Poco Moonshine. I forgot all about that. Let me switch this over here. What did I just do? Okay. There we go. Yeah, Poco Moonshine channel. So whatever happened to him? Just all of a sudden disappeared, and I really don't know what happened. But anyway, these channels do tend to come and go. And speaking of coming and going, I'm sure that most of us, we watch the channel of our friend Kip Moore, which is Carnivore Kip. He's been thinking about changing the name of his channel because he faces struggles. Sometimes he's on the carnivore diet, and sometimes he just kind of falls off of it, Let's see what we got here. Okay. Okay. All right. Yep. Poco Moonshine channel. He went back to the loopy grass. I thought his story was very inspiring because he showed pictures of him when he was into that whole club scene, and he looked pretty unhappy and overweight, and he hit the carnivore diet, lost a bunch of weight, felt better. I think he had one moment where he wasn't able to breathe, and it was kind of and he had probably 30,000 viewers on his channel. I don't know how many YouTube subscribers he has, but yeah. When you smoke the dope, you lax from your normal routine. I love the channel. And Annabella, the Happy Carnivore, says, "Hi, Rick," and I say hi in return. So, but anyway, yeah, Poco Moonshine channel. I wonder if it's still active. But yeah, he used to contact me, used to invite me on his channel, and then all of a sudden he kind of disappeared. So I don't know what in the world happened. Let's see. What am I doing here? Okay. Let's see. All right. Where is it? I don't see it on my list, but YouTube has a way of hiding some of the subscriptions. Why it does that, I don't know. Anyway, let me go back to my channel here. And, okay, so Let's see how many people we have. And she's, how's Milton? Milton is fine. I had him earlier this morning, but I had to put him out because he was playing around with the microphone cable again, and I thought he was going to pull it out. So I put him back in the main house. And what part of America are you in? I am in Florida. I'm in Miami, Florida, the carnivore-free zone. This is the one place that no carnivore will ever have a meetup in unless I do it myself. And speaking of meetups, did you see the latest Paul Saladino video? Evidently, Fruity Paul doesn't even know the difference between carnivore and carbivore, but he also doesn't know where Miami is. He said that he was here in Miami at a farmer's market. And I looked at him, I'm like, dude, that ain't Miami. You're next to a canal. The only farmer's market down here next to a canal is the one up in Southwest Ranches, which is in Broward County. It is 40 miles from here. This is not Miami. I live directly west of Miami, but you have to go 40 miles to where he was. And he was very sneaky about it. He didn't want to tell you where it was. So I didn't even know that Fruity Paul was down here. Poco Moonshine Funny, JT. It's not JP, it's JT. But anyway, let me see. All right, let me go back over here. What's up? You know what's up. It's quack time. I'll check in back later. Yeah, go ahead and get some work done. Don't waste your time sitting here. The best thing about the carnivore diet is that you got energy. Use that energy and don't waste it sitting around the computer. Police, uh-oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where is my police light bar? I got one around here somewhere. I have the little one you put on the roof. Thanks for subscribing to my channel. There you go. And this, she must be referring to my cat Milton because this is not referring to me. Getting things done. That's it. Getting things done. Hi, CB Carmack. Yeah. Poco Moonshine Family. Was it JP? No, it's JT. JT. He made his goal weight and got a job. Okay. But also says he has night terrors and needs the loopy grass. I suppose you mean cannabis grass or something like that. I need to look up the number. Well, I need to go get the phone because Milton wrecked my other phone. So I'm going to have to go to the clutter pile, and what I'll do, I'll put some music on. I'll go to the clutter pile and get the other phone and try to set it up. And Rockin' Keto Amy is here. Good morning. Good morning. We're glad that you're here. And Thomas, I wish I was able to do it sooner. Well, whenever, right? At least you know he has a channel. Okay. I'm visiting Florida in a week. Where can I get some good iguana? Well, it depends on what part of Florida you are visiting. If you are coming here to Miami, I'll have to head to the canal with my crossbow and try to get some iguana. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and try to get my hands on that phone. Now, let me see if I can play some music here. One of the other ones that I picked from YouTube. All right, so we'll go ahead. We'll go to the folder. And let's see. All right. We will hit the downloads, and I got a few of these music files here. All right. There's some good ones here. This is the one that I started with. So let's try another one here while I look for my phone. There we go. Okay, what happens? Well, I guess this thing doesn't play without this connection. Let me try this again. This is weird. I see what it is. Hold on, hold on. I don't know if you can hear that. Okay, so hopefully you're able to hear that. And all right. Well, we got some problems. The phone line is missing the little tab that goes into the phone. As you can see, it's broken off, which is typical for these RJ11 plugs. But because this is Rick's house, we have a generous amount of telephone connectors here, and I have this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to fix the problem, as you can see. Now, all right, I hope you can see me. And by the way, I'm glad that you're here because now you can let me know if the music sounded okay. And, okay, yeah. So, yeah, I picked this stuff from the YouTube. And by the way, if you've ever been in the YouTube collection, you'll see that there's music that you might recognize from some of the other popular channels. But we want to be unique. Let's see what else we got. Like this one, for example. All right, so that does work. And by the way, if you don't know what that music is used for, there's a very popular channel. I think it's called Tasting History with Max Miller, and they use that. So, and there's other, let's see, music is on point with the phone. Yeah, there we go. See, that's it. So, yeah, so how long did it take to fix this problem? And now I can plug in my Radio Shack, I think it's Radio Shack, telephone adapter. Here it is. If I remember correctly, it is Radio Shack. And this thing works in a very interesting way. All you have to do is disconnect the handset cord, and you plug it in here. And then it simply plugs into the little adapter. And then when you pick it up, let's see. 2. There we go. And you can see that that actually works. Okay. All right. So that's pretty good. And we're not using a Roadcaster. We're not using anything high-tech. The Roadcaster is hundreds of dollars. We're using a dump caster. So instead of a Roadcaster, we're using side of the Roadcaster. And, you know, because they have the buttons, the quick buttons you can push to get the different music. I'm just doing it through the computer. And this computer, by the way, was donated by my friend Russ Mitchell. And again, we were on Tuesday night. Every Tuesday night on the Keto Cookout, you will find my friend Russ Mitchell, who will entertain you. And by the way, he is a singer as well, because if you've ever heard him sing, he's actually quite good. I was hoping that he would do a Barry White, like, what was that real popular song that Barry White had? I'm trying to remember now. Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Baby, or something like that. But there was another one that was real popular. But yeah, he kind of looks like the Barry White type to me. I could be wrong. But that's one of those channels. I don't know why he doesn't have more viewers, because it's a lot of fun. And there's nothing serious about it. Some of these carnivore channels, you have the carnivore fanatics that they're out there trying to sell you the carnivore lifestyle, that you have to be perfect or you're not going to succeed. And then on the other hand, you have people like me and Russ who could care less what you eat. You could eat, you know, duck food. Look, I'll give you the duck food. If you're a vegan or fruitarian, come on down to my house. I got all kinds of delicious fruits for you. You can have some of my jackfruit. You can have, if the durian would produce fruit, which it hasn't, but if it did, I'd give you that too. I got avocados and mangoes and all this nasty crap. And I even subscribe to channels. There's a guy down at Homestead that grows and sells avocados, and I comment on his channel. I have no problem growing and distributing fruits and vegetables. I think that doing that is far better than eating processed food. And you notice I don't even call fruits and vegetables duck food. Duck food is what I call the processed food. It's like when you call something dog food or cat food. You think of that crappy kibble that they give them. So I call it duck food, because dog food and cat food are one step above duck food. You know what they used to say when something was cheap and worthless? They called it chicken feed. Well, it's the same thing as duck food. Remember, Rick's heart attack lifestyle is actually about, it's about having a heart attack, yes, but it's about having that heart attack when you want it. You see, the standard American diet is about having the heart attack when it's going to destroy your life. It's going to destroy the life of your family and friends, and you're going to suffer a lot. So when you go on the standard American diet, which is the real heart attack diet, the heart attack is going to come at the worst possible time. But when you're on Rick's heart attack diet, you're going to get that heart attack when you're really old. You've already done what you need to do. You've had your family, your friends, whatever. You're doing really good. I mean, think about our buddy Mitch, all right? Mitch and his Old Guy Carnivore channel, that's a good example of the heart attack diet in action. He had a stroke, a big one. And guess what? He's walking again. Look at him. He's still using a walker, but he's walking. He's not sitting around in the nursing home, suffering, on a million medications and this and that. And the thing is, when you have an event, let's say you have an acute event or whatever, there's nothing wrong with taking certain medications. Some people may need blood thinners. Some people, they may need high blood pressure medication. Like my friend, he didn't want to take the metformin. I said, you got to take it to get your blood sugar under control. But then use your diet. So you want to, it's like if you break your arm, you go to the doctor so they can set it in a cast. If you're having an emergency, let's say you're having an infection, you got pneumonia or whatever, you want to go to the doctor, get the antibiotics, and get the disease under control. Then you need to move to your own responsibility. So you know what? I got myself in a problem. It's like if your house is on fire, you got to put out the fire first before you can repair the damage. So you put out the fire, then you say, okay, now I'm going to fix all this Cubanized wiring that started the fire. I'm going to get rid of all the trash that's laying around. I'm going to try to make things better so my chance of having another fire is less. It's the same thing with a heart attack diet. You don't want to deliberately make it worse. You want to extend that heart attack out as far as possible because you know that eventually your body will no longer be able to recover and you will die. It's just the way that we're made. All living things, no living thing lives forever, period. Without divine intervention, you're going to be dead and there's nothing you can do about it. So enjoy it while you can. Try to make every day feel good. And then when the heart attack comes, that's it. It's over. All right. Now, on a more interesting note, let me go back over here and see. How's our comment situation? Okay, we've got lots of comments here. Lots of comments. Yeah, Miami, that's right. That's where I'm at. This is the carnivore-free zone. You notice that none, and I mean none, of the popular carnivores ever organize a meetup anywhere in the Tri-County area, whether it's Palm Beach, Broward, or Miami-Dade County. This is a carnivore-free zone. You will never find the popular carnivores here because they are terrified of this area. And that's because there's only one carnivore here, the number one carnivore, the original Lurch, the carnivore, the quack, and whatever. Okay. Yeah, JT, his channel is called no, it's not Polo, it's Poco. P-O-K-O. Not Polo. Yeah, that's it. You got it. Okay. Well, if you're in West Palm Beach area, you're not that far from our friend Peter, Papa Carnivore. And I believe also John, the carnivore teacher, is kind of in that area, Boca Raton or whatever. I think he lives in the Rat's Mouth. So anyway. Yeah. Well, I would like to know what happened to him because, again, I have his phone number. I tried to call him, but it went to a message. And I tried to email him, but he hasn't responded. So maybe he just took a break from YouTube. I hope that he's okay. I always enjoyed, he would always invite me to his live stream because I'm kind of a quack, and I think he liked that. He even sent me, I have the hat that he sent me somewhere around here. I don't know, it's in my stuff, with the cow hat they used to wear. It was silly. You know, it was kind of like, you know, an interesting channel, but at least he tried. Yeah, something went wrong, but I fixed the problem. Okay, muted the audio player. Okay. You're looking really well. Thank you. I'm glad that you don't think that I look sick like the vegans do. Yes. Yes, we can hear. There we go. And I'm glad you like that. Right? Well, that's it. It's going to be a gunfight at the OK Corral. Yeah, right? I need to get my rifle in here. That'll be interesting. Just woke up. What's happening? You know what's happening. A bunch of quacks. That's what it is. Okay, there you go. Challenge you to a duel. I agree. I agree. And it's just from the free YouTube musics. Fixing things to the classics with Rick. There you go. And that's when I had that classical thing going on here. Yep. Looney Tunes classic. Well, there's several of them too. I have that. Most of that stuff is open source by now because it was made hundreds of years ago. I was thinking Tom and Jerry. That too. Tom and Jerry. They always had classical music. And the reason is because unlike most of the contemporary music, which has a copyright forever, most of the classical music, it's all copyright free. It's just some of the recordings may be copyrighted, but when you have your own orchestra, you can play whatever, and you're fine. And it did work. That's good. Been a long day. Yeah, that's, well, time change. Love Russ. Yes, we do. I'll never get it right. Yep. Yes, he can. So again, if you haven't checked out the Keto Cookout, 8:30 Tuesday night Eastern Time, give it a shot. You might like them. I eat avocado. I love them. Well, when I have my avocados here, I give them all away. I hate the horrible things, but I do grow them, and I don't have a problem with it. Let's see. I listen to Rick with my hands full, phone in my shirt pocket. Well, you know what? I listen as well, except I don't use the phone. I normally use this little, where is that thing? This is how I listen to YouTube chats and so on. And let me see if I can switch the camera here. This thing. You probably remember, they used to sell these in the dollar store. It's just one of those little FM radios. And then it has the little earphones in it. And what I do, I would set up my computer with an FM transmitter, which I think it's in the other room. Yeah, it's in the other room. And then when I'm around the house, I do that. When I use my laptop and I'm on a job site or something, I'll set that up with an antenna, and then I can do this. And then if somebody else has a radio on the site, I can switch, you know, they can tell, look, listen to this carnivore. I've had people listen to carnivore channels over the radio. So I use an FM transmitter. They actually sell those things. You can buy them. I've seen them in Walmart. I've seen them at the BrandSmart. I've seen them even at the Five Below, the modern dollar store, the $5 store. They have those FM transmitters. But I have one of the ones, you know, it's a little bit more powerful. It works around the house, very handy. So if I turn on my computer and I want to do something and listen to it, I can do that. I can't chat and I can't watch, but what I try to do, if I hear something interesting, then I will run over to the computer, type in a few things, and then run back to working. So that's it. Okay, let's hit this again. Oh, good. That's great. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with taking medicine when you need it. The secret is try to get off of it if you can. That's the best way. Yeah, he's doing his music. It's only endangered in my neighborhood and maybe in Little Haiti, but most of Miami, they are everywhere. Okay. Oh. It's good. Yes, he's working on some music over there. Hello, ladies. Hello, look who's here. Yes. Would you eat Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck? Um, I'm not really into rabbit. I mean, if I had to, I guess I could. Daffy, Daffy is a duck, but he's probably way too tough to eat. I'd probably just use Daffy for breeding the other ducks, because that's despicable. There you go. I'm outside on my phone. That's it. I sure miss having more time off work for hang out more. Well, you know what? You do what you can. If you can't hang out, that's fine. What is this? Looks like the neighbor's taking out their boat. Kind of late to take the boat out, but oh well. Okay, question. First question of the day. Do you not have a smartphone or a cell phone? No, I do. I have cell phones. I use them as cameras, but I do not have cell phone service. But I do have iPhone 6, and I have, I think, an iPhone 11 or 12 that my friend gave me. I got a couple of Android devices. And I also have the GoPro camera that my friend JT from the Poco Moonshine family gave me about a year or two ago. But that's it. Good morning from Northern California. Good morning, where's the beef? I hope you get lots of beef and no bun. And be careful when you're driving through that drive-thru. I know that, when you're with them old ladies, they kind of go back and forth in the car. I recently saw they used to teach at junior college. Yes, I did. I taught at Miami-Dade Community College from the year 2000 until the year 2013 when they changed the program. I taught electronics, computer repair, and technical math. So, yeah, I taught there for 13 years. They changed the program. Then they wanted everybody to have a master's degree, which I don't. Bachelor's degree is as far as I'm going to go. I'm not going back to school for a couple of years to do a job that I had done for 13 years already and was well-liked and well recommended. Electronic students always wanted to take my classes because they would learn without having to be twisted off their mind. In fact, technical math was basically a replacement for people that were in the associate degree program that were not going into the AA program. They could take that instead of the regular math courses. And really what it is algebra and trigonometry and some math. But you know me, I had to add something extra, so I would also teach basic calculus. And the thing is, most of the math professors in a university level, I think they do this on purpose. They want to confuse you. So if you take a calculus course, they're going to teach you all of these ways of manipulating equations, and they'll never tell you what it's for. But when I taught calculus, I told them it's very simple. You have integrals and derivatives. Integral is the area under the curve of the equation. And then, I basically explained what it's for. And then I explained how to do it. And my students did fine. And I actually had several students that would start off in the AS 2-year program and say, you know what, I want to become electrical engineer. And they would take the other courses. And after taking my technical math course, they would blast through trigonometry and calculus. And I thought to myself, well, why is it so difficult for these math teachers to show the students what they're doing? Now, again, this was years ago. I'm sure now you could just go on YouTube and you can look it up. There was no YouTube. In fact, when I started teaching there, YouTube didn't even exist. YouTube didn't come until 2006, like halfway through when I was teaching there. And what can I say about that? But yeah, and then when I taught computer repair and networking, back then we were still disassembling desktops, taking apart laptops, checking parts, installing software. Pretty good. So I enjoyed it. I taught mostly at the Kendall or South Campus, which is down the street from here. But I also taught in the Homestead campus earlier in the 2000s. And I also taught at the Wolfson, the campus near downtown, and the North Campus over there in Carroll City. So I taught at several different campuses. And I think that when they changed the program and they no longer hired me, I think that the students did suffer. And as far as I know, the electronics program has died out over there. Really, nobody takes it. So it's kind of a shame. But That's all right. But the thing is, nowadays, because the Federal Reserve has made debt so available, everybody has at least a bachelor's degree, and they typically, finding somebody with a doctorate degree now is really easy. It's easy. Dime a dozen. Because when you go to college all those years and then you go out and try to get a job, you find out in a place like Miami, they don't even offer technical jobs. So if you're stupid enough and want to live here and you have a degree, you're either going to have to work a job that doesn't require it, or you'll teach at one of the schools. And typically, like FIU, they're too stupid. They don't even want to hire their own students because they don't trust them. And then University of Miami, they have a very limited program. So what else is left? Miami-Dade Community College, or what they call now Miami-Dade College. I enjoyed working at Miami-Dade College. They paid reasonably well, and I had really good students. I never had a problem with a student all the time I was there. And the other professors, I never had a problem with them either. We were all colleagues and friends. I have nothing bad to say about the job that I did at Miami-Dade, and I feel that the feeling was mutual because we just worked well together. Sadly, the administration had to change, and really it wasn't even the administration of the college, it's the system. Because once they started offering a bachelor's degree, now everybody has to have at least a master's degree. It wasn't their fault. And I said, look, I will continue to work here, but I'm not going to pay for college. If you give me a scholarship, I'll stay here. But the problem is that I wouldn't be able to work until I got the degree. And I said, then my mom was getting really sick. I was like, well, I guess I just have to give it up and go into survival mode. And I've been in survival mode ever since. Okay. Let's see. Wow. Because you lost 101 pounds. Yeah, see, I'm no longer taking the handful of meds. That's right. You're looking better. Doctor didn't even recognize you. It's 11:15. Yeah, that's right. Yep. That's right. Rick now teaches at Quack U. I tell everybody I'm not a doctor. I'm a ductor. There's a difference. Now, if I can ever find my white lab coat or get another one, I'm going to start making some parody videos of Dr. Greger. And I'm going to call it Ductor Quacker. Instead of Dr. Greger, it's going to be Ductor Quacker. And I'm going to go there and make fun of the vegans. And I'll even make fun of some of the carnivores. So don't be surprised if I'm making jokes about Dr. Anthony Chafee and Dr. Baker. And laughing and then comparing him to people like Dr. Barnard and Dr. Greger. Say, well, take a look at this, Would you like to look like this Dr. Baker with those big, bulky muscles? No. You want to be lean and trim like Dr. Greger. And I'll get a picture of him with the gut sticking out in the T-shirt, that ugly picture that they always put. So that I'll find a way. I even thought about getting a wig, putting on some hippie clothes, breaking out the juicer, going in the yard, and doing another one of those Rick juicing videos, and then drink the juice and throw it up. I have a lot of possibilities, let's put it that way. I agree. And you are correct. Your bet is correct. I think I was the best teacher that Miami-Dade Engineering Department ever had. And that's the way I feel. Because the thing is that even though I have a lot of knowledge, just like any of the other professors, I know how to relate to people. I remember when I had really poor grades and I struggled in school. But then by high school, it just became really easy for me. And I used to share with my students my weird way of eating. In fact, sometimes when we had long classes, I would actually eat in the break. And I'd be chewing on some meat, whether it's raw meat or cooked meat, and people would look at me like, wow, what is that? I said, well, I'm just having my lunch. Yeah, see? You should see the look on his face when I told him I only eat meat, eggs, and butter. It was priceless. Like he saw a ghost. That's it. Look at that. Up to 45 in chat. That's great. Maybe one day we'll break 100. We can compete with Mitch for his live streams. And you'll notice that I never try to interfere with anybody else's morning live stream. I have my Saturday morning, and I'm staying here. I'm not going anywhere else. So that's it. My sugars are going up. My leg and back are killing me because my desk chair I use broke. Chair I use now is bad. I get a new chair next. Yeah, hopefully you do that. Now, I just kind of sit wherever. My chairs are all garbage, but I don't really have any aches and pains because I haven't been through what you've been through. I haven't lost body parts or been burning myself out with sugar. I taught science and electronics years ago. I have 2 associate degrees. Yeah, but that's not enough brainwashing these days. You got that right. I figured that you had technical background because of the way your place looks. It kind of reminds me a little bit of mine. And us tech guys, we all tend to have a lot of stuff and varied interests. Okay. My doc said, it seems to be working for you, but we need to check your cholesterol. That's fine. He already tried a statin 2 years ago. I'm not taking it. Well, that's it. That you don't want to take a statin. You want that cholesterol as high as possible, so when you get that heart attack, it's ready to go. I show my doctor photos of meat. Well, that's very smart. Yeah, I forgot about your recent carnivore pizza video. Yeah, well, that's it. You know, pizza is just nasty. I couldn't even imagine. I eat that stuff, I'll get diarrhea. But good for you not eating that crap. You can always eat Oreos instead. Yeah, right? With Nick and his research. And I see Nick's channel is blown up. You know, obviously, you have a guy that has, I believe he has a PhD or whatever heck degree he got. And he's a little lean guy, you know. So he's going to be popular on YouTube. I'm sure he'll be another one of the more popular YouTubers out there. Yeah. I agree. You don't need a master's to get a job in IT. All you have to know is know what you're doing. I never got a degree in IT. And we started a business back in 1995. And I worked in there until 2000. And then when we got involved in the, the security cameras and DVRs, I still use that IT background in there. Yeah, see, blood pressure went too low. It was 122/80. He's saying puzzle because I'm almost 63. Yep. You know, I forgot to take my blood pressure. Where did I put that little blood pressure thing? Couldn't tell if you eat the pizza or not. Okay. Just have to follow strict guidelines. Yeah, see, that's the thing I was talking about yesterday when I was riding my bike. I haven't uploaded the video, but this whole appeal to authority, because what the government does is it makes it that only people that have been brainwashed are allowed to be in certain fields. I'll tell you what, let me see if I can find my blood pressure thing. It's probably in the living room. Good night. Enjoy your beautiful night. Yes, Josephine, good night. I'll catch you next time. Applied Sciences, Electronics Technology. Yeah, Electronics Technology. We used to have that there. That's what I was teaching. And, you know, it was nice because you could get people trained in 2 terms, 6 months, or 2 years, depending on what they were taking. We had a lot of students from Southern Bell South, from, from FPL and a couple of other companies. They would send them to Miami-Dade. They'd get what they needed, and they'd be out there working. Instead of having to go there, go for a degree, 2 to 4 years. It's just kind of unnecessary. Yeah, that does look pretty good. Right, they never get better, only worse over time. And that's it. And you see, this is what the doctors don't really understand. They might figure that you're the exception. They might see hundreds of patients, all of them circling the drain, and you're the only one that's popped out. You know, somebody dropped a turd in the toilet and then you flew out of it. It's like, okay, I'm not circling the drain anymore. I'm standing on top of the tank watching people flush the handle. Okay. Yeah. It's working too hard to dust on me. There you go. Wonder what kind of work you do. Sounds like me in a day. Okay. 2 trade schools and volunteered at a homeschool association. That's good. Homeschooling is a great way to fight against some of the poor school district. Couch potato, do it. Yep. Oh. Canadian cheese is good. Tiny crunchy bits in it. Oh, that's that one that has ham pieces in it or meat pieces. That stuff's pretty good. Right? Okay. All right. Well, that's it. Enjoy. If you have somebody you're with, great. Don't be alone like me where your only companion has claws and fur. You got a system that works. Yes. Yeah, I nearly fainted from my blood pressure too low. Yes, I have. And there's really not much to it. It's just, like you said, I've eaten duck feet before. It's just like some skin and bones. There's just nothing really there. A lot of it is just because they soak it in different sugar sauces and then they deep fry it. So it's more of just like those little toothpicks they used to give you as a kid to chew on that had sugar on it. Now, let me see if I can locate my blood pressure thing. And let me see if I can catch another one of these. The Rick phone is working. Let me go ahead and see what I can find. Oh, here we go. Here's another music track I wanted to add to my videos. There we go. That might make a good ending theme song or something like that. I ran down there. I got the blood pressure thing. And let's see what it comes up as. I don't know if this thing's working or not. I don't think I have a pulse. Here we go. Okay, now I just ran into the room to get the blood pressure thing, and this is what I got. 104/83. Now, if you step through this thing, you can see that I have all kinds of other blood pressures. There's a lot of them. Then I had a couple where I took my friend, and his blood pressure is super high. Let's see. Yeah, here's the one that I got the last time I did it. Now, I don't know if this is high enough to get a heart attack. Is that high enough to get a heart attack? I don't know. I have a feeling that these numbers are not something that your average doctor would find to be in any sort of danger. Now think about it. If you've eaten a carnivore diet as long as I have, you've eaten as much fat as I have, and you've looked for fat everywhere you can, You wear lard on your hair. That seems like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Especially my dad used to tell me. Remember that old saying, fat makes you fat? And yet, here I am, super skinny. I weigh between 190 and 200 pounds my entire life. I'm 6'6". I'm probably the skinniest person you'll ever see. I'm going to be 57 in a few weeks, and I'm not gaining weight. Metabolism hasn't changed. So explain that to me. Now, again, we're all going to get old. Eventually, I'm going to fall apart. I don't use any kind of skin lotion or anything like that. Now, I look at what my dad used to deal with. He used to deal with itching, and he used to get with that dandruff, you know, that the skin flakes that fall off of your hair. I never got that because I remember they had the shampoo. My dad used to get the foot fungus. He had to use those sprays to try to keep that under control. My feet never had that. And I look at myself at soon to be 57, and my dad was about this age in 1987 when I started college. And I go, wow, I can't believe that I'm that old. And I'm still going. I can still, you see me on my bike riding around. I could get in the car. I could drive there. My friend loaned me his car so I can go to the store, but I don't do that. Why wouldn't I get in the car and drive to the store and instead go on a bicycle, ride on the sidewalk, ride through the weeds, go up and down the bridge, back and forth, you know? Why would I do that? And yet, I'm talking to you on a video as I ride. So, and then my blood pressure, I go for a bike ride, I come home, I sit down, I take the blood pressure, and I get it within the normal range. So what does that tell you? It tells me that maybe I'm not that unhealthy. But again, a normal person should have a blood pressure somewhere like 120 something or lower on the high end, and maybe 80 something or lower on the low end. I've had times where my blood pressure was like 57. It was like, I think it was 67 over like 38? And yes, when I got up, I felt a little bit dizzy. The blood pressure was way too low. But that's because I had been sitting on the couch with the air conditioner on super cold. Milton climbed up on me, fell asleep, and then I picked up the blood pressure thing. I said, let me take the blood pressure. And I took the blood pressure. I was like, whoa, that's really low. And when I went to stand up, I started feeling, I didn't pass out or anything. I just felt a little, ugh. So I had to sit down, get up slowly. I went to the kitchen. I started making my lunch. And when I came back, it was like, 120 over 80, that range. So I think what happens is at nighttime, my blood pressure goes way down. And I know that I do sleep pretty well. Now today, I ended up getting up a little bit late because I went to bed at midnight. I usually go to bed around 11:30. And the reason I went to bed at midnight is because I had a little issue in the kitchen. The drain was clogged up, so I had to pull out the trap, clean it out. By the time I got all kitchen all cleaned up and everything, it was almost midnight. I came in here in the room, and of course Milton decided that he wanted to sleep on the bed. And I don't mind having Milton in the room, but Milton did have fleas. I think I got rid of the fleas. But he is also not a very good companion because he will fall asleep for a while, but eventually he starts getting active. Then he starts running around. Then he wants to play with everything. Next thing you know, he's got his paws all over you. So I have to put him out. I'm sad to say I have to be in here by myself or I won't get much sleep. But I didn't get to sleep, until after midnight. When I woke up, take a leak, it was probably 3 or 4 in the morning. And then I had some dreams. And then I woke up around 6 o'clock. I go, well, that's too early. Usually, if I go to bed at 11:30 and I get up at 6:30, I'll go ahead and wake up. So I thought, let me try to get a little more sleep. So I did that. But the problem is, normally I'm tuned to the weather. So when the sun comes up, I'm going to wake up. Now, if we have a rare rainy day, then I will sleep later because the sun doesn't come up. So what I did, I simply moved the Venetian blind in such a way that the sun wasn't coming through, and I was able to fall back asleep. Well, I didn't wake up until 7 8:35. So I had to go in the kitchen, cook something up, get the live stream ready, and then Milton had gotten in here, so I let him stay here. So I thought, let me just put the camera over there by the window, start it up while I'm still trying to get things ready. And that's what I did, and it seemed to work pretty well. Of course, when Milton started playing with the mixer, I decided, you know what, I'm going to put him out, and that's what I did. And he's been good ever since. So, but that's what it is. And again, if you were here earlier, I went ahead and I fixed the phone cord that was broken. Milton played around with it, and he broke the tab off of the RJ11 connector. So, but I have a nice little supply of them. I also keep these little phone splices in here. And, of course, the crimping tool. One of the great things that I think is the case with my home, even though it's junky and people make fun of it because it's so full of stuff, I have just every tool you can imagine. And, I mean, people say, oh, do you have this? Do you have that? Yes, I do. And I think that's what makes my YouTube channel very special, because I have the ability to do a show and tell that nobody else can do. There's a lot of YouTube channels out there, and, you know, I appreciate the ones that are more realistic. Now, for example, you have some of these carnivore channels. Most of them do tend to be realistic, but a lot of people use a virtual background. And I have to admit, I hate virtual backgrounds. The reason I hate them is because when they move their hands around, if they don't have the proper lighting and they don't have a good, you know, green or blue screen or whatever color they're using, parts of them start to disappear and they look kind of weird. Now, in some cases, it can be funny. If you happen to be semi-retired Bob, it looks like a floating head in the desert. That's kind of neat. But the more popular YouTubers, it does get to be a little annoying because it blurs the edges of where they are. So I don't like using a virtual background. I like using a real background. Although eventually I probably will set up a green screen and maybe use a little bit of the outdoor scenes that I have once I get those cameras to work. And if I ever get my duck flock back, I'll probably have, like, I'll be in front of the green screen and then I'll have the ducks in the background. I'll do that. But if I do get to that point, I'll make sure that my studio is ready and I have excellent lighting, because I really don't like that, you know, that kind of blurry thing going on. Okay. Now, let me go back to this other one. Where did I go? All right. So we will go over here. And let's see. Is the phone working? Yes, it is. The phone... It was. Oh, yeah, the phone is working. So I'll go ahead. I'll put the number up in a little bit once I get through the comments, and I'll put that where you can see it. The phone should be working. Do you hear dial tone?
Yes, the phone seems to be working.
Okay, so let's see what else we got here. I got chicken skins on Friday. Well, that's good. I guess I didn't know they sold them separately. I saw you put RG11 in. Yes. Yes, I was fixing it because the tab broke off and it keeps popping out. Chicken feet, when they invited me, he prioritized the chicken feet. I don't know why they like that stuff. I guess it's just when you're poor and you get used to it, it becomes something that you like. Yep. Well, that's not bad. 180 is high, but, you know, just keep... Okay, there we go. That makes sense. 128 over 61. That's fine. That's perfect. That's great. That's what you want. No, Rick, you are good. Well, thank you. Thank you. Fat makes me fast. Well, there you go. Mm-hmm. That's right. Excellent. Excellent. Now, see, the carnivore diet is not very effective at killing us because you have to have high blood pressure. I learned in Munching Man, slightly bend your knees to better allow blood flow. Well, that's good. It's good to know. Hello, meat friends. Well, hello, Jason Anthony Wolper. I haven't seen you before. Maybe you're new. And if you are new, I'm glad you're here. We want as many people as we can to become quackers, or at least be friends of the quackers. Wow, see, look at that. Now, this is very good because maybe you're relaxing as you listen to this. And there we are. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I think a lot of it's coming from my air conditioner, but that's all right. I love how Mitch's clear bottles of water look on the virtual background. Yeah, right? That is true. I don't like the gamer chairs. I hate those things as well. I think that they are ugly. I don't really like using a chair. When I do a live stream, I either sit up against the wall, or what I like to do, I like to stand. And I can put, that's why I have this type of microphone stand. I've done videos where I stood in front of the TV as a monitor. And one of these days, when I get my hands on another chalkboard, now a lot of people use whiteboards. I want to use a chalkboard, the old dark kind with the regular chalk, because it kind of fits in with my old-fashioned thing. And I got some old erasers, and I got a bunch of chalk. So one of these days, I'm going to locate one of those, and I will do that. 1-800-EAT-MEAT. I wonder who has that number. That'd be interesting. I'd like to ring. Well, I'm going to put the number up there. Okay. They have a little bit, but not a lot. Let me go ahead and type this in. All right. There we go. Now, this is kind of interesting. I had a friend of mine that I was trying to get the number for his family, and he had to look at his phone to get the phone numbers. And I thought, wow, am I the only person in the world who can remember all their friends' phone numbers? Very interesting. Anyway, let's see. All right. Okay. I rarely comment. Love the content, the ducks, and the fun stuff you show. Well, I'm glad that you do. I'm very happy that you have taken the time to comment. And I encourage everyone, if you're in the background and you haven't commented, whenever you feel like you want to do so, you can do that. And again, since this is the poor man's live stream, and it's actually part of my show, I'm not using StreamYard. I mean, I could do it for free for a period of time, but I want to try to stay away from those services if I can. If I can just go from YouTube. Now, there are other ways that you can do this. I've actually in the past been able to link something like Skype, or, I mean, I'm sure there's a way to link the WhatsApp. There's several things I could do, and if I used the smartphone, I can even connect the smartphone to the mixer using the audio output, because my smartphone is old. Or I could use one of those USB adapters. There's all kinds of possibilities. When I was a kid growing up, we didn't have internet. The only thing we had was the phone system, and we had to learn how to hack payphones to be able to make calls for free. That was about the extent of my networking. But now, as a 56-year-old, I have all these options that I never had before. So this is good. All right. Yeah. Chicken feet, they're not even worth the time. They're kind of a waste of time. We call them blackboards in Australia. They used to call them here too. We had them in school, but I think they've all been replaced. There's got to be some somewhere. I'll find it. We used to have them. We used to have them in high school in the vocational building, but they tore that building down about 10, 15 years ago. But they had the ones that were made of slate. I actually have a slate pool table, but most of the blackboards are just painted. There's some type of coating on type of wood. Most people today use a whiteboard. I'm going to look around. Again, I haven't been doing that many office moves, but once the economy starts to fall apart, I'm sure this stuff will turn up. I just don't like those goofy little markers. That smell is just not, you know, it smells like chemicals. So anyway, so in terms of things to talk about now, I was talking earlier about Paul Saladino. He made a video from the Southwest Ranches Market, and he called it the best farmers market around, but that's okay. I want to ring. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to have to figure out a way to do the the what do you call it? WhatsApp or whatever. There's ways of calling. I'll look into it. Skype or whatever else you use, because again, if it has an audio output, it can't be that hard to connect it to the sound mixer. The sound mixer basically goes to a USB adapter, and then if on the computer itself, if I could run the application on the computer, that would work too. So, excuse me, we have a lot of possibilities. I know you could probably do it with Skype or whatever. If Rick had a chalkboard, he would be sleeping next to it and leaning on it. Okay. All right. Anyway, but yeah, if anybody has any ideas, we can definitely do that. It is a mobile. No, it's voice over IP. And another way you can do it, Google, I don't know if you're familiar with that, if they still have it, they used to have something called Google Meet. And what you could do, you could call, this is a Google Voice number. If you use Google Voice, you can call directly. In fact, that's what you might want to do. Use Google Voice, because Google Voice, I think, is able to connect directly. So let's see. Yeah, I remember that. And all that writing on the board is what made my handwriting go terrible, because it used to be very good when I was a kid, and it got really bad after that. I think the whole thing was kind of silly. A few different numbers first. Okay. Well, again, we have a lot of possibilities because this is the internet. So I don't know if anybody uses Skype. I think most people use WhatsApp, but I don't think there's any way to install WhatsApp in the phone. And is Skype part of Microsoft, I believe, or MSN or whatever it is? But we'll look into that, because I know that we have other people from around the world that like to look in this live stream, so we'll see. Now, let me see if I can figure out how many people we have that are watching. This is interesting. There we go. All right. Let's see. What am I doing here? Okay. That's the chat. I guess that's that one. Okay. Program app called Teams. That's right. But I know Google, I think it was called Google Meet, if I remember correctly. Let me double check here. I have 43 that are still watching. That's really good. I'm impressed. The fact that anybody would take their time and watch my quacked channel is very interesting. All right. Let me see. Okay. Program app called Team. Oh, we have a phone call.
Hello.
Hi, Rick. Is this Rick?
Yes, this is Rick.
Hi, Rick. It's Annabella.
Hey, you got through.
Hi. I did. I worked it out. Thanks.
Excellent. So, yeah.
I feel very nervous now.
I can hear you loud and clear. That's a good sign. I hope everybody can hear me
good.
on YouTube.
Sorry, I just got nervous.
Oh, you got nothing to be nervous about here, that's for sure.
Okay. Rick, your live streams are so awesome. Thank you for all your videos. They're always encouraging.
Well, I'm glad you like that, because I don't put any editing into it. It's just like normal life, and I'm just glad that you and other people enjoy watching it. That's what I do it for.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Carnival is just so awesome. I mean, I was so sick before Carnival. I would be so lost without Carnival.
See, it's working for you. That's a good thing. And the best thing about Carnivore, it's not some mysterious, it's not some superfood or some plant that you have to get from the Himalayan mountains or some secret medicine or whatever. It's just cut out the duck food, eat the meat, and and you can add certain plant foods if you're not allergic to them, and it's very simple, and it's low stress, and it's enjoyable. And I'm glad that you benefited from it, because I really don't want to see people suffer. It's unnecessary. It makes me mad when I see people eating what I call duck food and complaining about aches and pains, and they don't feel good, and they can't sleep, and they're nervous. I said, if you would just make a few adjustments to your diet, you could get rid of that. And they look at me like I'm crazy. But with you and other people, it's like, hey, it actually works.
Yeah. I mean, I see the difference when I cook carnivore food with my mum. She comes over to visit, and she just doesn't get she doesn't get really anxious at all. And she eats fairly good. She does eat a lot of meat. She loves meat, cream, eggs, that sort of stuff. I mean, she does eat sugar, but she doesn't eat a lot of junk. And she's very fit, but I've noticed a difference when she doesn't have the veggies.
Mm-hmm.
She is more stable. Yeah, so she'll never go carnivore, but I just encourage her to eat more meat.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured that's better than anything else.
Yeah. Well, that's like my mother. It was very difficult to get her to eat meat because she didn't like beef. I mean, if I made her a hamburger, I had to make the meat really small. But then I would cheat. I would make my own heart attack buns using eggs and cheese. And then I put mustard in there. I made my own so-called ketchup from fermented tomatoes. I would put lettuce in there. She didn't know the difference.
That's good. Hey, I mean, see, I do cooking on my channel, and like one of my last video was this sort of carnivore pizza thing, and I think that's okay to have from time to time. It's better than like the real deal, the real junk. So I mean, I eat mostly beef, to be honest. Most of the time, mostly eating beef and a lot of fat.
Mm-hmm.
I see the value in different recipes to help people.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, it's difficult to convince them, so it's a transition.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just been, carnivore has been so good for me. I think it's been about 2 months now, Rick, since I've just pretty much lived off of cream. I have still eat meat, of course, but just say like most days 1 to 2 cups of cream a day.
Mm-hmm.
I might miss out one day for whatever reason, but it's really made such a difference with my pain levels. Like I can walk down steps now because of whatever's in the fat. It's been helping me so much. And my acupuncturist, when I get massages, he can feel a difference in my muscles.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just so much stronger now since I've been having all that cream. I actually got the chicken skin because I'm wanting more fat. So it's just been amazing that all of a sudden I can do so much more on carnivore. I mean, I'm still waiting for my different surgeries, but still it's really been changing my life. And everybody says you can't lose weight and eat cream and stuff, but I see my clothes getting looser and looser. So it's definitely not the case for me. So it's been exciting, really.
The thing is, people concentrate too much on weight, and I think that's a big mistake because they're basically just thinking about, the total mass. But even if your weight doesn't change, even if it increases, but your clothes are getting looser, you're becoming healthier. And I try to explain to people, when you look at someone, you can tell the ugliest thing you can see is when somebody is skinny and they have a big stomach sticking out and they look terrible. You're better off with someone who's a little bit fatter but has more muscle mass. They look better. And I think a lot of people concentrate too much on the weight. I said, look, you got to see how you feel. And if you're getting stronger and your clothes are fitting better, I think that's pretty good. And they go, oh, I'm not losing weight. I'm not losing weight. I'm like, I don't care if you're losing weight. If you're getting healthier, the weight will eventually come off. And I think this is my theory. I think your body holds on to that weight as long as it can because it doesn't know whether you're going to go back to that unhealthy lifestyle and it needs a place to put that extra sugar. But I think after a while, if you've been exercising, and again, when you're healthy and you're able to move around, people naturally move. I think the average human wants to move around, but when you feel terrible, how are you going to move around? Oh, eat less and move more. When you feel bad, everything hurts, and you have no energy, you're not going to move. But if you make changes and you reduce your stress, reducing your stress can help. Eating the carnivore diet, getting those healthy fats and that protein, it seems to make a difference. And yeah, some people, they still eat some vegetables, but other people are very sensitive. Once your system is damaged, you can't handle all those plant compounds. You have to get rid of them. And I guess that's what you're doing.
It's just been exciting, Rick. I mean, for me, well, I just had to have people help me with certain things because of how much pain I've been in. I mean, it was really bad. In April 2023, I was suicidal from the pain that I was in.
Mm-hmm.
I started carnivore 1st of July 23, and it's just been an amazing experience, but especially me going high fat has just changed it. So it's also like November last year, my doctor increased my painkillers because I'm on strong painkillers. But normally by now, I mean, we're May now, I should be needing, that medicine to be increased, and often I can, reduce the dose and things like that. It's normally the case that these medicines won't be quite as effective, and I've just thought, wow, this is great. It's just helping. I feel it helps the painkillers to work, but also maybe it's fixing up inflammation while I wait to have the surgery. Whatever it is, it's healing my body.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's not making it any worse. And generally, what I've noticed is when people have chronic conditions, they get worse over time. So they have to keep increasing the medication, changing the treatments. But in your case, if you can just stop it from getting worse, that's an accomplishment right there. And a lot of people don't know. They say, well, I'm going to go carnivore, all my problems are going to go away. No, they're not going to go away. But at least they won't get any worse, and then maybe they'll get better. So that's about the best you can expect for.
You may have to tweak things because I went off herbs at one point last year, and then I was able to find out which herbs cause problems. So I'm fine with garlic. Onion powder is fine. I can do rosemary. They're fine, but I can't do like Italian herb mix. Whatever was in that makes me sore. So it's like, no, I can't do that. I don't do coffee. Occasionally I do drink tea from time to time, but I can't have it 2 days in a row. But I'll just have it every now and then. But I'm pretty much just drinking water, and I feel I found what works for me.
That's it. You have to keep trying. I mean, that's the only way, because everyone's an individual, and even though the doctors, they have ideas, I mean, they call it practicing medicine. They don't really get it perfect every time, so it's up to you to make the adjustments.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, well, Rick, I've wanted to ring for a while. I've got to tell you, too, I don't have the skin cancer anymore, and my skin is healing really well.
That's great.
So it's such a blessing, yeah. But it's probably close to midnight for me now, so I'm getting tired, so I'll say good night and go back to the chat.
Well, good night.
Love you all, guys.
I'm glad that you
Love
called.
You too. Bye.
Okay.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that's what I like to hear. Someone that has been benefiting from the diet and had the courage to call in. And again, it's nice because it's an encouragement for all of us. We know from the real world experiences that this lifestyle is working for some people. Now, is it going to work for everybody? I can't guarantee that. I don't even think the doctor could guarantee that. But whatever works for you, do it. So there we go. All right, let's see. No, Rick, that's actually normal on the low side. Okay. Blood pressure, I guess you're talking about blood pressure. Can you help me, Dr. Duck? What is the problem? Old man, I can't pee. Dr. Duck, well, you've peed enough. Okay. Hello again. There you go. Well, see, I'm glad we have this because we can communicate and can spread your experience, and I'm happy about that. It's free, and it'll be there, and hopefully it'll stay on the internet for a while, because long after I've had my heart attack, people could look back and say, well, there was this one guy that was on the carnivore diet since he was a kid. I mean, yeah, he lived how many years? He died of a heart attack, but, you know, he did a lot of videos. And the thing about me is that I really, my pleasure, by the way, my pleasure. Yes, she is. The thing is, this whole carnivore thing changed the way that I look at the internet. You notice that I was off YouTube for 10 years. I just lost interest when they deleted my one channel and most of my videos. But on the good side, this is just my experience. After I went through the whole experience with my dad getting sick and dying, mom getting sick, needing years of care and dying, and there I was. I went through all that, and it did have an effect on me. I actually put on body fat. I cannot find those pictures that a friend of mine took of me, because you could see that I had obviously put on some body fat. But after mom died, within a couple of months, it all went away, because I continued to eat the carnivore diet that whole time. And once I realized back in 2021 and 2022 that the carnivore diet was helping so many people, in August of 2022, I went out there and I was interviewed by Joey Schwartz on his channel. And that video had hundreds of thousands of views. And there's several other videos that were made of me at that time. And people that I know, I showed them the video and they looked at it and they go, yeah, well, that's you. But I started getting messages and requests to be interviewed and all that. And I realized that Rick's heart attack diet is actually a diet that can help some people. So I decided I'm going to go out there on the internet. I'm going to relate my experience on as many YouTube channels as possible. I'm going to put myself out there and see how many people are willing to listen to my story. And then basically, we'll see what happens. But now I'm getting people that contact me and call in, you know, and they can tell me their experience. And every one of you that does that is just adding to this database of information. Now, you have the very popular YouTube channels. You have the doctors and the coaches and all that. And then you have the quacks like me. But all of us are going in the same direction. And I think the more that we can put out there, the better. Let's hit these comments. Good question. There you go. Right? Australia. Yeah, I can detect that, but that makes sense, considering the heritage of Australians. I pet a koala. He was cute and fuzzy like Milton. Well, there you go. Koalas eat, I don't know, I think they're vegetarian, aren't they? I'll eat a koala when I get 1 million subscribers. There you go. I don't know if that question is for me or somebody else. How old are you? I am 56. I'll be 57 in a couple of weeks. Do you eat fish? Yes, whenever I can catch them. And I've eaten a lot of seafood over my lifetime. And yes, I have eaten sardines as well. And I see there's a koala there. I did cheat and eat fish and chips. Fish and chips, okay. The fish, I mean, the problem is they batter everything and fry it in seed oils, but I suppose if you made heart attack style fried fish, which is soaked in duck eggs and covered in pork rinds and then deep fried in beef tallow, that would probably be fine. Chips, nah, I wouldn't do chips. But if you wanted to do Rick's version of chips, you can make heart attack fries from plantains cooked in beef tallow. I've eaten those things before, and they have no effect on me whatsoever. I don't get sick from them, and I don't put on weight from them. In fact, I did an experiment one time where I added plantains every day for a week, deep fried in beef tallow, to see how much weight I would gain. And let me tell you what happened. I started the week at 195 pounds. I ended the week at 190 pounds. So eating deep fried plantains from my yard in beef tallow, and this was what, 2 years ago or maybe 3 years ago. I think it was in 2022. I don't remember. After I had planted the banana trees, I planted them in 2021. And then sometime in 2022, I had a bunch of burro bananas. I had too many. My friends weren't taking them. So I did that experiment, and I actually lost 5 pounds. So that is kind of interesting. I don't know about the regular person. If they tried that, they may gain weight. And then a lot of people, they have those carbohydrate cravings. So I would discourage them from trying the fried plantain experiment. My dad was from London. Okay. It was so nice to talk to you. How are you doing? Hi, friends. Hey, Lewis is back. I'm doing good. Just had a phone call. Hi, nice to see you. And here we go. Another one of our top subscribers who also called in, as you remember, Meathead, and one of the few people that's actually sent me some things that I can use, which I was happy about. And again, I don't like to tell people what people send me, but one of them is this camera that I'm using right now. And I appreciate those of you that do these things because it helps. You know, it makes this live stream a lot more interesting. So when I switch to this camera over here, we can thank Meathead for that because he made it possible. When you see me doing GoPro videos, that's our friend JT that sent me that with the little chest mount and all that. So that's good. So anyway, hope you're doing good. Yeah, Mom would cook roasted potatoes and dripping. See, we weren't sick back then. So that's beef tallow, I would assume. That's really good. And look at that. Look at what his blood pressure is. Very nice. And look at how lean he is. And he was on, what was it? What channel was he on last time? I forget now. But I did see him. Oh, well. I watch so many YouTube videos, I can't remember anything. And Thomas says, hi, Lewis. Yes. Glad you're here. And he's also called in, as you know. So we love our viewers. Annabella, we love you too. Absolutely. And look, looks like Johnny's here. Hello, Rick. Good morning. Good morning. I saw you did a video on sprinting. I need to do one as well. I need to set up a camera by the canal because I can't sprint in my yard. 2 steps and I'm in my neighbor's yard. So I'll have to do that over there by the canal. And I don't have, I have sneakers somewhere. I'll have to look for them. And I'm not going to barefoot sprint over there because by the canal you might be stepping on broken glass, hypodermic needles, or whatever else you find over there because of the homeless camp. But anyway, hello, Anna PL07. That's great. Blood pressure, I'll check mine. That's a good idea. It's always nice to have one of these things handy. I have the old style too. And Lewis says, we love you, Rick, and the feeling is mutual. I love having you here. How's the temp in Miami? It's been over 90 degrees. It feels like temperature's over 100. Yesterday it was 91. I think today it'll be 92. Then it'll be 93. It'll probably be 95 before we get some kind of rain. And rainy season is supposed to start, but it hasn't come yet. So I have a feeling we're going to have a massive hurricane this year, but I hope not because I don't think my roof can take it. I do sprints through the front doors of the supermarket until I get to the meat section. If you've ever seen my videos, you can see the way that I move through the store, and I do tend to move rather quickly. In fact, when I'm talking, I move very fast. I don't breathe hard. I seem to be able to move just fine. And, of course, on my bike, you know how I go on that, a little crazy. Do you have any ducks at the moment, Rick? No, I don't. My ducks haven't come back yet, but once the baby ducks start hatching and they start taking over the townhouse development down the street, have a couple of friends that live there, they'll probably pay me to do a duck removal. So when I do a duck removal, that'll be an instant, usually from 5 to 20 ducks all at once. And then I'll drop them off here. I'll go out there at night with my crossbow looking for raccoons. If any raccoons show up, I will take care of the raccoon problem and give the ducks a chance to reestablish. Yes, I agree. I would love to see that. Sprints through the front door. Well, you know what? You can always make a video. And GMX 048 says, hi, Rick and Quack. You not Quakers. I don't think I'm a Quaker, but I'm a Quacker. Sorry, missed beginning of live chat. That's fine. This chat goes on for quite a while. You can always watch the replay. I know these chats go a long time. I don't know how many people actually watch the replay. I think what most people do, if they're smart, they'll turn it on and they'll listen to it while they do something else. While you're driving, while you're working, whatever else you need to do, you can listen to my live chat and you can learn a few things, or you can just be somewhat entertained by a total quack like me. So, but that's great. Now, again, there's a lot of things I want to do, and I think I finally perfected the audio on the phone. It sounds pretty good. Let's see. Here we go. Jesse Garcia, I've been seeing your videos for years, Rick. Have a great day. Let's go. And that reminds me of JT and his channel. Yes, let's go. Let's do it. The ducks haven't come back because they don't want to die. Well, the thing is, the raccoons are the biggest threat to the ducks. They will eat them and kill them and rip them apart while they're alive. But with me, it's a little different because the ducks, I pet the ducks. I talk nice to them. I put Ducky next to my head. Oh, you're such a cute little ducky wookie. And they think, uh-oh. But they never, ever, no duck has ever seen me kill a duck because I don't kill the ducks. The ducks take care of themselves. You'll notice, although I do kill iguanas, I never, ever kill ducks around other ducks. What I do, I lure them in with bread or with other duck food they have. Sometimes meat works really good for my ducks. And then I grab them with a net. And then, once I've got them in the net, they squirm around for a little bit. And then I get them, I take the net off, I put them on the ground, and I hold them down until they get tired out. Then I pick up the duck, I put him next to my head and say, oh, you're a cute little ducky. And I walk over to my special duck pen, which is about a 10 by 20 area that's fenced in. It has its own private duck pond with a little pump in it. And it has, plants that the ducks can nibble on and duck food. And I give them plenty of tropical fruit. I do give them a little bit of meat, but I also give them bugs. I have a roach farm that I use using milk cartons. It has hundreds of roaches in there. So when Mr. Ducky is on his way to the kitchen, I always tell everybody, if you're going to have a proper formal dinner, you have to make sure that your guests are dressed and ready for dinner. So I make sure that my duckies are well fed and content long before they ever go to the kitchen. So Mr. Ducky is going to be in his private duck pen, and best of all, he gets conjugal visits from the females. So what I do, I basically grab the female duck of his choice that's ready to mate, throw her in there, close the door, and they can hang out for a while. And of course, he pounces on her and does his mating. And then I let her go before, don't try to drown her or something. And also the females can hang around because the duck pen, there's like a fence around it. The ducks hang out there. They can watch each other, they can socialize, although can't come in and out freely. And I keep feeding him and fattening him up, make sure he doesn't fight with the other ducks. And they'll usually put on a couple of pounds, maybe, a nice amount, a little bit of fat, because Muscovy ducks are very lean. And after anywhere from 2 weeks to a month, then I bring in the duck head remover, which is basically a miniature guillotine, and it has a sensor. And basically what it is, there's a little dish and there's like a little trigger. So you put the guillotine up there, it's spring-loaded, so it goes very, very quickly. And when Ducky sticks his head in there to eat, he gets used to it. Well, one day you remove the pin, and then one day he sticks his head in there, and that's it. So Ducky loses his head. It comes off cleanly every time. And then, you got the flapping and the blood and all that. And then all you have to do, once Ducky stops flapping, you grab his tail, you put him in the boiling water, which is already boiling. And, but by then, the shade cloth is up, so the other ducks don't know what's going on. And I boil the duck right in there in the duck pen, and I remove the feathers. So when I remove Mr. Ducky from the duck pen, he's in a nice silver platter, and the other ducks don't even know what it is. They see me walking out of there with this silver platter, and there's feathers in there. And then what I'll do, after I've done whatever I need to do, I will, wash them out with the hose, pull the guts out and everything. and I put them in the refrigerator. Then I go to the duck pen, I collect all the duck feathers, and they go into the compost pile, and then I clean up, all the blood and duck guts and whatever, and wash all that down. Take everything out of the duck pen. I even move the plants back into the yard. Take all the straw and everything out of there, put it into a garbage can, take it out front, dump it in the front yard, grind it up with a lawnmower, and put it in the compost pile. So Mr. Aggressive Ducky that was over there attacking ducks and ducklings and whatever disappeared. He just disappeared. So one day when the ducks come into the yard, the duck pen is all cleaned out, and I change the water in the little duck pond, and I'll see other ducks go in and out of there all the time. But the duck guillotine has been cleaned, put away, and that's it. And the thing is, this is what happens. Now, ducks around here routinely get run over, eaten by raccoons or whatever. But when Rick cooks a duck, that's because it's such a smooth lifestyle. I even play jazz for the ducks. I'll put on elevator music, and they'll be over there, and they're just loving their life because everything is so good. The thing is, Mr. Ducky has one bad day. If he would be out in the wild, he'd have a lot of bad days and eventually be ripped apart by a raccoon or run over by a car. That's usually what happens to him. Or if he's really unlucky, he's swimming in the canal, he'll be eaten by an alligator, because that's another thing that happens to him. And in some neighborhoods, there's actually pythons. Although in my neighborhood, there are no pythons. If I do find a python, you have a pretty good idea what I'm going to do with it. And I don't have trouble shooting reptiles because reptiles are basically cold-blooded. I don't think it really matters. I'll take my crossbow and shoot it right in their head, and that's it. And then I just collect the iguanas and cook them up. And that's very, very, very good. So I don't feel bad about eating duck because I know they're going to end up dead anyway. So they have a choice. You can grow old and die. You can get a disease and die, which is usually what happens when you get too many ducks in one place. They get a duck enteritis and they die in mass numbers. Or you could be eaten by a predator, run over by a car, or you could come to Rick's house and you can live it up for a while. You could be like Donald Trump Duck or whatever, living in the Trump Tower over there in the backyard. You got your gold-plated swimming pool and you're over there having fun. And, sometimes the thing is that they usually are not friendly. The males get aggressive. They try to get outside and fight with the other ducks. But it doesn't work. You can't go through a chain link fence. But I've seen it where I've had them where they stick their head through the chain link fence and they're over there battling the beaks with the other males. But it doesn't matter. Eventually, once they've been fat enough, they don't want to fight anymore. And believe me, you give enough tropical fruit to a duck, and it's going to get fat quickly. If it's mango season, mangoes. Bananas. They love those Suriname cherries. They even like those palm berries. And I do give them some meat because I don't want them to get totally sick. And you got bread and pasta and all the other crap that people eat. I feed it all to the ducks. I don't care. But the cockroach farm, that's what they really go for. And I use the milk crates. I get a lot of those, not milk crates, the egg crates from Aldi, the ones that are cardboard. And you put some, bread or whatever in there. Roaches love bread. You put bread in there, moldy bread, whatever. Roaches eat anything. And they breed like crazy. So every day you got new cockroaches. And then you just take the roach farm and you shake it out into the duck pen. And usually I have like a little tray and I'll knock a few roaches out of there and he'll grab them and gobble them up. Sometimes the roaches start to fly or get away and he'll chase after them. But he eats really well. And then one day, like I said, I got the burner outside. When the water's boiling, I start putting the water on the burner. And about the same time that the fire is on, I put the duck guillotine in there. And then there's a little opening where he goes in to eat his food. And I just wait. And there's a switch attached to it as well. So when Ducky is executed, a light comes on in the kitchen. And I actually have that wired up. I have to show that one day. It's just a little light over the stove. And when that thing drops down, the light comes on, and that tells me he's ready to prepare. And sometimes the wings will still be flapping or whatever. And you just kind of wait until that stops, and you just pick him up by the tail, plunge him in the boiling water, and try to get those feathers off. So that's how I do it. And I've done many duckies that way. And again, I don't kill the duck out in the field because the meat doesn't taste as good. The meat tastes best when ducky is quickly executed. I mean quickly. So they don't get all that testosterone or adrenaline or whatever that ruin the meat. You know, you get that strong gamey flavor. No, this has a delicious beef. I'm telling you, Muscovy duck tastes exactly like steak. I mean exactly when it's prepared this way. When you've given him plenty of mangoes and avocados and all that tropical fruit, it fattens him up. It gives a nice, I mean, it's not as fatty as steak, and it's not as fatty as mallard duck. But there is a little bit of fat in the meat. The meat is somewhat tender. It's very, very flavorful. Muscovy meat really fills you up. I cannot eat an entire drake. It's impossible. I can make up to 4 meals out of a Muscovy drake, and that's pretty good. So it's a very, very delicious meat. Yep, that's right. Quackers. That's what I figured, not Quakers. I don't eat oats. Okay, I had a no-scale victory. My husband went to our week. She told him how proud she was of my 110-pound weight loss. Wow. I don't think she ever realizes because she's my doctor after. Yeah, look at that. I lost the weight. Yeah, so she didn't see when you were overweight. They are clever like that. That's right. And Tarnation says, I've been listening to your old streams and videos while doing stuff. Well, I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that somebody listens to me because I think I'm a quack. And I have to admit, I actually like to listen to some of my old streams as well. I was listening to the one that I did with Dr. Chafee a few weeks ago. I had no idea that, I mean, compared to some of the live streams that I've seen online, I like mine better. Other than my sinus issues, I think my voice is pretty good. And I tend to be very coherent about the way that I talk. And I like reliving my experience because it's really kind of interesting. You collect cockroach or duck? I'm terrified of cockroaches. I don't have to collect them. I just put the roach farm in the garage. The roaches find it, and they breed on their own. But I'm not afraid of cockroaches. I've picked them up out of the sink more than once. You see videos where I've picked them up and thrown them to the ducks, and they gobble it up. And that's great. And Jeanette 48 says, I love your bike videos and nature and the ducks. Well, I'm glad you do. I'm glad to make those videos. Terrified of palmetto bugs. They fly, so a lot of people don't like them. I'm not terrified of them. I'll pick them up with my hands and take them to the ducks. And Meathead brings up a very good point. That is a cool contraption. Meat isn't spoiled because duck isn't stressed when they go to the pond in the sky. Well, there you go. You know, he could have been mating a few hours before. He was eating a big fat mango or one of their other favorite tropical fruits. And therefore, when he stuck his head in there to get some more food and his head came off, that was it. So when he's in the duck pond in the sky, he's thinking, what just happened? Animals like music and singing to them. That's what Milton does. Milton loves elevator music. Rick, do you like lamb? Yes, I do. Whenever I can get it, I get it, which isn't very often. They actually had goat meat on sale at Fresco y Mas, and I had the goat meat. It was pretty good. I always say, if it's got a tail, it's on the menu. Well, unless it's a carnivore. We don't eat cats and dogs around here. This is not the Chinese buffet. I used to make fun of the Chinese buffet as a kid. I called it the cat and dog restaurant. But no, we don't eat carnivores. We eat herbivores, and that's it. Okay. Rick reminds me of Crocodile Dundee. Great movie. Well, there you go. That's not a knife. That's a knife. Most humane duck herder ever. What a life. That's right. I am the one person, unlike the duck killers that go and shoot ducks and poison them, they poison ducks over here at some of the condos. And I've made several complaints about animal cruelty. And I know they hate me because every time that the duck killers see me, they try to avoid me. And I have to admit that just sometimes their tires just somehow got cut. It wasn't me, I don't think. But, you know, accidents happen. It must have been the ducks. All right. Yes. Rock and Keto Amy, how do I reach out to schedule an interview with you? Do you have an email? I do have an email, And I guess if I did an interview, I would have to use, I'd probably use the free version of StreamYard, or I could use my friend's StreamYard account. I guess anything is possible, but I'll have to schedule something. But yeah, I have an email. It's called bobcat4home@gmail.com. You can find it on my YouTube About Me part of the page. In fact, I'll show you how to get there if anyone is having trouble contacting me, because it seems to be a common problem. And BK Belgian Carnivore says, I like your bike videos. Well, I'm glad you do. Yes. And Brooke Graves says, how are your bananas doing? The one fell down during the storm. It is still down. It's been a month. The bananas have not ripened yet, so I haven't cut them off. Maybe I'll make a video of that. But Rick, yeah. Is your mango tree thriving? Yes, it is. It has a lot of mangoes. I'll take a video of that if I can. So, wait, Rick, we eat alligator snakes, which carnivore? Yeah, that's true. But I don't eat that many snakes. I have OBS with guests. Okay, well, that's good. I'd be curious how you do that, because, you know, I use OBS as well. I'm not sure how you do the guests, but yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's true. Well, I do chop down the bananas, and I also grind them up with a lawnmower. I'm the master of composting. Nobody around here composts as much as I do. In fact, I'm the only one in the neighborhood that actually gardens, so I can't dual stream. That's fine. I'm curious how you do that. I'm going to start doing that myself. But anyway, let me show you how you can reach me. Now, I know a lot of people do have issues, so, and this may act a little funny. Let me go ahead and get over here. All right. Now, okay. Now, if you've been on my YouTube channel, let me see here. How do I get to YouTube? Okay. All you have to do, you go to my channel. Okay? And then you click more. See where it is? Description. Then you just click view email address. And there it is. It's not that hard to find. I guess a lot of people, YouTube does not make it easy. Hard to believe I have 755 videos with 660,078 views. I guess it's not that small of a channel anymore, even though I only have 3,400 and, is that 420? I don't know. 3,420 subscribers, so not too bad. And I tell people, you know, you can share my channel if you want. See? So you have a lot of options, but right here is where the email is. And there's my YouTube address. And look at how long I've been on YouTube. One of the originals. I seem to be a trendsetter by accident. I'm not sure why that is. And look, 44 watching. That's actually really good. I think that's pretty amazing. It really is. So we'll go ahead and get that out of the way. Okay. So let's see. Let me close this out. Video Ninja is what I use. I don't even know what that is. Now, I know some people were using some kind of stream bot or something like that, software that you can install on the computer, and I was playing around with that. What I'm trying to do is find a way that I can have a self-contained system. So basically, I don't have to rely on any subscriptions, because even if I had the money, which I don't, I wouldn't want to rely on another company to make it possible. Obviously, we all rely on YouTube, but YouTube, if it goes away, well, it goes away. I seriously doubt that Google is going to go away just like that, especially with all the subscribers they have now. I know people that have replaced their cable subscription with YouTube. So it's really popular. But it's amazing that nobody I know that I haven't told about it has discovered me yet. So I feel like I haven't reached my audience until people that don't know me discover me. And again, if you can't find me in a crowd, there's something wrong with you, especially here in Miami. If you look at videos of me walking around, I mount the camera right here at this level, and I'm still higher than most people. So it is kind of interesting. But anyway, let me go ahead and click this. All right. Yeah. Hit that like button. Please do. I agree. I guess someone there is a metal collector. Looks like a silver bar, a coin. That's a great way to go against the Federal Reserve's funny money, endless inflation. Get some metals. Okay. Yes. That's fine. I'm going to have to do that. Yeah, program everything OBS myself. As you can see, I don't really know OBS that well, so I'm just using the video capture feature. That's how I do this. Dual streaming requires subscription. That's what I figured. Okay. Well, hey, 5'1". Is that even possible? Okay. I mean, I've seen women that are that short. I haven't seen any guys that short. Shortest guy I know was like 5'6", and he always was concerned about his height. But I thought it was kind of interesting because he's one of the better looking people that I know. Nice, good physique, very good looking face, really, really good looking. And he never could find a girlfriend. I'm thinking to myself, well, that doesn't make sense. Most of the women here are ugly anyway. They don't want to date you because you're too short, because you're like 5'6". But I don't know. I think that people do tend to be a little bit strange. I don't hold against somebody because they're short, because to me, almost everybody's short. But then again, you can't control that. Some people are what you'd call dwarfs or midgets. Think about like the Heart Attack Grill, the little nurse, that rides around in the tiny little ambulance, which I think is kind of cute. Okay. What else do we have here? Sweet dreams. There you go. Yes. And we're glad that you were here and appreciate your courage to come on out and share your story. Watching YouTube, no Netflix or Disney Prime Channel and TV. Yeah, that's it. I stopped watching TV in 2010. I was known as a Danny DeVito penguin in high school. I can see your chat, but you're in the corner. Can you come in bigger so we can see you? Absolutely. We'll just click that over here, and there I am. Now you can watch your computer monitor crack because I'm too ugly for TV or monitor. Now, again, I'm not the prettiest guy in the world, that's for sure. I ain't no Dr. Chafee, and I'm not built like Dr. Baker, although I don't think anybody would call Dr. Baker pretty because he's not. But he is good looking. But on the other hand, I don't look like a vegan. I don't look like Dr. Greger, obviously, or Dr. Barnard. I should make like... I've been thrown out of their channel so many times every time I make comments on their channel. I don't even remember what the name of it is. I think it's called... What is that vegan channel now? It's been probably a year since I even tried to comment on it. nutritionfalsehoods.org or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, here I am. But I'm going to go back to the corner so that you can see the chat, because this channel is not about me. You know who it's about? It's about you. You are the reason why I'm here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I canceled all cable and satellite TV service here. Tired of paying more and getting less. And there's nothing on these channels I like to watch. The thing about me is I don't like to watch channels because there's no interaction. It's programming. It's one way. It's like, here it is. I'm never going to be able to meet these people. They're not going to call in. You think any of these TV or movie stars are going to call me? Absolutely not. They could care less about me. All they care about is this. So you know what? Bye-bye. It's like these sports figures. I don't care about sports. Why would I waste my time with a game that I don't play, that doesn't make me any money? It's not my team. If it was my team, I could go there. I could watch it whenever I want. I could go there and talk to any of those guys whenever I want to. That would be my team. I can't do it. They won't even let me near the field. And if I want to get in there in the spectator seats, I got to pay and pay and pay. They won't even let me bring in my barbecue grill. So you know what? Screw them. You can do your own thing. I'm not going to waste my time with you. You're not going to catch me watching football or baseball or even basketball. Because everybody has said to me, "Oh, Rick, did you play basketball?" I don't like basketball. Yes, I've played basketball, and I do occasionally with the younger guys now. They love seeing a tall guy play basketball, but I just don't find it that entertaining. My favorite sport to this day is, as you know, everybody knows what this is. This is my favorite sport. That's why I have 2 bowling lanes and pin setters. Because when I move, I want to have my own bowling lanes at home. And these are pins from the old Don Carter's bowling lane I used to go to, which has been a shopping center for like 20 years. But I do have 2 of the pin setters, and that is great. Now, let's see. Okay. All right, let me go back over here, get rid of this before I scare more subscribers away. Now I'm starting to think like a vegan. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Quack, quack, quack. Tarnation says, I find Dr. Kilt's very attractive. I hope you're a female. But then again, in today's world, you never know. Dr. Kilt's. He looks pretty short. Who's the most attractive carnivore doctor? Well, yeah, I mean, compared to a regular doctor, I guess you have a point. He's entertaining. I think he's funny. He's like a comedian. You know, I could see him over there trying to sell somebody a used car. He'd probably be very effective at it. I'm 5'9½", so I'm always being short with you, Rick. Yes, you are. But you may be short in height, but you're not short on personality. You know, I could see Thomas over there as somebody who is probably very introverted, but since he's gone carnivore, he's out there doing his live streams, making videos, and even going on other channels, which I think is really good. Okay, there we go. We have Hulu Live, and I built my own DVR system with an old Dell server in Plex. I remember that software, Plex. And some 8 terabyte hard drives. I'm never short of things to watch. That's right. But see, in my case, if I want to go watch something, that's why they invented the bicycle. I can hop on the bicycle and I can watch my neighborhood as I go to the store, or I could go to the canal and watch the ducks. Or better yet, I can go outside and do something, which I think is a good thing. Looking good, Rick. Mitch zooms in, LOL. Yep. I watch you on other channels and panels. Well, I'm glad that you do. And again, I'm sure a lot of us are also on the Old Guy Carnivore Mitch channel because we know that he's entertaining. And it's nice to watch him recovering from his stroke. When I have my heart attack, I don't think you're going to be able to watch recovery because once I have a heart attack, I am going to be out of commission. I'm going to be out to pasture permanently. Skype transition to tease my phone number on Skype transition too. I didn't know if it would work, but it still does. I used to have a Skype account. I need to check that out. Bowling fun, yes. Rick's favorite sport would be duck ball. Well, actually, they have something called duck pins, which are the short pins with the little rubber things on them. I've seen it, but I've never been able to play it. Do you have a Dickie Weber glove? Don Carter, but not Weber. You know what? I have bowling books. I was super fanatical bowler, and I was glad when I got this book. Let's see here. See, what I liked about bowling is that Don Carter had several bowling alleys, and I actually got to meet him several times, you know. So I always liked the bowling community. They did have a tournament back in like the 80s at Don Carter's bowling alley, and I was able to get in there. They didn't even charge any admission. And I got to meet the bowlers back then. And you had that guy, Chris Schenkel, that was on ABC that used to talk really low. But, yeah, and I remember I have an autograph book also from Don Carter, but I was really I'm a bowling fanatic, and that's one of the reasons why I have bowling lanes, pin setters. I love bowling. I have the whole setup. If I ever get a place I can put it in, it's going to be rather interesting, I think. But time will tell. Hopefully the termites haven't eaten my bowling lanes that I have in storage, but I can always build new ones if I have to. But there was another guy on the internet way back when that had a Brunswick A2 pin setter in his garage. I had one set up here one time for a party, and we had a bowling party at my house. I had the bowling lane set up and was full 60 feet. You know, it took a couple of days to set this thing up, and it never was perfectly straight, but it was a lot of fun. We had an awesome, great time. I really liked that. Okay, so well, there's no ice down here, so that's not going to work. Chafee. There you go. Dr. Kiltz looks great shirtless. Now, how did you see that? That's interesting. Do you ever get eye strain from looking at screens for too long? No, I do not, because most of the time I can't even reach the screen. It's far away. And when I'm in the living room doing stuff, I use the 60-inch TV as a screen. But no, I don't get eye strain from looking at screens for too long. And at age soon to be 57, I don't wear glasses. I don't need them. So, and both of my parents wore glasses by my age. So that was kind of interesting. Okay, go bowling at Bolero, old Don Carter's. Yeah, we wait for a good deal to go. Well, that's great. No, I was not, because I'm extremely allergic to cigarettes. And back then, that was one of the things that I had to give up bowling. That's why I started bowling at home. I love bowling because it's like a 50s thing. There's nothing more 1950s than a bowling alley. Sadly, they basically remodeled all of them, but I have a lot of the old stuff from the bowling alley. Somewhere around here. I am a bowling fanatic. So that's one of those things that I always enjoyed. And between AMF and Brunswick, that was bowling back then. I have AMF pin spotters, and I also have the Brunswick pin setter. Let's see. Where did I put that thing? Brunswick. Yeah. I actually had a couple of side jobs in the past. We had an expensive home over there by Coconut Grove that had bowling alleys in it, and the mechanic at the bowling alley used to service it. When he died, then I was doing the service. Those people moved out. I don't even know if they still have the bowling alley in there, because after they moved out, they didn't get service anymore. They may have taken it out. But yeah, I'm very familiar with how these units work. I have a stack of parts for my AMF pin spotters and my Brunswick pin setters. So I'm a bowling fanatic. Okay, so let's see what else we got going on here. Carter, Schenkel, they sound like bowlers. Yes, they did. They definitely did. All right. He streamed himself shirtless once. The guy is ripped. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, you know what? If you are in good shape, then your wife or girlfriend or whatever are probably very happy, because most of the older guys are big, fat turds. They look terrible. And, but again, if you look bad, there's no reason why you can't look better. And again, you're not going to look like a 20-something when you're in your 60s or 70s. But there's nothing wrong with being old if you're healthy. And I think most gals, they actually like the older guys if they're healthy. Obviously, Dr. Baker is going to be 60 soon. He looks pretty good. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting the little Dr. Kiltz when he's in Florida. Hopefully, if everyone comes through like they said they would, I'll be up there in Tampa for the Hack Your Health. If it was in Miami, it'd be Quack Your Health. But that's okay. Favorite board game? Do you play chess? No, I don't play chess because I see it as kind of pointless. Board game, I don't really do the board games. I like to do actual games like bowling. I like pool. I have a pool table. At least I used to have a pool table. Not that good at it anymore, but I was for a while. But definitely bowling. And even the outdoor sports, I will do the volleyball, the basketball, or even the touch football, when we get the friends together, the kids together and whatever. I am relatively durable, and I've never been hurt playing any of these sports, so it's fine. Tennis, whatever. And golf. The only problem with golf is I get mad because the golf carts aren't fast enough. You wouldn't want to see if I had a golf course, because if I developed a golf course, it would actually be a cow pasture, and then you would have like ATVs instead of golf carts. And it would be like try to get the lowest score in the shortest time. So instead of being quiet and being boring, it would be like some kind of extreme golf. So you'd be out there with your ATV. The golf course, it would just be a cow pasture. So you'd have weeds and bushes and everything all over the place. And the holes, they would basically be concrete with artificial turf. So that way it doesn't get destroyed by the cows. And then you'd have to go around this course, try to get all the holes in the shortest possible time. And you'd be able to knock the other golf carts off the road. So when someone's trying to get to the hole, you could run them off the road, drive them into the swamp. It would be Rick's Golf. I don't think too many people would want to play it, but it would be kind of funny. It'd be perfect for people in Miami because they could take out all their road rage. Next thing you know, they'd be flipped over in the golf cart, the ATV. We'll get some 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers and 6-wheelers, and then you have to go around the course. You start at hole number 1, you go all the way around to the 18th hole, and I think that'd be kind of interesting, but maybe one day. But the good thing is you wouldn't have to have a dedicated golf course. It would be basically a cow pasture with different holes put in the cow pasture. So you'll have to step in cow poop. I mean, who knows? You may even have a golf ball hit a cow, and the crowd gets mad at you, or the bull chases you off the golf course. So that'd be kind of interesting. Okay, so let's see what we have here. And Meathead says, I used to be a pin setter in a local bowling alley. I love bowling and love watching bowling. I don't like any of sports. Well, that's another thing we have in common. So one of these days, if I ever get to move, you can come to my house and you can have a bowling tournament with me on my bowling lanes. It doesn't look like you need to squint either. No, I don't. I wore glasses for about 4 years on and off, but haven't for about 10 years. Well, that's good. That's good. I have a few time. Nice. Okay, this is fun. Studying for Rick Trivia someday. Entropy, there you go. And you know me, I've always been talking about entropy since the beginning. That's how I judge the whole world. I really do need to make a video on entropy, but that's why I want to get that chalkboard so that I can do, a teaching style video. It'd be nice if bowling became popular again. They could serve bunless burgers with bacon and cheese. And carnivore bowling would be great because it would be easy. You could have like a barbecue place. The problem is that the real estate bubble caused by the Federal Reserve is the biggest obstacle. That's what wiped out all the bowling alleys here when the real estate development hit Miami. We used to have 21 bowling alleys here. Now we have just one. And they were all over the place. They were all very 1950s. And there's a few things that I want to bring back. One of them is definitely the 1950s. I want to bring neon back. That's something I want to bring back. I want to bring back those Celotex ceiling tiles. I want to see them in every building if possible. I'm sick and tired of looking at exposed wood and exposed metal and going into a building that sounds like an echo chamber. I want that 50s to come back, 50s light fixtures. I think that with the right people around me, I could promote this. That's what I'm saying. I need to find some county that's distressed, has a lot of good agricultural land, some place that has, maybe a mix of people, and then just start hitting that cattle, getting into the grass-fed, grass-finished cattle. And if it was here in Florida, which I don't think it will be, but if it was, tropical fruit finished cattle, because everybody loves the grain-finished cattle. But until you've had tropical fruit finished cattle, you haven't tasted the world's best beef. Forget Wagyu beef. That stuff is nothing but jelly. When you've had tropical fruit finished, and again, sugarcane finished, if you want to fatten up your cattle, now they're not going to last long on this stuff, but for a few months you can fatten them up with tropical fruit and you can fatten them up with sugarcane. It's better than corn. The meat tastes better. It's just a great flavor. They used to do that here with the old dairy cows because dairy cows are basically skin and bones. And when they get too old to produce milk, they put them out to pasture. Well, around here, you know what they would do with them? They'd feed them all the fruit scraps, the vegetable scraps, whatever, fatten them up, and they would sell it as cheap meat. And back then, that meat was so cheap, you could get it for less than $1 a pound back in the 1980s, and it actually tasted pretty good. So there wasn't a lot of meat on the dairy cattle. And sometimes, I know some of the dairy farmers, they used to keep them as pets. There was one farm, I don't remember if it was Dresser's Dairy, it was one of these dairies. It was up there in the Northwest. And they had a place where you could go there and buy milk and cheese and other products. They had pet cows. They would have some of the nicer dairy cows that were retired. They had like a little pasture. And you could go out there, it was like a petting zoo. And you could actually get the cows to eat out of your hand, which I thought was really cool as a kid. You get some grass or bushes or whatever, and you hold it up to them, and they gently eat out of your hand. They don't bite you. They're really, really nice. I really liked the cattle. It was awesome. My life used to feel like it was in the gutter. Yeah, I guess you could say I'm a bad bowler. That's true. Ken Berry looks good, too. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Bowling is pretty popular here in Florida, especially when it's hot out. They do not allow smoking anymore. That is correct. Since 2003, they got rid of the smoking. The problem is they got rid of the bowling alley to build a shopping center. If you get sent a Rumble video, can you watch it without being on Rumble? Yeah, you can. You can definitely watch it. Can't post comments, but you can do that. Do you ever read nonfiction like H.P. Lovecraft? Not really. I don't really read anything, believe it or not. Yes, Brooke? Well, that's now. Give it time. Things may change. Yep. I agree. My sugars are now 75. Oh. I like the golf course. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I had a golf course, it would be a cow pasture with some just green stuffed in there. And again, we wouldn't waste our money on those fancy golf carts to just get a bunch of ATVs, put a rack on there to hold the golf bag, and just go for it. I have one that was rotten that came out of an abandoned house. It's basically junk, but I did save it. It's in my old van sitting at my friend's lot. I don't know if it's still there. Keto carnivore, 50 style, jukebox playing diner would be fun. That's what I was thinking of. And definitely, I would build it exactly like the 1950s. Right down to the plaster walls, ceiling tiles, light fixtures. It would be exactly 1950s. And of course, it's carnivore and keto, sure. We can have some fruits and vegetables. It's not the end of the world. That's right. It doesn't hurt mine. In fact, what I need to do an outdoor bowling video. I got some old bowling balls out there. I used to go duck bowling, which when the ducks would go in the street, they'd like to sit there to get away from the raccoons. I had an old ratty bowling ball. I used to bowl the ducks down. That they would see the ball coming and get out of the road. They were too stupid to get out of the way of the cars, but they definitely got out of the way of the bowling ball. And also using a basketball for duck bowling, that works really well. And look, Feral Grandma's here. Hello. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. We're approaching 11 o'clock. How many people do we have in here? This is interesting. It looks like we have... How many do we have? We have 41. We have 41 people here. This is actually really good. Now, I know that popular channels can have hundreds, but we've been averaging over 30. We've had as many as 60 at times, so that's really, really good. So anyway. Okay, now we have a technical question here, that's a good thing. I need to pull 3 000 wires through 2-inch conduit to replace the aluminum wire. Do you have any tips for doing this? Well, let me tell you. Number 1, don't try to pull all 3 wires at the same time. It won't work. Depending on how stuck your wires are in the conduit, if you can pull 1 wire at a time, that's the way to go. So another trick is to pour soap down the conduit if you want. So that's fine. But basically, I try to go one at a time. Now, if you can't get out one at a time, that means they're all corroded and stiff. What you need to do, try to pull out the original wires because you're going to have to get them out of there anyway. So use a rope, tie a rope to the end of the wires, put some tape on it so it doesn't pull out. Do whatever it takes to get the old wires out one at a time or all at once, and then leave that rope in there. But when you put the new wires in there, go ahead and pull them one at a time. Now, what I recommend, get yourself a wet dry vac and try to suck out any dirt or any material that might be in the conduit. Now, hopefully it's a PVC conduit and it's not the old steel conduit. If it's PVC, if it's going underground, it's going to have water in it unless your electrician was really good. So you want to get that out of there. But again, you can put soap on the wires. Typically, you could use like dish soap or even laundry detergent and put it in there, and it won't damage the wires in any way. So that's what I would do. I did one of those jobs last year, and it was a total nightmare. The wires would not come out. What we had to do, we had to use one person on one end kind of pulling and pushing and the other person pulling, and then one of the wires broke because it was corroded. But we eventually got it out. And what I ended up doing, I ended up washing the conduit out with water. We got soap and water, filled the conduit with it. Then we used the wet dry vac to blow air into it, and water came out of the conduit little by little. Then we reversed it, and we started sucking out whatever material was in there. And then we used a plastic bag and a rope to suck it through the conduit. And then I think we used twine at first. Then we tied it to a rope. Then we used the rope to pull each of the 000 wires through one at a time. And we did have to use soap, but it did work. And that was it. It wasn't too bad. Okay. Feral Grandma, hello? 1950 Carnivore Dyna for Micah. There you go. We can do that. What's for lunch? Heart attack chicken is what I'm going to have for lunch because I still have some, and I went to Fresco y Mas, bought a couple of package. Duck soup is for lunch. Well, if we could get our hands on a duck, but I haven't had duck soup in a really, really long time. So anyway, Yeah, what I was talking about before I got into the phone calls and the chats and whatever was the Fruity Boy Paul. He was over there at the Southwest Ranches Farmers Market. He had some kind of meetup, but again, they never told me about it. It's like anybody else that comes to South Florida. None of these people that ever come to South Florida ever mention anything about having any kind of get-together. I would have taken my friend's car over there because Southwest Ranches, that's the area. There's a church over there that I get used seed oil from when they have their carnival. I go there once a year. I would go there just to meet Fruity Paul because even though Paul is kind of a wacky guy, I still want to meet him because he is the first carnivore doctor that I ever saw online. But again, I think he's more about marketing. I don't think he really wants to meet any of us little people. He doesn't really interact with us, which is understandable. But you know what? That's fine. Okay. It's what's for dinner. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. You remember that? The Beef Council, they used to make those commercials in the 1990s. I used to like them. I put on an old Bar-K video without looking how long it was first. It was a beast. Yeah, some of those videos can be quite a while, and he does like to insult people, and that's just kind of his style, I guess. It's only about 10. Oh, that's nothing. With 2 sweeping 90s, that should be easy. You might be able to pull all 3 wires at the same time. But aluminum wire is lighter and more flexible than the copper, so you definitely have to soap it if you put 3 of them together. But it's only 10 feet. That's nothing. I had to pull a wire. It was probably 100 feet that we were pulling. And we had another one that had to be 300 feet. It went between the house and the shed. But we used a bobcat to pull that one out. I had wrapped it up with rope and tape, and then we were pushing on one end and pulling it with a bobcat. So what I did, I put the bobcat in like really, the bobcat would creep in reverse. So I just started up, got out of the bobcat, and then got on the other end of it and started feeding the wire through. And I was laughing because my friend said, well, what happens if the bobcat gets out of control? I said, well, it's going to be heading for the house or the canal one way or the other. But once it started moving, I was able to get in there and pull it out. But you should have no trouble with that. That's actually pretty easy. And think about it. How many carnivore channels can you go to and ask for electrical, plumbing, or even, auto advice? I mean, there are a few channels out there that do that, but not a lot. Okay, so let's see. I see more questions here. Yeah, Paul salad, I don't know. That's right. And that's the one thing he won't eat is salad. I also have to replace the ground wire. It could be. I don't know if your ground wire is insulated green or if it's just a bare wire. But yeah, number 4 is pretty common. And it's usually, if it's insulated, it'll be stranded, but they do have the solid ones in some of these installations. Usually the ground wire is going to run to a ground rod or a pipe anyway. It was kind of good. He educated a medical student. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if too many other people do electrical work, but I do some electrical work. I've had to dig trenches manually. I've had to clean out conduits. One of the things that I was doing last year for extra money was Tesla outdoor charging pedestals, because a lot of people didn't want to charge their car indoors and risk burning their house down. Well, now that Elon Musk is considered a bad guy, my Tesla customers are afraid to drive their cars. So I don't know. Now they have to hide their car. I said, well, at least you can charge it outside. If you have to park it in the garage, it's less likely to burn up when it's not being charged. But they're afraid to charge outdoors because people are out there vandalizing Teslas. I mean, what kind of idiot would vandalize an electric car when a few months before they were saying that everyone should have an electric car to save the environment? That's ridiculous. We live in a world that is divided in such a way that people end up fighting with each other instead of looking for the common enemy and trying to do the right thing. If we can educate people, maybe they won't be so sick, maybe they won't be so upset, maybe they won't be so lonely, because A lot of people I know, especially younger people, they complain about being lonely. And they say, well, Rick, you live by yourself. Don't you get lonely? I said, no, I don't get lonely. And besides, as of the last few months, I have a black menace that makes sure that I never get lonely. But think about this. Not only do I have my local friends, and I have several of them, although most of them have moved away. I have a couple of friends I communicate with regularly. I also have my online friends, you. So every Saturday morning and other days, I get a chance to, to talk to you, and you can always talk to me. I got to figure out this other thing, how you can communicate over OBS. I'm going to try that too. Again, it's nice when people can interact, even if it's not in person, because one day, if it ever happens before I have my heart attack, you might actually see me in person. And I have a feeling you're either going to run away from me or you're going to run to me. One of the two, because that's the way it is. So let's see what else we have here comment-wise. I see we have some pretty interesting comments. And Thomas has an interesting comment here. Rick, just to let you know, I think I saw Milton selling catnip on the street. Uh-oh. Yeah. Milton has been using his supply. Got to watch that catnip, Those plants are addictive, so you got to be careful with that. Catnip. What a funny cat. But yeah, when I saw Saladino over there at the market, I thought, okay. I know it wasn't in Miami because he went to a farmer's market. I saw a canal and I saw some palm trees. So I said, it looks like the Flamingo Road Market. Let me see if I can pop this up here. All right, let's move this over here. And let's see. I like how he puts a picture of a bunch of fruits and vegetables. Okay.
In the fat, it's like 4 to 5%. A pig-fed corn and soy is like 20% raw spinach and raw sushi.
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
When you live with diabetes, progress is having your coffee like you like.
Awesome meat. I'm going to take you guys through it all. And we're going to do a meet and greet out there. So let's see how many people show up to hang out and say hi and share animal-based stories. Could be 0.
Yeah, it could be 0 because you're too stupid to let us locals know that you're there.
Could be a couple hundred. So let's go. I'm going to take you guys out there. This farmer's market is amazing. You're not going to believe this. Let's go. Raw milk adventure. Let's go. All right, guys. We're here. What's up? We're here.
Okay. Now, if you look in the background, you can see over here, see these palm trees? That's over there by the canal. That's off of Flamingo Road. So I kind of knew where it was, but I wasn't sure.
We're going to go in and take a look at the best farmer's market. Come on.
And see the shipping container, that was the other giveaway.
Yes. Boom.
Now, you can't really see it. See how he's cleverly hid the sign? But I know where it was because I got a friend that lives near there. So let me see. Where is this? Okay. Here we go. Now see, it's over there by the canal. See, you can tell by the symbol. See that? So while he tried to hide it, And I don't know why he tried to hide it, because you'd think he'd want to advertise the place. Okay. Raw milk, whatever. Now, obviously, if you go in one of these places, they are way too expensive. And look, they got duck food as well. So, quail egg toast. I walked in there a couple of years ago. I looked at the prices, and I walked over to the canal, and I thought, why would I buy free-range eggs when the canal right next door has free-range eggs? Beef, buffalo, whatever. These are the eggs. Okay, here we go. Okay, $14.99, and we've run out of stock. Why would you go to buy for $15 for, that's more than $1 an egg, when you can go to the canal, which is right next door, and get it for free? Hold on. Now, of course, if you're a rich man like Saladino that makes money off of who knows what, okay. Yeah, see? And again, there are other videos on this as well. Maybe he's invested in it. I'm not sure why that is, but that's what it is. Where's the map? Well, this should be the map. Okay. Okay. Now, you can see they've done a lot of developments here. This neighborhood, but Southwest, see, the church is right here, and then here's the farmer's market. It's right over there. And what do you see next to the farmer's market? See this thing right here? That's a canal. And you see these bushes over here? Right there, where they have the trees. There's bushes right here. This is where you find the duck eggs. I've hunted duck eggs out there when I was over there in the neighborhood. So you could choose to go to the farmer's market and get ripped off, or you can just step over here to the canal, and if you look at it, you can see the palm trees. This is the market right there. See? And there it is. So, again, you can't put anything past old Rick, because Rick knows South Florida better than anyone. And when I saw it, I knew exactly where it was. So I don't know what kind of silliness Paul's trying to do, but that's okay. I know where it is, and maybe I'll do my own video from there one day. Maybe I'll run into Fruity Paul. I don't know. Oh. We got a phone call. Here we go.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
This is Meathead.
Yes, I know. This is your second call to the Rick line.
Yeah, not sure that your other viewers know. Me, I'm just calling with my weekly Saturday check-in, getting ready. I'm going to cook some steaks while I'm talking to you guys.
Excellent. Well, you see, and you're one of our #1 subscribers because you've been here helping the channel, and we're glad to have you call whenever you want. You got a lot of experience, and it's like a no BS approach that comes out of you.
Well, I just don't want to, I'm trying to inspire other people to call in. Don't be afraid. I mean, you've got time to chat, and I'm sure everybody's got a phone. It doesn't hurt. It's all it is voice. You don't even have to disclose who you are. Mm-hmm. I'm like probably one of the biggest jerk carnivores on YouTube because it's just like Rick said. I'm no nonsense, no BS.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my nature. I mean, I'm sort of like Bart K in that sense, where
that's a good point. I agree.
We had tornadoes here yesterday and tore through St. Louis. while I was at work.
I saw that. I saw that. It was on the news.
It was crazy. But where I work, we just had probably about 20 minutes of rain. We were north of it. So, yep. So how's everything going with you, Rick?
Not bad. Just been working, doing the usual, trying to make videos when I can. And Saturday being my day off, that's the day that I talk to everyone here, so that's good. But, yeah, I got stuff to do. I need to do some work outside. It's been pretty hot. But after I get done with the live stream, I'll go out there. I got a bunch of scrap metal to cut up. And I had a friend that wanted me to do some work, but he hasn't called me, so I don't know what happened. But I told everybody, and I turn off my phone system when I do this. You won't hear my phone ring anymore because it's shut down until I'm done with the live stream. But, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
So I got lucky. I got lucky calling in then.
No, this is separate because what I have, my phone system is a combination. I actually have a computer. When you call in normally, it goes to a message. It says you have to push the first letter of the first name. That gets rid of all of the sales calls. But then what I do, I shut down the system. I have 1A2 phones, which are wired directly to the lines. And then I got it plugged right into this wire that I have connected, so it just rings in. So in other words, if somebody calls in one of my lines, instead of ringing through the phone system, it just lights up on the 1A2 box. So it's it's designed that way. I did this years ago. Like I said, when I used to do call-ins like 10, 15 years ago, I used the same system.
You're using POTS?
No. I got rid of the POTS lines about 2010, 2011. I'm using voice over IP.
That's what I thought.
But I have ATA boxes because my main phone system is 1A2. It's hardwired. See, like I can see now someone's calling in on line 2, but I'm not picking up because I told them, I'm doing my live stream. But yeah, it's pretty basic and it works.
There you go. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everybody. Again, it's not that hard. I know I don't have the greatest voice either. I sound, I don't know, like a little gremlin, probably. But, who cares? Who cares what you sound like? Who cares what you look like?
Well, we know what you look like. You were on that video with your friend a couple days ago.
No, Carnivore Talk, yep.
Yeah, see? So.
Yep, that's part of the community that I'm with. I've been with for a year.
That's it. And that's what I tell people. You need to find the ones that you can relate to because not everybody's going to jump into these carnivore used car salesmen out there making promises they can't keep and charging you money for it. You got other people out there that are just the real world doing their best, and that's what you find, and it works.
Yep. One thing that, I don't know, I guess I don't want to say I'm dogmatic, but I can be a little bit overbearing when I'm trying to share with people on a sad diet. So I'm trying to figure an easier way. I try to handle it with kid gloves when I'm at work because trust me, when you see these people, my heart goes out to them.
Mm-hmm.
It really does because I see them struggling to walk. You go to break. They sit down there huffing and puffing like I used to, so I can relate.
Yeah. And you know that like in my videos you'll see I'm walking and biking and all that and I have no problems with it.
Right. Oh, gotta milk that. I forgot to do that. Dang it. But yeah, same thing with me. Last night, when I got out of work, I sprinted to my car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see?
I was the first one out of the parking lot of like 500 people.
Right. A lot of times people settle into this, well, I'm old, I can't do it anymore. I'm like, no, you choose to be old and not do it anymore. You can be old and active. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know where this mentality comes from. They start slowing down. Like, when you slow down, that's when you start to die.
Yep. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to be that way. I used to be, slow and I didn't want to move fast. I thought I like everybody else, the medications. Well, you're getting old, you're going to need medications and this and that. I fell into that trap.
Right. That's it. But see, that was the one thing when I saw my parents get old, I see other people get old, I told myself, I'm never going to let myself get old. I'm going to get a heart attack. I'm going to get it over with while I'm still young. The only way to avoid getting old is to die young. That was my theory. So I figured I'm going to double down on the meat and the fat, and I'm not going to eat any healthy foods, no fruits or vegetables, until I drop dead. And that was my whole thing. And evidently, it's not really working the way I expected, but hey, I'm not complaining.
Yeah. I agree with you. Totally. Well, I just, again, wanted to give you a quick call and support the channel. Again, everybody, all it takes is a couple of minutes and share a little bit of your life, and you can do it anonymously.
Yes, that's a very important point. That's why I've done this. And even if I ever do come up with video chat to add to it, I'll leave the phone line there so you can make the choice. Out of all the carnivore channels, I think I am the only one. In fact, I don't know anybody else on YouTube that does call-ins like this. So this is a unique.
Nice.
It's part of the channel.
There you go.
And I'm glad that you called in to remind everyone, don't be a chicken. Yes, you can be discreet. You don't have to reveal your name. I won't reveal your name. I'm very good about privacy. I don't reveal anything unless somebody tells me I can. That's the way it is.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Rick. Well,
okay.
I'm going to get back to my cooking, and you get back. I'll keep watching your live stream. You take care, brother.
All right. Bye.
Now, see, take his advice. Don't be afraid. You can call in whenever you want to. That's the beauty of it. When that phone rings, I pick it up. And again, my regular phone always used to ring when I was doing the live stream. I turned off that computer. I do that the night before to make sure that no one can disturb me. Now, I do have a voice over IP client on my little smartphone, the old one that I use. So I have that as well. But in this case, we're using old technology. Now, I could use the rotary phone, but the sound is not as good. That's the reason why I'm using this newer telephone, because it has a condenser mic in the handset versus the rotary phone, which has the resistive mic. Now, eventually what I will do, I'm going to make a condenser mic for the rotary phone and modify it, and then that way we can get a better telephone conversation. All right, so let's go back over here. Now, again, that was the Paul Saladino thing. So let me go and hit the chat. All right. We have lots of chats. Look at all that. Wow, wow, wow. That's right. We can have friends all over the world 24/7. Isn't that a wonderful thing? We didn't have that back in the 80s when I started the diet. Carnivore catnip. Got a jet, but it's fun, interesting. Thanks, Rick and Quackers. Have a great day. Thank you, Jamette48, and I look forward to seeing you the next time. Lock up your duck eggs. Ducks, here comes Rick. There you go. You could have charged $12 a dozen and made some money. You'll be back. Yes, you will. Well, yeah, it kind of is. But hey, you either like it or you don't. And hopefully you like it. Because if you don't, well, that's fine. I am banned from calling in. People are tired of hearing from me. I can always cut you off if you go too long, but I don't because you're my friend on this channel. So my sister's in Collinsville. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. I am too. I saw that on the news. I'm thinking, oh, is Meathead getting a tornado there? Don't feel bad. There's almost no one nowadays that I want to talk to on the phone. There you go. Yeah, that's it. It's not for human consumption. It's for pets. But don't tell that to Paul because I think he's somebody's pet anyway. People are worried when I call Rick, we'll be talking for 5 hours or more. That is true. You can voice Max with lessons in practice. Yes, you can. He might. Okay. Much better, Rick. There you go. What does that sound like? Threatening. Listening to a toilet flush. I heard a toilet flush too. That is a perfect carnivore sound, Amy. Yes, I like the deep voice. Okay. It is better than my voice. Whenever I hear my own voice recorded, I say I sound like that. All right. And speaking of sounds, let's see what else we got here. All right. All kinds of interesting things. It's another one of those YouTube sounds. I have to admit, some of these are pretty good. So we'll be incorporating some of this into some of my videos and some of the chats as well. So let's see. I don't like my voice either. And I kind of I get inspired by our buddy Mitch over there, because he always, when he would smoke his cigar, he would put that YouTube music. And then he would also, at the end, like when you're getting ready to end the stream, instead of ending abruptly, he would put some music at the end. And that's what I'm going to start doing, which I think is really nice, because then that way you can kind of know when you can wrap up and talk to each other and so on. So I'm learning from some of the other YouTubers. And again, some of them do the flashy videos. Oh, we got another call. I like that.
Hello.
Hey, Rick, it's Tom.
Hey, Tom. I knew you'd have to call in. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I know. It gets kind of boring, so I think I call in and
Well, that's
say
it.
hello.
That's the beauty of this channel. You don't just have to listen and be bored. You can always call in and be bored on the phone. So that works out really well.
Yes. So I figure I'd let you guys hear my beautiful voice. So yeah.
Well, there you go. And you could be like Russ. You could start singing and do all that. And, next thing you know, you'll be like a carnivore star.
Yeah, and I had to thank Carnivore for that, because I never could sing before. So the fact that I would be able to now would be a Carnivore miracle.
Aren't you getting ready to go to a meetup soon?
Yeah, in Boston.
That's
with
right.
Lewis.
Okay. And how far away is that?
Distance-wise or time-wise?
Time-wise.
Time-wise, June 28th, I think.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
So about a month away,
it's
a little more than a month. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem is I don't know if you're aware, but I had to quit my job because of travel situations.
Okay.
So
the car, right?
So I'm not making any money to save for the trip. So I kind of have to now kind of figure out with the money I have how to crunch my funds a little bit. So
it'd be interesting if you could. Is there some people make money from YouTube? I don't know how they do it, but it'd be interesting if you were able to find another way to make money.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, like I think you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers in order to get monetized. And
All right.
even if you did, I don't think the monetization is going to make me like like a lot of money from that.
No. I haven't made $1 yet, and it's been since 2007. And I am technically monetized, but I refuse to enable, subscriptions. I don't even like the idea of enabling super chats. I figured whatever ad I get will probably be, $10 a year or something.
I mean, I have my buy me a coffee.
There you go.
And Tanya was actually really nice. Kitchen Witch was actually really sweet, to give me a few cups of coffee for me to get a new desk chair.
That's nice.
Which I was going to get a new desk chair anyway, because right now I'm using old kitchen, like really those old, really uncomfortable like kitchen chairs.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even a comfortable kitchen chair. It's like just like this metal with like a wooden bottom and stuff like that. There's like no cushion to it. But my wicker chair that I always sit on to do all these calls actually broke on me.
Oh.
Something happened where I guess it lost a few screws and just came apart out of nowhere. So. But
I don't even own chairs, believe it or not. I have some chairs. I never use them. Usually I'm either sitting on the couch or sitting on something else. A lot of times I sit on the floor. And when I do the live stream, the reason I don't sit on the floor is because it's too dark down there. I like to be in front of the window. So I'm just sitting on my bed up against the wall, which is basically plaster, there's no chair, but it doesn't bother me. And I've been here for sometimes 8 hours and I'm fine.
Yeah, I think what it is I think I like to be like the computer's on the desk and I like to be like literally right by the computer.
Right.
So I can kind of like push the buttons if I need to.
Right.
If I sat on the bed, it'd be a little difficult for me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but eventually maybe, like, I don't know if anybody realizes it or not, but I think I did a video, so you might have heard me saying this, that I'm thinking about like refixing my room and like painting it and all that stuff. But I also want to actually build my own desk. I figure.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
It'll still cost me, but I think it'll be a lot cheaper than actually looking for a desk. Oh yeah, that's right. We did. I mentioned it last time we talked. I think last week.
Mm-hmm.
And but even if I like just go to a junkyard or something like that, and just maybe my brother-in-law, he has a pickup, so maybe he can help me, find it, bring it home.
There you go. Hit the dump or something.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really do much with my family, but they might be willing to do that. He's retired now, so he has a little bit more time.
That's good. I know what it's like to be without a vehicle. I mean, technically I have a van, but it ain't the greatest. And I still use a bicycle for most of the short trips, but I know you can't bring anything home on a bike. And in your case, you wouldn't be able to ride the bike because you couldn't keep your shoes on.
Yeah. The shoe keeps on falling off. These like pop off,
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's
and
really...
actually, even if I was to build my desk, I mean, getting deliveries from Home Depot is a little problematic. So I would have to see if my brother was moving with that too. But either way, I'd need his help because now that I can't drive the car, it's a little hard to get get wood, because I wouldn't need it that much wood. I would just need enough for the desk,
Right. That's it.
But Home Depot doesn't deliver unless it's huge orders. So.
Right. That's true. That's true. Which, yeah. See, I know I've been down that road. You don't have a car, and I mean, for months I had no vehicle at all, and at least now I have the van and the truck. I mean, it runs, but it's not drivable until I fix that. But at the very least, I did use the bicycle to get around, and I have to admit, I actually went to the electrical supply. I bought electrical conduit on a bicycle, which the guy over there looked at me like, what the heck is he going to do that? And I had the conduits on the side of the bike. I was riding. I mean, it was crazy, but I managed. But that's because I'm relatively healthy and I don't have any missing parts, so I could manage. But when you have challenges like that, you need help. There's just no other way you can get it done.
I mean, if I can get the quick check that's right at my complex to let me work there, which I don't know what the manager's problem is with hiring me. I mean, I don't know if it's a personality clash or what, but that would be so much simpler. because I wouldn't have to worry about the travel. I'd make the extra money to save up for a car for later on.
That's right. The problem is that our system doesn't really help people. It always works against you, and that's the reason why there's so many issues, because it'd be very simple. Someone's had a health issue. I mean, they should be entitled to some kind of assistance. And I mean, you get disability or not?
That's how I'm able to pay my rent. I get Social Security disability, and I am limited on how many hours I can work. I can only work about no more than 20 hours a week.
If you're getting disability, then they don't let you work enough to get ahead. This is the problem with the system we have. They punish you when you try to get ahead, and that's what really makes me mad about the system.
Right. I mean, according to the thing, I am allowed to work as many hours as I want, and it's for about 3 to 6 months or something like that, and I won't get penalized. But then once that hits, then I will be, I will lose my insurance, my benefits.
Right.
After 6 months if I keep on going. The problem with that is I don't want to do that until I know for sure I can handle 40-hour shifts.
Right.
Or more. Right. Because if I can't and then I lose my benefits with 25 hours, that's not enough to pay my rent. That's not enough for me to pay my bills.
Right.
So I have to make sure that when they cut me out, that I'm making the money I need. So,
right.
So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to strengthen myself. It's still a work in progress.
And the problem is,
the other day I got really bad. Yesterday, my last day at work was horrible.
One of the problems is when somebody's on disability, they're not able to do a lot of things physically. So you wouldn't be able to buy some crappy car that needs to be worked on all the time, because you'll be like me, taking this thing apart. It's just not feasible. You have to find something that's semi-reliable.
Yeah, it's but I mean, you work with what you have, basically,
Right.
And Meathead says I can make $12.70 a month, but I'm not sure in where he's talking.
Okay.
From what?
I guess when you're on disability, I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, Meathead, I'll be honest with you. I do make more than that, which is why I don't want to lose it until I can absolutely.
Right. Well, the problem nowadays, the rent is so high, it takes up most of your income. I mean,
it does. Which is why I have a roommate that pays rent for the room that I rent out the second room that used to be my mom's, and
Right.
And I think it's pretty good, amount that I charge. I don't think I charge too much.
That's good. Okay, where's this?
And I base the rent that I charge from my sister. She's the one who came up with the amount because, and I trust her because I don't know if you know this or not, but she owns her own real estate company. So
I
think if anybody's going to know about what the going rate is,
right?
It would be her.
Right.
She would know location and everything. Okay, in that area for those people, blah 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 blah, and then take off a little bit to be nice,
It's interesting. Got a comment here. Craig Smith wanted to see Milton. Milton was here earlier, if you weren't here, and I had to put him out because he was attacking.
Window washing.
Yeah, he was attacking my mixer, so I put him out. He's asleep in the living room on the table. I may let him in towards the end when he wants to cut me off. And then Rockin' Keto Amy says, you're monetized and don't make anything. I haven't made anything yet, so I don't know. That's weird.
I never see a commercial coming from your channel.
Really?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen it from Erin. I've seen commercials like stop in the middle of what she's doing, and then not for the videos, but I have seen it for the live. And she said she made $14 the last one or something like that. That's the most that she's made so far. So according from what I'm seeing on hers, you don't really make that much money.
No, you don't.
It's more just building up. I guess the more commercials you do, the more the more lives you put out, I guess, the more you're going to make, you know.
Right.
But
I see we have some good advice over here from our meathead. You got to watch out for Big Brother. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Meathead. I mean, I know the program's there for me, but that's kind of why I'm being very, very cautious on how many hours I work, because I really don't want to go into the Ticket to Work program until, you know, for each month it's gone up for at least for New Jersey. It's now $1,600 a month, or like $1,650 or something like that. It's no longer $1,270.
It's good.
Yeah. But which allows me to make like I'm allowed 20 hours a week. 20 hours a week. But I tell my boss 16 hours, just two 8-hour days, because in that way, if for some reason somebody's like a half an hour late or something like that, so they come in to relieve me, I'm not going over.
Right.
You know, you have to kind of like play the game and like be smart, you know.
Right.
I'm not talking about the Social Security. I'm saying like you gotta be smart against those other employees that don't have any, that don't care at all about whether they're late or not. You know, about the other person that they're. You know, like right. I'm always early coming into work because I want to make sure that I'm there so I can relieve the person that I'm relieving.
Right.
I just have this courtesy for the next person, you know.
Right.
So I figure, hey, they want to go home, you know.
That's right. That's good. Get out of here. Yeah, I thought it was funny. I watched that Paul Saladino video. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Are you locating right now the where he was at?
Yeah.
Is that what
I know that area. I recognize it. I just thought it was funny how he tried to hide the sign. I don't know why he did that. It's weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Social Security disability, yeah. And you know, it's pretty unusual for somebody to come off of disability because usually they just get worse and worse. Everybody I know that's been on it, they're still on it.
Yeah. Yeah, my goal is to get off. I mean, that's probably my main why for doing carnivore is to get my A1C down, which you know everybody else knows. If you don't, then you know watch my channel.
That's right.
But I would have to say a close third or fourth is to get myself where I don't need the Social Security anymore and not have to rely on. You know, I can earn my money basically. Not that I don't think I earn money. I just, you know. It's always good to kind of get your hands dirty, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's it. You know, if you don't do anything, eventually your mind will go, your body will go, and you're basically done. So I tell everybody. People laugh at me because I do some physical work. I said, look, if I had more valuable work to do, I would do it. But I need to make a living somehow. And if I have to go out there and dig a ditch and run an electrical line, I'm going to do it because I just need the money. You know, I clean air conditioners all the time, constantly taking those things outside, washing them down. You know, it's just part of my life. You know, yeah, if I was sitting there at a desk doing technical work or if I was teaching classes like I used to, I would do it. But that's not coming my way, so I just have to do what I can. And I think in many ways it works to my advantage because I'm able to do things that younger people generally do. You don't see too many older people that work like I do without complaining about aches and pains.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, my last day working where I worked, because I actually did like take an Uber for the last day because I wasn't going to like kind of do that to the boss, you know. And it was like, it just was so like, ended up that the deli person, because we have like two people, we have a deli person and in my job, and the deli person decided not to show up. And the thing is I can make a sandwich and stuff like that, but I can't run the store. I can't run the full store by myself, you know.
Right.
And even if I could make a sandwich, which I can, the problem is I don't know how to do the computer part of it. There's like print up tickets and stuff like that. And if I can't do that, then I can't charge the person for those sandwiches. So that's kind of stealing from the company, and that's just not kosher,
Right.
And but a lot of people are like, I'm trying to work, and I had one person helping me. She was a brand new girl, and she seemed nice for the most part, but all she did was sat there. She she took about 900 breaks. Meanwhile, with my bad leg and everything like that, I'm mopping the floors, I'm cleaning up the store, I'm scrubbing, I'm doing, trying to keep the store clean.
Mm-hmm.
I figure that if we're not making sandwiches, then what excuse do we have not to do the work of the cleaning the store?
Right.
So I'm hoping the cameras actually see that she wasn't doing anything.
Yeah. Does anybody really review that? That's the thing.
Well, I did mention to the assistant manager that relieved me. I said, make sure you look at the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find out everything. So I kind of put that out there. But,
right.
Because, like I said, the girl was not. But she's going to claim she's like, I work 6 jobs. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if you're working 6 jobs, then why the hell would you get a midnight job? If you can't handle working, because if you're going to work a job, you need to be able to work it as fully as you can.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing to rest for 2 minutes or so, but if you can't do your job at all and you're just sitting there doing nothing, that's she could have grabbed a broom or a rag or something like that and just wipe the counters. Just do something.
Mm-hmm.
It was just.
Well,
it was just a really horrible experience that day, but I'm good now.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably was tired too. 10 to 6 is pretty late.
Yeah. Most people aren't going to bother to do something they don't have to do. I mean, you basically go to work to get a check, so who cares?
And she probably figured, since I'm not actually the boss, what am I going to do? Well,
right.
I'm not going to do anything, but, I think of enough people. Because, I mean, there were probably customers that saw her just sitting there, and saw me running around like a mad chicken without its head on,
Yeah. That's right. Okay. Let's see. We got some more comments here. Meathead says, take it until you're physically able to work. That's what it's there for. You need to give yourself a chance. The other problem is sometimes people start getting better, they start working, and then they get worse. You got to give your body plenty of time to heal so you don't have any more problems.
Well, that sort of happened with me. I mean, during those few weeks, I don't know if you remember or not, my leg swelled up, and my and I think it was from me standing up too. Now it's not really happening so much when I do the work. I still get tired, but my leg's not swelling or turning red anymore.
Well, the problem is,
it's still red, but just not the red blotches.
Having blood sugar issues and being obese, I'm sure your lymphatic system is destroyed, and it takes time for that stuff to rebuild. And then the circulation is probably not ideal. I mean, if your blood sugar was that high, you were losing toes and stuff, your capillaries are probably half gone. So if you're going to stand up for a period of time, that blood's not going to come back. It's going to just start accumulating there, and you're going to end up with swelling, edema, and I can see where that would be a problem.
What happened. Yeah, which is what happened.
Which is what happened. It may take years before you could stand up, if at all. I mean, you may be damaged to the point.
Well, I mean, I'm able to stand up. It's just that 6 hours was a little.
Well, that's
much,
what I mean. Standing up for 6 hours.
I can do that an hour. But like I said, like the last time I worked, even when I running around, the most my leg did was just become a little red, but it didn't have the blotches. It didn't have the swelling. It was like the burst. It didn't swell as much either. So it's getting better. I mean, there is improvement, but you're absolutely right. Lucky for me, I'm not as obese as I was.
Right.
I'm still in society considered obese,
Well, but the thing is, until you are lean, which could be several years, I mean,
it could be.
Losing a lot of weight fast is not healthy. I know people that have gotten really sick from crash diets and trying to lose a bunch of weight. What you want to do is to slowly build muscle as you lose the fat. And then, I mean, even if you are a little fatter, when you're going to be healthy because your muscles have to be strong enough where they can push that lymphatic fluid back up through your system, and then your capillaries have to rebuild. I mean, they're probably destroyed from having sky-high blood sugar, and that can take years. So it may be
And
several.
I mean, to be honest with you, I have no problem with my weight. You know, like I know I'm a big guy, and I know I probably have weight to lose. But that's not, you know, like if I lose the weight, great, you know, but I'm doing it through the carnivore diet. So
Right.
I'm not doing it, you know, in a way of, and I think a lot of my weight now is being, you know, because I've lost weight, but I know I'm a little bit heavier, and I think that's muscle weight for the most part because, you know, my clothes wouldn't fit the way they are if I was still gaining weight fat-wise, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They're every way.
Right. See, that's the main thing. Let's see, I got a comment here. For grandma, okay, the dog. Kim appreciates life. Do you have an EPA license you can buy Freon? Yes, I do. I do that so I can get the 30-pound containers, although they're getting hard to find. Autophagy is your friend. That's right. You know, getting your body to recycle those cells, and really the carnivore diet is the key, because if you're not constantly pumping yourself full of cheap processed food and raising your blood sugar all the time, it gives your body a chance to start using some of that fat it's got stored up. I mean, it's like a hoarder. You know, a hoarder will hoard everything. I know people that hoard food. I've had to clean out many houses. Their whole refrigerator is so packed with food that the food is going bad. Stuff is...
I was going to say, the food goes bad and everything, so
Right.
it makes it even worse.
And if your body is hoarding fat all the time, it's just going to cause you to become unhealthy. You have to start using some of that. Either throw it away or use it. And I think that's what happens when you go on the carnivore diet. You're not constantly spiking your insulin, these people snacking all the time. And every one of these hoarders are all physically unhealthy. I've never met a single hoarder that was lean and healthy, because they just lose control. They start piling this crap up, and it's always duck food, a bunch of packaged stuff. They put it in the house. They got rats and all kinds of roaches and everything, because they bring in rice and pasta, and they have all these things packed in cabinets and boxes, and the animals get in there and they just devastate the place. In my house, it's all stuffed in the freezer. It's all meat. I don't have, you know, the roaches come in, they have nothing to eat. They have to scavenge around the sink for a meat scrap. That's all they get.
Right.
And when they run around the house, they don't last long, because Milton, he thinks a cockroach is a cat toy. He'll have that thing dead and on its back in seconds.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. If you've seen him, he pounces on stuff. He jumps out there and boom, pounces on it. So, well, you know, you deal with your challenges, I think.
Yeah, I mean, things come up, and you know, like this week obviously had some challenges. You know, like I lost the car ability, and you know, but I know things will come up too. You know,
Right.
You know, and I'm not giving up on going on to the Boston trip. You know, like I still see myself going there. So I just might not be able to put as much money into the extra fund, you know, like just enough to get the hotel basically, and that's it.
Well, maybe.
So with Lewis helping me out with the travel, that makes it do a little bit better too.
I'm sure some of the people in the carnivore community would help you, because that's the way they are. You know, you could put that out there. I mean, I can't help anybody because, well, first of all, I'm too poor, and second of all,
I don't really like to ask for the help from anybody, because if I can't do it on my own, I'd rather. But, you know, I mean, like I said, I have to buy me a coffee. Like, you know, like Tanya actually gave me for the new chair, which was beautiful, which was really nice. So I thank you for that. You know, I mean, there's a lot of generosity and stuff like that. But, you know, I've always like, I've kind of learned that if I can't handle it or work with it, then I just go without, you know.
That's what I do.
You know, like if I can't get that ribeye, well, then I just will get hamburger patties.
That's
you know?
it.
I mean, I can, you know, and then the day that I can get, you know, I mean, there's certain days that I would love to have certain types, like a ribeye, like on my birthday, maybe, you know, something like that. But even then, I'm just like, okay, I'll just get like, you know, like a cheaper cut of meat. You know, I like the chuck steak just as much. I had chuck steak last night. You know.
It looks like Jonathan's back. That's good. And Jeff Streslick says, have a great day.
He's
Excellent.
home. Cool.
But yeah, I do that. If I can't afford it, I just don't get it. That's all. I find another way.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
That's why I haven't been to a meetup yet. And, because they're never going to have one in Miami. This is the place that no carnivore ever wants to come to. None of those, you don't see any of these popular carnivores coming here. Absolutely not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think because...
I mean, I've seen them say they have them in Florida, but I'm guessing that's not really in Miami, obviously.
Well, they have them upstate, but, anything, I consider anything more than a couple of hours is too far away. We have Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County, which are the most populated parts of Florida, and no one ever has a meetup here, ever. And I think it's just because people here are not carnivore. This is a carbohydrate center. This is Latin America and Europe and all these other places. I call this the septic tank of Florida. Everything flows into here because this is not a carnivore place. Plus, we don't really have any local ranches anymore. There's one place, and that's it.
That's true. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's not that many in New Jersey either. So actually, I don't think there has been any in New Jersey. I mean, I know Dr. Kiltz one time said that he thought Princeton would be good. Mm-hmm. But I think my area would actually be pretty good because I'm right off the beach, like Asbury Park and Belmar. I mean, like that'd be pretty cool to have it like right off the water like that.
Right.
Can you imagine like doing like a carnivore meetup and you're just like right outside the ocean?
Yeah, that's right. That would be if I had a carnivore meetup in Key Largo or something.
Right. That's what I mean. So. I mean, Princeton's cool, but it's kind of more inland.
Mm-hmm.
So, except for like the college or whatever,
mm-hmm.
It's not really anything that spectacular,
Right.
I mean, it's more of the popularity of where it's at. Like Princeton's pretty famous. So.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I know what you mean, but this is, I mean, you do what you can. I agree. Now, one of the good things is that we do have this online resource, so we can meet other people from other places. And again...
Oh, yeah. I mean, how many people have I met just by doing this community? And
right.
Even though I haven't, like, actually been face-to-face with anybody. Well, that's not true either. Mm-hmm. Just because I haven't been able to shake somebody's hand doesn't mean that I haven't met. I met you. I met Aaron. Met Lewis.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I've only met one person. I've been on carnivore videos for almost 3 years. In August, It'll be 3 years. And I've met only one person. That was last year. That was Russ. That's it.
Right.
None of these other people...
You met all of us, too, but I get what you're saying. Like, Russ is the only one you've met where you could shake his hand, basically.
Yeah, and we ate together. He took me to the restaurant, which is the last time I ate at a restaurant. It had been a couple of years or more since I've been in one. So that was the last time that I ate out anywhere. When he took me there, because when you're poor, it's basically survival mode. The canal, my eating out is basically going to the canal and grabbing an iguana or a duck. That's my eating out.
What about like fast food?
Well, at least I know that it's free range, and I guess technically it's pasture raised. I don't know if a parking lot is a pasture or not.
Hey. As long as the animal's running free, that's all that matters.
Well, that's it. They are running free. You look around here, you'll see ducks and chickens and iguanas all over the place. But
that's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the other thing. This is a unique community, and my channel is a unique channel because one thing about me is that I'm a one of a kind. You'll never find anybody else that does this. And the thing is, I'm the kind of person that's just crazy enough to be unique, but not a threat to anyone. No, none of the vegans have made videos trying to debunk me. And, you don't see really, I haven't seen any direct attacks. I get a few comments, but that's about it. No one's really tried to attack me because I'm not a threat to anybody. I'm just like the comedy relief. You look at it, it's Rick, okay, whatever. And they don't care.
Yeah. And sometimes I think it's better to not grow too much, because I think it's the bigger channels that really get more of the trolls and stuff like that. You know?
Right.
You know, and like it's funny. Like I have a lot of trolls about me, but none of them are for my channel. It's mostly like if I see comments on, like, you know, like when I was like on Carrie Man, like for Carrie Man, like there's a lot of troll comments there and stuff like that, you know.
Right.
But I don't really see too many. I mean, I think I saw, like when I was doing an Unexpected Live, I think I saw somebody that was like sort of a troll. But I'm not sure. Like he didn't really say anything like too derogatory, but he just kind of cursed, like just said a lot of like curse words and stuff like that. It just seems off.
Right.
You know. And he didn't seem like somebody I've ever seen before, so I think it was just somebody. So maybe I'm grown enough to have my first troll on my channel. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
I've only had a few comments, and the thing is, when I answer the comments, they never answer back. So it might be just some, I don't know, some AI or some other crap. I haven't had that many compared to some of the channels. Now, the problem is some of the moderately popular, I think once you hit that 10,000 or more, then it starts to be moderate. It's like with Carnivore Kip, they keep sending him nasty comments, and then, you know, you got the Carnivore Quest, you got the Larry and Cassie, they send them nasty comments. And then when you get to be a bigger channel like Chris Cooking Nashville, they send him a lot of mean comments saying that he's fat and his wife is fat and all that. And it's just, I think it's just a jealousy, or I don't know what it is. It's just some kind of illness. So I can't imagine a person wasting their time sending mean comments to somebody that makes YouTube videos. I mean, for what? I get once in a while on another channel, oh, that Rick guy, he looks unhealthy or whatever. But I really don't get that on my channel. I guess they don't. And even if I do get it on my channel, it's always from a faceless channel. It's not somebody that actually has videos.
Oh, no. No, it's always somebody that's like, you know, same thing here. Like they never have anything of value, you know.
Right.
It's funny, like, speaking of channels, I didn't know Papa Carnivore had a channel. I was like, when like I was in the chats earlier, I was like, I finally found it, but, you know, and I feel bad because Peter would have been one person I would definitely have subscribed to, you know. But it just didn't seem like he had any. It just didn't seem like he would have had a channel. I don't know why.
Right.
He just doesn't seem like a channel type, you know.
Everyone on YouTube
but you don't
has
really have
a
that
channel.
content, so that might be true to a certain extent, you know.
Everybody on YouTube has a channel. It's just some of them don't have any videos.
Well, that's what I meant. Like, I just didn't think he had any content, you know. Yeah. I mean, he would have had his name. You're absolutely right about that. But, you know, like, I mean, I didn't become Target Prime Rib until I had to put it in for in order to chat on the YouTube. So yeah.
Let's see. Rick, do you have any squirrels around your place? Yes, I do, but the thought of eating rats didn't really appeal to me.
Hey, if you have nothing else to eat, I'm sure you would do it.
I guess. You know, squirrels.
It's like you had no choice, you know. like if you're out in the desert and all there are bugs, you're gonna probably eat a bug just because you need that protein.
I've eaten bugs before. I've eaten June bug grubs, and I've eaten insects before. I have ways of cooking them.
You know, my niece ate not the common ones you see on the ground for fishing, but she ate a worm once.
No, I've eaten snails. They're not bugs, but I've eaten snails.
Oh, okay. That was escargot?
Escargot, yeah. Rick's escargot. And that was cooked in butter. So basically I boiled the snails and then I stewed them in butter.
So Brian is asking, why do you call them rats?
Well, they're basically rats. A squirrel is just a rat with a fluffy tail. They're rodents. People here call them tree rats.
I mean, they are in the rodent family. So.
Yeah, they are. They gnaw everything. If you've ever had squirrels get into, well, I've had server rooms where squirrels got in through the conduit. And they chewed up all the wires. If you had a squirrel get into a fiber optic or even a twisted pair closet, they can do a lot of damage. They are just a disaster. I've had squirrels short out the electric here. They go up there on the power pole, they get up on the transformer feed and to short it out and blow the fuse, and power goes out to the neighborhood. It's like, oh well, the squirrel. I saw one squirrel go up there, it went bzzz, and the tail popped up, and then it went up in smoke. Barbecued squirrel.
I mean, one of the good things happening to me is like my sugar levels are getting to a point where I don't need the insulin as much. So
that's good.
That's pretty good. You know, and I'm still trying to be careful, but like the other day, like my sugars went pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
They went higher than I'd like them to be. They went to about 150, 155, and I took some insulin, and then all of a sudden it went down to like 58. So now I think what's happening is that I don't really need as much. At the very least, I don't think I need as much insulin to bring it back down again.
That's good.
You know?
That means you're getting better. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, this whole thing is a good thing. Like anytime I make it's funny. It's like when I make comments, it's not to say like, okay, I'm this bad. It's just to be like, well, like 6 months ago, I was this much worse.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a slow process. I mean, it's a slow process. And no, Brian, I'll be honest with you, Brian. I haven't really had too much time to watch any extra videos, but now that I'm not working, I probably will be watching them soon. So I'll make sure to watch.
I see also Jonathan mentioned they had the rarest squirrels on Brown Sea Island, red squirrel. I figured those things were endangered. Here we have just gray squirrels. Tree rat is appropriate. That's true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I'm not sure who.
Yeah, you don't see too many. Yeah, you don't see too many red squirrels. I mean, most of them were probably either the brown or the gray squirrel.
Yeah.
Probably the most.
We only have gray squirrels here. I've never seen the brown ones or red ones, but.
Oh, I think it's like sort of the same tone. Like how sometimes the gray kind of becomes a little brownish. If that makes any sense.
Okay. Well,
So it's probably the same squirrel. It's just probably like a different,
they're all gray here.
a different hue, I guess you could say.
Right.
It's probably the brown. They're probably gray too. It's just probably a different kind of like just a more warmer gray.
Oh, okay.
Not really so gray.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense, I don't know.
I'm trying to see out the window. I was saying they got one of those dog groomers. That's what it is. I keep hearing a generator. These people are so lazy. They pay somebody to wash their animals for them. It's funny. If I want to groom my cat, that turns into a mission. I have to get into the bathroom with the soap, deal with the wet cat with claws flying everywhere. That's never fun.
I'm actually going to open up a second YouTube tab.
Oh.
And then put it in. So then that way, once I'm done talking to you, once your show's done, whenever that is, I'll take a look at Dr. Bernstein.
Okay.
So it's good to have the tabs like pre set up.
Yeah. That's true.
I think I have them, but.
Huh.
I'm going to actually put in on him on type 2 diabetes.
Welcome to the 20th century. Around here, it does feel like the 20th century.
I'm just going to subscribe to his channel. That would probably be a lot easier. All right.
Yeah, it's true.
All right. So I'm not subscribed, Brian, to his channel. I'll take a look at his video. I kind of, I'll be honest with you, Brian. I kind of understand, for the most part, insulin resistance and stuff like that. I've been I've been knowing it for many, many years, you know, so, it's just, you know, I figure out the simplest things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a lot of people think that I've just started this like a few months ago, but the thing that started a few months ago was me going full carnivore. But me knowing, me like learning, you know, how meat helps and stuff like that has been like for almost 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
You know, and I've been diabetic for over 20. So,
See?
you know.
And the thing is, now you got people with this ridiculous sugar diet over there trying to talk people into that, and
I find that so ridiculous. Like, I understand that a lot of people say because it's for weight loss and stuff like that, for glycogen and all that stuff. I get that, but I think it's like just a disaster waiting to happen for people like me. You know, people diabetic like me and stuff like that. It's just not a good recommendation.
right.
And for them to be promoting it so willy nilly, I think it's just. I think it's sort of irresponsible in a way.
It is. It is. Let's see. Welcome. Okay, there's a pioneer in it. Okay. Stung me near the knee. You never know with the bugs and stuff around here either. I've had some interesting experiences.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so many trends out there. I think everyone's just looking for a little attention. They're going to come up with whatever diet, exercise, or whatever plan. In fact, when I was online, I see they kept advertising this other scam that they have now. You have that real estate scammer, what's his name? Dean Graziosi, and then you got old Tony Little. What's that guy's name? Anthony Robbins. He's always selling his self-help or whatever. All these self-help gurus, they're constantly out there, and you know they can do it because they're not really scamming anybody. They're telling them buy my course or whatever and learn all this. They don't make any real promises. They say what they did, but really when it comes down to it, I see this diet, health, and everything. Everybody has some kind of plan or some kind of diet or some kind of other, you know, yoga routine or whatever. I don't know what they do, but that is supposed to work. And then it's just a way of getting some money. And you just got to make your own decision. You know, if you're going to go and, if you're diabetic, I can't imagine wanting a sugar diet. That just sounds like a slippery slope down into the toilet bowl.
It is, you know. And like I said, I understand that really with the sugar diet, I think with the sugar diet, it's more for like weightlifters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, there's not that many we have a lot of weightlifters, don't get me wrong, you know, but it's like maybe a handful compared to the world itself, you know.
Well, that's the problem. If you eat a lot of sugar, the sugar has to go somewhere. It's either got to go into your fat cells or into your muscle cells. If you don't have a lot of muscle, it's going to go straight to the fat, or you're going to have to urinate it out, which is going to wreck your kidneys. So it just seems like a really stupid way to get a lot of glucose in your system with no real, you know, no protein or any fats or anything like that. But yeah, if you're a young person, you can get away with it, no problem. When you get older, your body's damaged. That's a recipe for disaster.
Right.
I don't get it.
Right. That's right. I have Brooke asking me if I've ever had blood work done to see if I was type 1 diabetic. I have asked just out of curiosity several times, and they pretty much keep on like kind of like giving me the side eye and saying no.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only way I'm going to really be able to get that test done is if I just pay for it out of pocket and did it myself, basically.
Right.
Which is sad, but you know, I mean, you know, sometimes you got to work around the doctor and do what you have to do. But you know, I just never really put the money out to do that myself.
I've seen Peter has returned. I'm back, and
Peter
the Duck Man is still going strong.
Did you expect anything less, Peter?
Okay. Find him interesting. He was an electrical engineer, became a doctor. I think I've seen this video of this guy. Figured out how to control it, but medical field wouldn't listen, because the medical field doesn't listen to anybody. Okay.
Yeah, they don't. You know, they listen. No, you know what they listen to? They listen to the almighty ching ching ching. That's what they listen to.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
That's the sound that gets into. If I put out ching, if I put a sound of ching ching ching, they'd be like listening to me all the time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
And see, Meathead's got a good comment right here. He says, "I'll not be one of those faceless channels that you shamed. I'll just unsub to those clickbait, instead of calling them out and wasting my breath." Well, that's it. And you know what I do a lot of times with channels? I may not unsubscribe from the channel. I just don't watch it anymore. And you'll see me. I'll pop in the popular channels just to say hi to everybody. But when they start with their blah, 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 I just don't even pay attention to them. A lot of times, you know what I'll do? I'll watch somebody else's channel. I'll leave the comments up. I won't even listen to what the popular channel is saying. But if I see somebody I know, I'll put a comment in there. That's something that I do.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the popular channels are good hangout channels, but when the people who run the popular channels don't interact with me anymore, I just don't interact with them. That's all. They have thousands of other people they can talk to. Why are they going to waste their time with me?
That's absolutely true.
Mm-hmm. And some channels, they may talk to me when they're smaller, but when they get bigger, it's like, well, this guy's not going to make us any money, so we'll just move on to somebody else.
I'm looking at Dr. Bernstein's, and I'm just trying to look at, like, when was the last time he made any videos? Like, I mean, he didn't really, I mean, he hasn't, I mean, he's made more than me, but not that much more. So I guess he does mostly live.
Right.
No, he can't, because I don't see lives as a category.
Right.
In here. So it looks like the last video he's made is about 10 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is interesting.
You know,
I saw that the other day from your
don't get me wrong, I'll watch them. They're still going to be informative, obviously, but
right.
It makes me wonder why he hasn't done much of anything.
Well, I think a lot of times people get initially excited, they do a lot of content, and then after a while they kind of lose interest and it goes away. I've seen that more than once.
Yeah.
But I wonder what that is. I guess he must have...
I mean, the person I was watching for the longest time was Dr. Bickman.
Mm-hmm.
I watch him. And I get a lot of my information from Dr. Phil from SVG.
Mm-hmm.
He's not really a doctor anymore. He retired, but he gives, and Dr. Nelson actually gives me a lot of good advice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I get advice from so many people. You know,
I don't do SVG. I don't even know where it is. I could care
no,
less.
I know you don't. I'm just saying that's where he's from. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I know.
You know, he's helped me out quite a bit, and you know, like he was actually helping me with my, you know, because he thinks that's what's happening to me is my insulin's starting to become more sensitive. So this is a good thing, you know, because you know, like even when I was really, really sick, like if I was sick like a year ago, my sugars would have been like 300, almost 400.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I wouldn't have been able to shake it. I wouldn't have been able, like, no matter how much insulin I took, it would not have gone down because the sickness the infection would have overpowered it.
Right.
Now, and it was obvious I was sick for you know, because I had the bad ear, I did have the swelling, so obviously there's something going on, you know, besides the walking around and stuff.
Right.
And my sugars, the highest my sugar went up to was 180. And, you know, and that was with eating and everything, so. And I really didn't take that much insulin because I took it, but not as much, you know.
Yeah.
Like I only take it once, and then all of a sudden it would go right back down again.
Right.
So he thinks that I'm beginning to get it to where I don't need the insulin so much.
That's good.
To to counteract. I mean,
Yeah,
it's going
so
up a little bit. It's now 97, but
I mean,
that's
obviously,
still pretty good.
if you were type 1, you wouldn't be able to do that, so you got to be type 2.
Most likely I'm type 2.
Yeah.
Which is probably why doctors are like putting their noses up at me when I ask, because they're like, no, you're definitely type 2,
Yeah,
But
that makes sense. But that's the main thing, you have some control, and I think a lot of times people don't accept it. They think they have no control. Oh, this happened to me, and there's nothing I can do, and I got to do this. The doctor tells you, like, well, you got a little bit of control, but they're just afraid to use it. And I think that
well, it's all about the diet.
right.
That's the problem. People will not associate the diet. Like, I had a few people. Like, sometimes I get people at I go to work customers, and they're like, we start talking about it a little bit, and they're like, that would ruin my body if I did that. And I'm like, well, it's curing me.
Mm-hmm.
If you saw what I was like a year ago, you would be like, holy shit, and but so many people are like, well, if I don't have vegetables, I'll die. Like, really? I'm
Yeah.
not dead. I haven't had, like, they'll say that comment, and I'll just be like, really? I haven't had any junk food, no, like at least maybe like a percentage, but I'm not dead.
Right.
I'm still here. 99% of my diet has been meat for the past 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll be 5 months June 1st, but let's,
Right. And you see the comments here. It said that Brian said he was practicing doctor and only did them for helping others. He passed away about a month ago. That would explain why I don't have any videos.
That might explain why he, obviously, yeah. Okay, thank you, Brian, for letting me know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense. But Brian, I definitely will, like I said, I have him at the ready to watch some of his videos. I'll definitely make sure I put in some time today or tonight, depending. I mean, there probably are some like Zoom calls that I'll probably be watching too today.
Mm-hmm.
There's pretty much the only days I don't really get too many Zoom calls is Wednesdays, which is why I kind of like took Aaron's suggestion on having my lives on Wednesdays instead of, and, which stupid me, you're going to laugh at this. Stupid me went over my budget again on the StreamYard, which is why I thought maybe I tried to just do it from YouTube itself.
Yeah.
But the thing is YouTube, you can't bring people on.
Right. Well, unless you do what I'm doing.
Well, yeah, but I don't really have that phone system and stuff like that. But you're absolutely right. I could always set it up eventually and do what you're doing. But then I'd be copying off of you, and I don't want to do that either.
Well, that's true. But then again, I didn't invent it. And then there's also that add-on for OBS, which I'm going to try that. But I'm going to leave the phone line because this is kind of nice. And the other thing, when I do these live streams eventually, I'm going to do what I call outdoor live. So I won't be able to answer the chat. I mean, I'll put a monitor out there, and I'll do it over the phone. So what I'll do, I'll put a phone, probably a cordless phone, plug it into the system, go outside, set up the camera, then you can see when I'm working on my truck or doing something in the yard, and then we'll do that talk. And then that's a possibility. But it's just the more of you that communicate, that continue to watch, I'll just continue to adapt the live stream to make it unique. Because again, if you want to see the standard live stream, there's a lot of them there. And if you want to do a morning coffee live stream, that's what you got Bitch for. Then if you want to do a morning coffee with kids and animals, you got Aaron, Ruby Goats for that. And then, for those impromptu live streams, you got Thomas for that. So everybody's got their own little thing going on here. And that's great.
Yeah. Sorry. So I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, I find that to be pretty good too. Feral Grandma.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not worried, Brian. I know you're trying to help. And I value any help that anybody gives me. I think the thing I have sometimes though is sometimes it just seems that people think I don't know. And that's the problem I have. It's like, don't, like the assumption that I'm not aware of what is,
Mm-hmm.
Because I do know more than, I think people just think, when I say that I became fully carnivore like 4 months ago, 5 months ago, I think people think that that's when I literally started learning everything and started doing, and it wasn't. It was just when I finally, circumstances went, I didn't have to go to rehabs anymore, I didn't have to do this, so I was able to commit to being fully carnivore, and that's what it really was. And when I went to the channels, I was able to hold myself accountable, and when I started my own YouTube, the same thing. And but I've been, as you know, I've been watching these videos and stuff like that with Dr. Barry and Bella and Bob Briggs and all these people for like almost over 5. My mom was still alive when I was watching it, and she died in 2021.
Yeah.
So that tells you right there that it's been a long time.
I figured. Well, Fear Grandma has this question: does boiling the snails get rid of the slime? No. You want to feed your snails for a couple of weeks or more to get rid of any garbage that's in them. And boiling it, yeah, I guess technically, when you pull them out of the shell, there's no slime.
Yeah.
And let's see what else we got here. Not eating insulin. Okay. Don't worry, I'm trying to help you. Okay. And then we have somebody here from the Philippines. I thought we did. Well, maybe I've lost the comment. Oh, well. There it is. Good morning, Rick, watching from Philippines. John Michael Rosales. Looks like Rosales. Well, good morning to you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. I'm looking at I don't see it right now, but it might pop up because I know there's a little delay between us talking. So.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a delay. But
I see it now. John Michael VP wrote. Okay, I see it now. Okay.
There you go. But yeah, I'm super happy that people continue to come on. And let me see. I don't know how many I have. I haven't looked. I wish they would put in OBS where you could see it, but for some reason they don't. I don't know why that is.
On what? How many what?
How many people are watching? I don't see it on my end.
I only see, but I might have to refresh it. Right now, it just says 34 people watching.
Yeah.
Let me give it a quick refresh. Because sometimes, like, I'll see likes, but then I'm like, why are there such little people liking the channel? You need to have more. And I've done that once before, and people are like, well, what are you talking about? There's this many people that liked it. Like, like it was like I thought it was only 5 and it ended up being like 48 or something like that. And I'm just like, okay. So I learned that before I make any comments, I always refresh.
By the way, speaking of channels, you see here Jonathan's channel, Carnivore Muscle. It says he just posted, premiering in 30 minutes, from carnivore to sugar shill. Mark Bell's downfall exposed. That's kind of interesting. Meathead to sugar daddy. You might want to check that out. I don't think we might still be running, knowing our channel, but usually at 1 o'clock he'll put a video, so it might be something to look at.
So it's just a video, basically?
Yeah, it's a video.
I'm subscribed to Jonathan's channel, too, so I'm surprised I haven't gotten any notifications.
I get notifications, but...
No, I know you do. I'm saying I'm surprised I haven't gotten it, because I'm actually subscribed to Jonathan's channel. So that's weird that I haven't got anything on here.
Right. That's it. But yeah.
I don't, it's weird. I'm wondering if they also do like who do you watch the most? Because I get from you all the time. I get from Aaron all the time. I get from, but then I don't get from other people that I maybe not watch every day.
That might be it.
Like for a while there, I was getting from Sherry Morgan, but then I haven't really been watching her videos that much.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I don't love Sherry. I'm just saying that I haven't and I don't get notifications from her anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be like YouTube just not sending it out there.
Yeah, because I usually get them from Jonathan. I guess, well, I've been with this channel since basically he started, so I guess we're kind of close when it comes to YouTube. And then what he does, he often puts his videos out first for the members, and then a couple of weeks later, or whatever it is, they come out for the rest of us. And so I'll see the notification for that, and then, like I said, all the other channels, I still get notifications from Carrie's channel, but I guess they kind of push those out there when you're that popular. Yeah. And I do watch his videos and I comment on it, but
right. I've seen the comments. So,
yeah.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
I've seen you on too with that open mic night. I've seen you on there a few times.
Yeah. I had a couple of comments asking me why I was against Carrie. I'm like, no, you're thinking of somebody else. I'm not against him. I criticized his Healing Humanity group, and I still criticize his group, but I'm not against him. I don't know why people have to make it like, enemies or whatever. I'm like, look, I'm not against the guy.
I mean, people like, and I'm not saying us, I'm not saying us in the community or anything like that. But for the people that do come on, that do watch, that aren't here all the time, you can't help but think, like, look at Mitch, okay? How many people did he increase? It's not because people, there are a lot of people that care about Mitch, and I'm one of them. You're one of them. But how many people are out there that really just came on because they want to see if he fell with a stroke?
Right.
And it's like almost like it's almost like that analogy of that person is waiting for the ambulance to come to be able to get as a lawyer, the lawyer that waits for the ambulance, the ambulance chaser.
Right.
And that's sort of what's happened. It's sort of what happens. That's why it's starting to go down again for him, because we all love Mitch, but you have to admit that people start like all of a sudden he's like getting all these views and all these people coming on and everything like that, and it's like, okay, like where were you before? He was doing really well, but it takes him to have a stroke for you to come on. Come on,
Well, that's it. But it's like on Carrie's channel. There's so many people watching that now, and I don't know what it is. It's just like all of a sudden, and it's always the same thing. It's always like, join my Healing Humanity group, and we're going to have a giveaway. We're going to give away some salt, and we're going to give away a membership for a month, and we're going to give away a shirt. Okay, fine. You're giving away advertising and marketing. Good for you. But it's not really that exciting. I mean, even Dr. Kiltz's group, at least, they give away some of their stuff, but he gives away books, and I've seen him give air fryers and all that stuff. So I know the giveaways attract people, but it's nice to get a variety. I mean, if I had giveaways, I'd like to have a connection to some kind of farm or something and give away some duck eggs or some meat or something like that. But, it's, fine.
I definitely think a meat giveaway would be like the, Like I think what would be good is not to do it where it's every day. Do some kind of like way of doing it where, I don't know, maybe like when you do it like once a month, but have it be like something as big as like a month's worth of meat or something like that. Like I don't know, like I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but
right.
It's just, like I love the shirts. I love, I like I agree with, I mean, like I won another, not this week, but last week I won another free membership. And I think it went through, but I'm not totally sure because I never really checked, I mean, nothing's taken out of my account, so I'm guessing it went through.
I don't even try for the giveaways because I don't want to be, look, if I'm not invited to the group, why would I want to be to win. I don't understand it. The whole thing doesn't make sense to me. And as for the shirt, I don't wear any shirt that has any kind of advertising on it because I'm not a billboard. Now, I guess if they had bumper stickers, I'd stick one on my truck or my van, for their movie, their Healing Humanity movie. Yeah, if they had bumper stickers, I'd stick that on there. But I'm not going to wear a shirt,
Okay. Yeah, I have plenty, but I wear other shirts too. It's not just those shirts.
Yeah, but I'm kind of
like right now. I'm wearing with the Sesame Street characters on it.
My style is generic. I don't want to get attention. I'm so tall and so skinny and so odd. I don't need attention. I don't blend in the crowd. There's only one Rick, and everywhere I go, people see me. So I got into the habit of trying to disguise myself. So I don't really wear.
Well, you have more of like a 50s style, basically.
Yeah, I'm a 50s style. You can think of greased down hair and 50s clothing. That's me. I look like.
Except for the hair, I could see you wearing the jacket that he wears and like sort of like being like Kramer, with the from Seinfeld, But your hair is a little too slick back, and from the
Oh, it's like I said, it's like all those late 50s, early 60s. And even the 40s. People had hair like this in the 40s. They had the Little Rascals. Was that in the 1930s? Alfalfa used to put all that lard in his hair with that thing sticking up. It was kind of funny, but it's a style that came and went, and I stayed with it. I just held on to what I like. It's like the carnivore diet. I invented Rick's heart attack diet, and nobody else has done that. Yeah, they got the guy in Las Vegas that has a heart attack grill, but it's still not true to Rick's heart attack diet. And it's just part of my style, the way I am, till the day that I have my heart attack. And then the vegans can all have a party at my funeral. Oh, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. And then, and then Gregor, well, I'm sure Gregor will be gone long before then. Or he'll be in the nursing home. Maybe Gregor will still be alive. They'll have him in the nursing home, and they'll raise his hand. They'll go, yeah, another carnivore is dead, along with Sean Baker and Anthony Chafee and all those guys. They're all dead. Like, okay, fine. They didn't make it to 120. No, they didn't make it to 120. But when they were in their 90s and they were out there moving around like somebody in their 30s, I think that's a pretty good accomplishment right there.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sure Dr. Chafee will be around after I've had my heart attack. But Dr. Baker's older than me, so,
Yeah. I have to admit that the carnivore has done, I even though I have my limitations, it's sort of like you trying to fly, and then there's this like board that's over that keeps you from like hitting the ceiling. But I feel like I'm breaking the ceiling every day.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I've tried to fly, but I can't flap my wings like a duck can. If I strapped enough ducks to my arm, I could probably put like a bunch of ducks on there, and then get them to fly. I might be able to get off the ground.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the rocket fuel. That's helping me a little bit. Like just strap the jet to my back.
Yeah, it'd be like a James Bond movie.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Look what carnivore did for me.
I made a joke one time. I'm just going to get a bunch of ducks and attach them to my clothes and see how far I can fly. That'd be way too funny. Get a bunch of Muscovy ducks until they say, oh, well, I'm just going to stop flying. Let him fall. Now we can drop him in the canal. Maybe a gator will get him.
Yeah, I always be afraid to realistically use one of those jetpacks because I'd be afraid that I'd burn my ass,
Well, it's some kind of chemical reaction. It's not going to burn. It doesn't really get that hot. It's just, I think it's some kind of nitrate. It's a chemical reaction that lasts about 30 seconds. So you got to make sure that you do your flight before you run out. Otherwise, you're going to drop to the ground like a rock. See,
that would be my problem. I would fly, but I would like run out of the fuel, and so to speak, and
fall to the ground.
I go way too high. I'm gonna be like testing, like so I go like about like 2,000 feet, they're up 5,000 feet up in the air, and then I'll fall right down.
When I was a kid, I tried to make a rocket bike, and that turned into a disaster in itself.
Oh my God.
I put 2 rockets on my bike. I lit the rockets, and the thing was like, it took forever to build power. It was like, shh. So I had to start pedaling. You know, the first time I tried it, it didn't really work. The second time I was pedaling, I lit the rockets, and I was going down Snapper Creek Drive, and when the rockets finally kicked in, it went so fast that I had no way of stopping. I was heading for 107th Avenue, and there were cars coming. I'm like, oh no, you know, it was like a cartoon. And thankfully, all the cars had gone past. I went across there, kept going towards Sunset. I ended up in the canal because I figured, well, I'm not going to go on Sunset. I went towards the canal, and there goes the bicycle with me into the canal. I wish somebody would have made a movie of that. That would have been pretty funny.
Yeah, that definitely would have been.
The ducks, they were probably laughing at me.
So I'm looking in the chat, and Feral Grandma says sugar diet sounds like a scam.
I'm sure
To me, it is. I think it is a scam, but this is how I feel. I think a lot of these kids that are doing the sugar diet, these people that aren't doing, you know, for the glycogen and stuff like that, I think they're just using it as an excuse to get permission to have the crap, to have the sugar. Well, you have my permission. You want to have the crap, have the crap. You know, that's up to you.
Right.
You know, you don't need to make it into a diet. It's already been there. It's called the SAD diet. It's always been there.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
You know. And then Brooke asked, Carrie started putting, well, it's not really a question. Carrie started putting tallow in his hair like Rick. He's wonder if that's why his gray has disappeared, or is it the diet? I think the diet, high in copper and other minerals. Well, if you're putting tallow in the hair helps, would that help with clear hair too, or just gray hair?
Well, tallow isn't going to change your hair color, period. But what tallow does do is it keeps your hair from breaking because, see, like I wash my hair every single day. I work outside. I'm always in the dirt, all that. So I got to wash my hair. And the thing is, if I put so much tallow in my hair, if I was to sit down or try to go to bed, my pillow would be covered in tallow. So what I do, I put tallow on my hair during the day, and then at nighttime I wash it with my soap, which is, by the way, made from wood ashes and tallow. And it washes it out. And it keeps the hair from breaking. When I comb my hair, I hardly have any hair in the comb. But if I don't use tallow, then I get like a lot of pieces of hair that come out. So I think what happens is it's keeping your hair from falling out. In terms of being dark, I don't really think so. It might be the diet. I really think, and this is my opinion, when you keep your blood sugar stable, you're actually slowing down the aging of those cells because the melanocytes that produce hair color, they're damaged. You can see this with people that are diabetic. They get like dark spots on their skin and their body hair falls out. So I think that's probably what it is.
I agree 100% because, you know, because I think it's like connected to the nerves, you know, like it's just the nerves in your scalp basically are being killed off, and that's probably why I, you know, because I had such high blood sugars for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think hair is starting to grow back, but I always make the joke, like clear hair, because it's my way of saying I don't have any hair.
Right.
But, you know, like I don't think there's too much clear hair, you know.
Right.
Maybe fine, but not clear.
Well, that's true. And, you know, when you're younger, like in my case, my hair was lighter when I was younger. As I got older, it got darker. So it never...
Oh, yeah, I was a blonde when I was a kid.
Yeah, see? And it got darker as I got older. I still have some blonde hairs on other parts of the body, but not on my head. It's all brown. And actually, my hair's not black, it's brown. But when you put the tallow on it, because it flattens it down, it's like when your hair's wet, it looks darker. It's the same kind of effect.
Yep.
But Kerry, he said, and he did. I saw one of his older videos. He had like a little white patch, like a skunk. I remember looking at that and seeing it.
Before the skunk hair.
It's like Milton has a couple of patches like that, but his went away. And I think, well, obviously, you know, we know that Kerry is real. He's not a scammer. I'm not, you know, I criticize his Healing Humanity, and I think the movie's kind of overblown, but he's not a scammer. He was sick. He has medical records of the problems he had. He had heart failure. You know, he had IBS and all this other stuff, and I believe him. I know definitely, and from the few people that I've chatted with and met him, I know he's real. He's not faking it. So the carnivore diet has changed his life and his family. And I think that might be one of the reasons he's popular, because he's not faking it. The guy's not lying to us. I just can't see him making this up. I've seen the older videos when he was obese. So, and of course, it didn't happen overnight. He did keto first. And for the last few years, he's been relatively lean, but still, I can't, I don't understand. I mean, there is some hate, and I think part of it is just because of the silly group. But then again, it's...
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
And I see somebody...
I mean, it's funny, like, I knew this kid, and I was a kid at the time, too, so he's probably about my age, or your age, or whatever, or our age.
Mm-hmm.
And he had, like, this white streak in his hair back when he was a kid.
Right.
And found out that he had a really bad head injury. And a lot of times, like, if you have an injury in a certain area, a lot of times that the hair in that area will actually be white.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that's possible. That's why, because it seems like he's saying that he had like a patch of white in a certain area.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have been maybe as a kid or something like that, he had a slight head injury or something that happened, and carnivore kind of helped with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more of what might have happened to Kerry. Now, if he didn't have any head injury, then obviously that thought process is wrong. But I'm willing to bet, that's what happened. That's why he had patch in the first place.
I see the Pharaoh Grandma was watching your live because it's going to change the yogurt process to putting the milk in the jars. Look good. That was when I was with you.
Oh yeah, the other day. Yeah.
And Meathead
and actually
says,
that was, that was, I was like wrapping up the, because I had like 40 minutes left on the, and I think Aaron pretty much got it right. They didn't stop me, but I just no longer can do the free, on there, but they didn't charge me any extra or anything like that. They didn't like penalize me.
Right.
So when June hits, then I can go and get my 5 hours again and get some 5 hours of free.
Right.
But if I want to go longer, then I do have to do the membership and
right.
So, and like I said, the only reason why I want to do that is because I want to be able to bring guests on.
Right.
So, so I'm thinking to just do the YouTube version. Like it's an experiment, And I mean, you've been doing this, so maybe you could say what you think. But and anybody else in the chat, if they want to say what they think, that's fine too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking of like doing a lot of them from the YouTube, because YouTube seems to be free and a little bit more unlimited. I just can't put anybody on there.
Right.
So to do just regular, like you're doing right now, just regular where we just answer the chat and stuff like that. And I guess it would build up my chat skills.
Right.
And then maybe once a month, instead of doing like weekly, just to give myself a little bit more time, maybe do like every 2 weeks. Like twice a month instead, and then bring on the guests like I want to do, and give it 2 hours at a time rather than just 1 hour. That's what I'm thinking might be kosher.
Right. I'm going to look into, there was, somebody had told me about something else they were doing with OBS, some kind of plug-in. So I'll have to look back, see what it was. Yeah, OBS, I guess. Let's see. Rockin' Keto Amy, I think, was the one that did it. Let me see, or something. I'll have to look at it. But yeah, there's different things there. Programming, OBS, dual streaming. I see it in the comments.
You don't see me, I'm going to stand up.
Let's see. I'll look it up. There's other options. We'll find a way. It's just a matter of experimentation.
I mean, I think things will work out,
Yeah.
Like I might even do a live later on, just because I'm not sure what video to do, and the good thing about doing a live in this particular way is I can just go on. If anybody sees me, if anybody chats, great. Maybe just start talking about, like, I'm going to do a video, just treat it like that.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Right.
it becomes a video eventually anyway.
It's called Video Ninja Plugin. Okay.
Oh, that's what, what's her name was talking about earlier,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, Video Ninja Plugin. I'm not sure what that is. I'll have to look it up. Let me see here. But there's ways, and again, I've done it before with somebody else using Google Meet. So that's one way you can do it. And then I've seen people do it with Skype. So there are many ways to do a video chat. It's just, obviously you got the delay to deal with, but
Yeah.
it can be.
I haven't heard the name Skype in a long time. Huh?
Yeah, this was years ago. There used to be a software I used called Jitsi Meet, which is Linux-based or Windows-based, and then there's a couple of others. Microsoft Teams, I've seen people do that with Microsoft Teams. And, of course, Zoom. Zoom, of course, is paid. You can do recording up to a point, but I'll get it, one way or the other. Oh, what is this? Oh, boy. Now I'm getting this screen confused. Let's see. Yeah, okay. What the heck did I just do? Okay. Yeah. What is OBS Ninja? Okay. I'll have to look into that. That might be something to consider. Add your camera to OBS. Remote screen share, create a room. Okay. What is Video Ninja? Must be a website or something. Huh.
Oh, it's got to be some kind of, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'll look into that. That's something to look into. But, yeah, that's the great thing about the internet. You just get people here. Okay, so what do we got here? Kerry says he had a big white patch like a skunk. I remember seeing some of that in his older videos. Gray around his sides, temples is all brown again. And again, I believe it. I don't think that the one thing about Kerry, although he is, he's all enthusiastic, I don't think he's a scammer in any way.
No.
He says
So.
I don't think he's taken any money personally from the movie. He is using the money to travel, but he's donating his time. So I can't criticize Kerry for that because I don't think he's a scammer. And I don't know why people email me and are mad because I criticize him. I'm not criticizing him. I'm criticizing the Healing Humanity concept and group. I don't see it. To me, it seems like you're just excluding people. You created your own little community, and if you want to be part of it, you got to pay. At least you could do what Dr. Kiltz did. You have the free group, and then you have the pay group. That's fine, But that's my criticism. And as for the movie, I encourage people to donate to his movie. Said, look, if you like what he's doing, donate your money. But I don't like selling products and then trying to say, well, all proceeds go to the movie. I'm like, no, I want to buy your product because I want to buy your product. If you want me to donate to your movie, I'll donate to your movie if I have the money. If I had the money, I'd donate to his movie. I think one time Dr. Kiltz sent him $1,000 in the beginning. If I had the extra money, I'd send him.
Yeah. Didn't he do more than that even?
Well, that was the first time. I'm sure he's donated a lot more than that because he's done all those meetups. And that's the other thing. I don't want to do a meetup where you have to pay to come in. If I did a meetup, the meetup is free. If you want to donate for the food, you're welcome to do so. If not, the food is here. The meetup is here. You don't have any money, you can help me set it up and clean it up. And that's it.
Right.
I'm not going to go. Now, if we go to a restaurant, I'll say, okay, the meetup is free. You pay the restaurant for what the restaurant costs. And I'll try to negotiate with the restaurant, okay, 30, 40 bucks, whatever it
almost
is.
like going Dutch, like you go to a restaurant,
Right.
like the actual event is free.
Right.
But anything, if you want to get like 5 steaks, and get 5 steaks. If you want to get,
Right. Well, that's it.
If it's buffet, then a certain percentage,
But that's what I'm hoping now. If I ever had the money, I would say, look, I'll try to find one of these restaurants. I'll make a deal and say, we're going to have a group of people come here. Okay, how much you charge? You give us a discount or whatever. And we'll try to make it in such a way that everybody gets paid because, food costs money, labor costs money. I'm not asking for something for free. But what I am saying is that if you get together somewhere just to get together, that should always be free. A community is freely available. You don't have to pay admission to meet with your friends. And that's my complaint. If you wish to have an event, it's like you have a party. Bring something to the party. Whenever I had a party, I said, if you like to eat something, bring it. Maybe some of the other people like it. I only eat meat and drink water, so that's it. I'll provide you with meat. And I would usually buy at least a chuck roll, maybe some chicken. I'd have, typically when I had to get together at my house, I'd have about 50 pounds of meat hanging around because whatever we didn't eat, I would eat. So it wasn't like it was being wasted. And usually 10 pounds at least of meat would be gone. And then, once in a while I'd have an iguana or a duck or something exotic, and they'd look at it and I'll try it. And, oh, that's pretty good, Or they say, oh, your meat is too bland. I said, well, okay, fine. You can feel free to bring your own spices and your own sauces to make the meat you want it, but I'm going to cook it my way. And then if you want,
or just add the spice. No, even matter. Like you could still cook it, but if it's too bland, then bring your spice that you want to add to it.
Well, the other thing that I do is when I had friends over, I said, okay, we have 2 grills. We're going to be using both grills. Sometimes I use the burner as a fryer. I said, come on down. You're welcome to assist. You want to season it the way you want. So I make it an interactive experience. It's not like we're going somewhere and we're serving people. No, you're coming to my meetup. It's free, but you're going to have to give me a hand. Obviously, if you don't have any money, you can help me set this thing up. You can help me clean it up.
Right.
And that's usually what we did.
Basically, you're saying there's always a way. There's always something to be done.
That's right.
Basically.
So I'm not going to do that.
I think that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't mind trying. If I'm going to go to, there's certain meetups that, like I'm okay with going to the meetups and everything like that. But there's some that I'm sort of like, okay, you know what? I wouldn't mind going to this one because of this particular reason. And I wouldn't mind going to Carnivore Kips because it seems like it's very homey.
That's the one I really want to go to. It's just so far away, I'd have to find a place to stay, and I would help him set up his barbecue, That's the way I am. I'd love to go to Carnivore Kips.
You feel like you're going to like a family member, like your aunt or uncle's barbecue.
Yeah.
I think, or your cousin or whatever, and it's just like everybody getting together and just, and I just think there's going to be that. I think it'll be with everything. I think Hills will be the same thing.
Yeah.
But Kip is like so low key at the same time,
Right.
I know he wants. I know you mentioned he wants to change his name because technically he hasn't really been carnivore fully. But I think he needs to just, I think most of us do go off kilter every once in a while and stuff like that, and I don't. And I think he's like putting himself down too much with that. Like just. I don't
think that's.
Fine.
Well, the problem is obviously Kip Moore has mental issues, and he's been, suffering this obesity for a very long time. He's never been lean in his entire life. So for people to expect him to be able to go on the carnivore diet and be perfect on the carnivore diet is extremely unreasonable. The guy has problems. He needs therapy. He's getting it. He can't do this self-directed. So what do? They go there and they trash him. They make fun of him. They criticize him. And, that's just going to make it worse. The guy has issues. And if you're going to go there and trash him, what are you doing? You're just pushing him down. But the thing is, if somebody trashes me, I laugh at them because it's a comedy, because I don't care. But I don't have those issues. I'm mentally off too, but I'm mentally off in a different way. I haven't been fat my whole life. I've been skinny my whole life. I used to be very self-conscious about being skinny, but now I just don't care. I laugh at it because, they can make fun of me how skinny my arms are and I look like a toothpick and I got skinny legs. But the thing is, when it comes right down to it, I can support myself. I can do what I need to do, and I'm able to talk to people. And when they meet me in person, they may criticize me online. They're not going to criticize me as much in person. I know how that works. And it's the same thing with Carnivore Kip. They're over there trashing him, and then if they saw him in person, they'd probably run away from him. They'd probably be afraid of him because he'd probably break their head open, like an egg, because Carnivore Kip ain't no weakling, and he's a country boy, so you know how they are.
Yep. Yeah,
But-
exactly.
but-
I mean, I think if he was to change his name, I think this would be way too long, and I think this would apply to most of us, even me. Is you're going to change the name, just change it to like Carnivore Trials and Tribulations with Thomas or with and I mean, because that's what it is. I mean, Carnivore is like full of you have your ups and downs.
Well, not for everybody.
Well, I mean, maybe not for you.
Not for
me. But I mean, I go through my trials, I have days that I feel Carnivore is not always working, but I still believe in it, and everything, I still have my commitment to it, I'm never going to give up on it. I know it's working for me. So even if I have a bad day, it's not going to stop me,
Right. I agree.
Everything.
But that's because everybody's in a different mental state. You don't know how people were raised when they're younger. Some people were rewarded with duck food. Other people were made fun of. I was made fun of a lot when I was a kid. That's why I became.
Yeah, so was.
But we all change. Very, very few people ever grow up in a way that they don't have any struggles. I mean, I'm sure there are rich people out there. They've grown up with the silver spoon in their mouth. And I know people like this. Their kids have a perfect physique. They live in a rich neighborhood. Their parents buy them brand new cars. And everything goes well for them. And then they just reach that point in their life where it falls apart. They get involved in women and drugs and whatever else. And they just self-destruct. I've never seen anybody that went through their entire life without that phase. So I'm just glad that I got it early and I snapped out of it. And I think the heart attack diet really helped me because now I see the world as one gigantic scam. So
I do too. I think that I definitely think that it helped you, and like I said, it's helping me.
Mm-hmm. That's it, and that's what we're here for. So this is why when I get those mean emails from people that criticize me, now I'm sure Kip, he gets a bunch of mean emails and he probably takes it personally. Because remember, he's got issues. He's got mental issues, and that's just most people have mental issues. You call somebody some bad name or whatever, and it hurts them. People as a kid, they used to say, "Your mama this, your mama that," and I laughed at them because it didn't bother me. I could care less. You can call me whatever you want. They used to call me, slur words and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, fine, whatever, I don't care. But the very moment that they tried to grab a hold of me or whatever, that's when I fight back and strike back, and there is a limit. But these people go on YouTube and you see again, Carnivore Quest, Larry and Cassie. I know some people like them, some people don't. I don't have an opinion, but they keep falling off the carnivore wagon. And
I was just trying to think of who you're talking about, but yeah, no, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's called Carnivore Quest, Larry and Cassie.
No, I've seen a couple of their videos. I don't know. For some reason, I stopped watching them.
I noticed that, and I think a lot of people don't like them. I don't know why it is. I really don't have a problem with them. I watch their channels sometimes. They seem like.
I mean, I don't hate them. I just stopped watching them. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I get that.
But I don't. But again, the carnivore community is not a scammer community. Now I noticed there are some people that have come and go. There was another one. I'm trying to remember his name. He had lost a bunch of weight, and then he got really lean, and then he fell off and ended up on the duck food and got fat again. He was always talking about God and stuff. What was his name? I can't remember now. I don't know. But I'm going to make a video one of these days of a list of carnivore channels that have come and gone. The one guy I haven't seen lately is the one that was vegan, and then he went carnivore, and then he disappeared. What is his name? So many subscriptions.
I mean, the one with the God thing, the only person I could think of that didn't really fit, because I don't think he gained weight, was Bob Briggs.
No.
I mean, I know
Not the
he's
one.
very religious, but I don't. I know he disappeared and went onto Facebook or whatever, but I don't think he gained weight. I think he's still thin.
Yeah,
Just like the weight for him.
I'm trying to remember. I'll find it because, you know, it's easy to forget. We have a very short memory, and there's so many channels that pop up that, let me see. Let's see.
I mean, the religious thing doesn't shock me because, you know, like, I'm not really religious, so I don't really, you know, talk about religion that much or anything like that. But I do think that carnivore has kind of like brought like almost like an enlightenment, you know, when you realize that, hey, this way of eating is just so much better, you know, just so much better for us.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you start to be a little bit more, you know, but, you know, am I a churchgoer? Not really, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't blame you. Religion is basically a kind of a scam for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But if you believe in God, that's one thing. But
I believe in God.
right.
I have no qualms about that. I just think you don't need to go to a building or a church. You know, like God's right here with me. You know, and I don't think you need to, you know, like go and. I agree with you on this part. You know, I don't think you have to like pay money to go to a building.
See, we got 15
You know?
people watching Jonathan's channel. I think I overdid mine, but that's okay. I'll watch it later.
Like, I remember one time my aunt used to tell me, my mom's friend, like, oh, you should go to church and you meet women. I'm thinking to myself like that, why would I want to go to a church to meet women? You know, like, it just seems so sacrilege, you know, like, that doesn't seem right, you know.
Right. That's it. Let me see. Where is it? I get so many videos, you know, I can't keep up. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
Are you trying to look for that guy?
Yeah.
You're
Look through my channels here. Okay. Yeah, subscriptions. Let's see. It's amazing how they organize them. We all know Dustin. He's awesome. And then there's Carrie and Chris Cook in Nashville. He gets a lot of criticism, too. I like him. And Ash's wife.
Well, you see me on the chats with
Yes, I have. And, of course, we all love Bob. I don't know if anybody would criticize old Bob. Bob's awesome. And you got Ferrigno. I'm sure he gets some criticism. But I'm trying to think, who else do we have? Oh, my goodness.
That cat looks super chill with that plant on his head. So.
Who?
So, you got a picture of a cat with a plant, like with the plant over its like leaves.
Oh.
Over its head. You have to like scroll up in order to. You're like right now. You're scrolling, so.
Okay. I'll find it. I'm going to find out this. And I subscribe to a lot of different channels, including even some of the scammers. But there's a lot of farming channels and ranching channels. And then, you know, I got a lot of subscriptions. I can't keep up with all of them.
Yeah. There's mine. I just saw mine.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
So that's proof that you're subscribed to my channel.
Yeah. I subscribe to everybody that participates in my channel. Problem is they don't all show up here. Why is this thing all fouled up? Come on. There you go. Look, they put Mitch's channel at the top of the list. I'll recognize the name. There's Russ. Carnivore Kip. There he is. And there's DC, you know. We like David's channel. He's on the top list here. And there's old Thomas. And there's a bunch of people here. Let me see if I can find that channel.
You got Burma at the bottom. Well, no, at the way bottom, you have Our Wyoming Life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that's like a homesteader.
Yeah. I watched a lot of those homestead channels over the years. Now everybody can see all the channels that I'm on.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking. I mean, a couple of people too that you might recognize the names that I've actually watched, but I haven't watched them in a long time. Is Tom DeLauer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never subscribed to his channel because he never interacted.
Oh, neither have I. This is like way before I didn't subscribe to any channels for the longest time. I just watched them, you know.
Right.
And then Keto Connect was another one.
Mm-hmm.
Like supposedly, like they started off with like it was just the two of them and their cat,
Mm-hmm.
and then she got pregnant and she had a baby or something like that. So.
Oh, okay.
My mom used to like them.
I just watch way too many YouTube
And I
channels.
watched Dr. Berg too, you know.
I've actually interacted a couple of times with him, but yeah, I believe he's on there too. A lot of these channels kind of come and go. There's Dr. Kevin
Like, I
Stone.
know wasn't he interviewed like recently from Dr. Kill?
Yes. That's right.
And actually, Caleb, on one of my lives, Caleb joined me on one of my lives.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw that or not. I don't think you were there, but I don't know if you saw it. So.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's when Carnivore Teacher actually came out too, and Carnivore Transformer.
Okay. I might have been working, you know. Who knows?
Oh, and Peter. Peter was on there too for a little bit.
The Carnivore Rabbi, he disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. Got to make a list of all the ones that just came and went.
Yeah.
I don't see the other guy.
You know it is too. Not everybody has the time to, you know, there's a certain commitment you have to kind of like put in.
Right.
You know, and not everybody has that time or that patience to put that commitment in. You know.
That's right.
Like, I'll be honest with you, if my channel didn't grow little by little, I probably would be like, okay, this isn't worth it, you know, because
right,
you know, like the fact that it does grow every once in a while when I go on the, you know, is what motivates me.
Mm-hmm. One of them is the guy Minimalist Carnivore. He kind of came and went. I guess he's been carnivore for a really long time. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to find that other one. I don't know what happened.
You have to subscribe to a lot of channels. I'm not denying that.
Also, that Kilby guy, he still makes videos, but he doesn't interact anymore, so I haven't watched his in a while. There's a lot of people that I haven't seen. There it is, Ron Edwards. That guy was a vegan. He stopped making videos. His name is Ron Edwards. Also, this other lady, Beyond the Scale, True Healing, she stopped making videos. There's a lot of these channels I haven't seen in a while.
Right now, you just stopped at the Minimalist Carnivore.
Yeah.
For me. And, yeah. And Carnivore Jog. I mean, like I said, it's hard to watch everybody's videos, you know. Like, it's just...
That's it. Just too many. I don't see the other one, though.
You could be on the scale with somebody else that you haven't seen in a while?
Who?
You sit beyond the scale with somebody else you haven't seen in a while?
I haven't seen her in a long time. I don't know what happened. So.
That Annabelle looks kind of young. Oh,
Oh boy.
I mean, I think there are a lot of young carnivores out there. You know,
Probably are.
I know 3 or 4 pretty much. I mean, you have Carrie's daughters, so 5. You have Carrie's 3 daughters, and you got Caleb. He's pretty young.
Right.
And then you have there's a guy I know that's on Instagram. He's not on YouTube. His name is the Carnivore Guy, and he's 16 like Caleb.
Right.
He kind of reminds you of a young Ralph Macchio.
Okay.
You know, from the Karate Kid.
Yeah.
Like he kind of like when, you know, that's kind of how he reminds. That's the way he reminds you.
Mm-hmm.
And then and there was a thing that Carrie just did of a 9-year-old girl that's carnivore.
That's when he was over there in Canada, I think. That's Jeff's friends or whatever.
So I mean, I think a lot of the young carnivores. I mean, the ones that amaze me aren't really, you know, and she's one of them. You know, it's not the young carnivores that are carnivore, because there's a lot of people that became carnivore because they were born into it. You know, like look at Dr. Barry's kids. They're carnivore. They were born into it. You know, like that's just the life that they know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, but then you get these like young kids that were never carnivore before, were never, you know, and just learned and just did it on their own. They didn't have their parents influencing them.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I don't know if I can ever be able to find this guy. It's just so many of these channels. I don't see it. Crazy. Some of these channels aren't even around anymore, probably. Yep, I don't see it. I guess
you
that one guy must have just...
You definitely have a lot.
Deleted his channel, I guess. That's what happened.
Mm.
Oh, well. But anyway.
So if you were to click on that channel, like, would it come up, or would it just be like totally like this like blank screen?
No. If I had the link and it was deleted, it would just put an error. It'd be one of them Google errors. But
that's what I mean.
There was another guy, and I might have to start writing this stuff down, because if it's not on the computer, I'll forget about it. But oh well. You know, and I went through all of them, and it's gone. So I guess he must have deleted his channel. There was some guy over there. He lost a bunch of weight, and then he just sort of got fat again and then disappeared. And I can't remember. I just can't remember what his name was. Oh, well. You can only really know 50 people, I think, at a time. Beyond that, you kind of forget.
Yeah.
But anyway, yep. And you'll see there's a lot of farming channels, and, you know, find carnivore channels and just a lot of different channels. It's the way that I am.
So did you catch Aaron's video yesterday on Cindy DiMaccio?
Yes, I was listening to it and I commented.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was on there for a little bit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Made a few comments.
That's it. But yeah, it's interesting. Okay, yeah. Let me get out of there, and let me close this. What happened? Okay, that's interesting. I lost my comments. How did I do that? Oh boy. Must have closed the wrong one. All right. Oh boy. You know, you watch a lot of YouTube when that's the first one of your quick links. They keep sending me this for this scammer thing. You talk about a scammer, this guy's a funny one. They're trying to sell some $1,000 program to the suckers that think they're going to make money. It's just blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Actually, before we were talking about Carnivore Quest,
Mm-hmm.
I do have to admit that there was something I learned that kind of helped me out
Mm-hmm.
with Carnivore Quest, that, when you put like condiment, like when you have like steak or something like that, or burgers, and you eat it with the condiment,
Mm-hmm.
you tend to eat more. So if you're trying to like limit on how much you eat, you're better off not having anything with it, because that way you eat what your body tells you. But for some reason, the taste of the sugar or whatever makes you want more of it. So like you kind of like overeat it.
If I eat something that's got sugar on it, I run to the garden hose and wash it off. I'll usually scrub it, try to get that nasty taste out of it.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying that's the trick that he had that kept you from overeating. You just eat what your body says right now to eat, and that's it.
The only way you can keep me from overeating is not having the food in front of me, because you take me to an all-you-can-eat place, and I'll just keep eating meat until I can't swallow anymore. That's the way that I am.
Yeah. I think it's sort of me too. Yeah. I say sort of because I don't think my stomach's as big, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the food's there, I tend to finish. At the very least, I finish my plate.
Right. That's it.
But I mean, the only condiment I really use now is salt, or sometimes I'll have some hot sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Some Frank's hot sauce or whatever.
Right.
And that's usually on my eggs.
Right.
Or I put it in my sour cream whenever I have like a dipping sauce for like chicken or whatever. But that's about it.
Right. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, okay. There we go.
I guess they're talking about Aaron a little bit on here, because I just saw Terry Southday comment about Rocky being a character when she starts speaking English better.
Mm-hmm.
Hope Garlic is ready for it. So obviously those two things are Aaron references.
Yeah. Let me go back here. Still here, I see. Okay. Looked at the clock and figured I'll be an hour before this one, so I started a Barcade video. I may have accidentally found the longest one he ever made. So there you go. I like Bob, don't we all? Bob says, just say hi in comments. There you go. Surprised Bob wasn't here today. He must be busy working. I know he said he's going to have a busy weekend. Tomorrow he usually has his live, so see if we can catch him there. Let's see. A lot of comments.
Mitch should have a live tomorrow too, right? Or no?
Defecation. Well, I don't know. I've never had trouble going to the bathroom, but I guess it depends on the person.
Right.
Okay, international. That's it. Intentional carnivore, I think. I think that was the name of it. Yeah. That's what it is.
And he's no longer out there?
I don't know. I didn't see him. I mean, I was subscribed to his channel, but did I miss it? Let me see. I might have missed it. It's been so long.
Intentional carnivore.
Yeah.
I was speaking to the Google or to the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't show anything.
No?
Let me just type it in. Sometimes it delays on its speech.
Okay.
Telling the computer is like, right, intentional carnivore. I've heard of him.
Okay.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, Sean. He's
Sean
still
what?
there.
Yeah, I can see him right here.
Okay. Well, why did it disappear from my subscriptions? That's weird.
I'm going to subscribe to it. Yeah, I know exactly who he is.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen him in a long time, but I see,
Right.
You're absolutely right. He seems to have dropped off the face of the earth, so to speak.
He did. It's been more than a year. He was real active for a while, and then...
Yeah, it looks like his last thing was like 11 months ago.
Yeah.
Or let me just double check videos and see. Yeah.
And it shows that I'm subscribed, but somehow I didn't see it when I looked at my list. Weird.
Hmm.
I was
I
on
mean, I
it.
wasn't subscribed, but I do recognize the guy, so I just subscribed just to...
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a year ago he was on Dave Mack.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't know what happened. He lost a bunch of weight, then he gained the weight back, and I don't know. So, Sean White. The question is, what happened to him? If anybody knows him, just tell him, hey, when you're ready, we're all here. Lose that weight again. See what happens. I don't know. But people do tend to come and go, and I guess that's just the way it is. What I think is funny, though, every time I log on YouTube, I keep getting this stupid thing. They keep putting this to me. It's like, what is the deal with this? I mean, let me get observed to this. This is just funny.
Places 12 other tools. I asked my team to make a list and make me this slide this morning. This is just some of the things it replaces. Builds courses, builds funnels, manage contacts, texts your clients, uploads videos, builds...
Okay. I've seen so many of these over the years. The fact that anyone still watches this, look at all these comments. 2,146 watching now. Wow. This is kind of like ClickFunnels. I mean, well, you know what? Actually, it's good because the last time that this popped up, there was like 30,000. And it looks like it's kind of going down. So I guess maybe people are realizing it's just silly. I mean, what is this? Vimeo.
Oh, somebody just made a comment, I think, about him. A Margaret Gibbs. Just said something about his dad. I'm thinking she's talking about Sean. His dad was sick and took it hard.
Okay.
And he was battling cancer. So that might be why he's pretty much gone off, because he's probably taking care of his father, or unfortunately his father, something happened.
Okay. That explains it. See, the thing is, when I took care of my mother, I didn't gain weight, but I actually added body fat. So I had lost, I never had six-pack abs, but I was close to it, and I put on fat. I gained a couple of pounds, but it wasn't much. But it was really weird because I ate the exact same carnivore diet the whole time. But after my mom died, then I got COVID. Well, I had COVID. When I got over that, within a month, I went back to normal Rick. And my friends even said, wow, you look so much different now. In fact, if I show a picture of my driver's license, I took that when I was taking care of my mother. Even my face looked fatter. But it all went away. It's kind of interesting. So I know what it's like. Cutting my hot sauce with butter. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but it showed I was still subscribed. I don't know why it didn't pop up on the list. Maybe I missed it. That sounds like
That's weird.
the dad was sick and took it hard. Yeah. Dad was battling cancer. I wonder if his dad survived or died. Good question. Insert subscriptions I don't want. I haven't had that happen. He also made a Facebook group for carnivore. Okay, Facebook group for carnivore. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. But, I lose track of some of these people. So what I need to do one day, what I should do, which I was starting to do now, is just make a list. I want to make a video sort of like carnivore stories. I remember when Joey was doing his videos, he actually made a video of all the different carnivore interviews. He was able to remember it. But, of course, he fell off and turned into Paul Saladino kind of guy and started selling life insurance or something like that. I don't know exactly what he does. But, it turned into one of those other, like this kind of thing, which, again, I don't understand why anyone still does this. I mean, this guy used to sell real estate scams or education or whatever. I hate it when people are like that. First of all, they always have that headset with the microphone on it, and then they're all expressive, and then they always put their hand up and out, and then they say, then they have some story about when they were a kid and they had no money, and, my friend did this and that. And really, they just selling a program, they never tell you anything. Nothing. I've seen these back in the old days, they used to have seminars before they had it online, And you'd go there and sit there, and they blah, 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 and then they make the people cheer and whatever. I'm thinking, okay, where's the information? Where's the information? No information, except sign up for our books or videotapes or whatever else, and, you're going to do this or that. And that's fine. But again, look at that. If you raise your hand, I know because I remember you, blah, blah, blah. Typical. With the silly background. And this is what I don't want to see come to the carnivore community. I don't want to see people like that selling some stupid program and then using the carnivore lifestyle as a way to do this.
Right.
So anyway,
That's,
that's what
so it looks like Sandy's leaving. It's her nap time.
Oh, well, good.
Have a nice nap, Sandy.
That's it. Have a nice nap. Let me go back to the comments here. Okay. Have a great day, all, Sandy. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I need to get something done today instead of just sitting around, but it's been so hot lately. Sitting here in my room in the air conditioning actually seems like a good thing. If I could just get something done, well, actually, I am getting something done. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to the handful of people that are still here, which, come to think of it, how many people do we have here?
I was just looking in on my other YouTube tab, and Aaron's having a live in a couple of hours.
Okay. Well, we don't want to break any records. I've had more than 8 hours here, which is pretty funny because even Mr. Scammer over here, they only do their talk for like 3 hours at a time. So, like this guy over here.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look at the more popular channels like Carrie and stuff like that, they seem to be cut off, right? Like sometimes they'll go over, but for the most part, they're like 1 hour and that's it. Like no more, no less.
Yeah. Well, because
I've noticed.
I mean, obviously Carrie's extremely busy. I don't think he has time to be blabbing around for hours and hours.
Right. Yeah, but I noticed that with Bella too. Like her lives, like every Friday, she's, because I have other things I do too. So like I used to be able to catch like the last like 5 minutes or so, and I can't even do that anymore. So it's just
right.
Like, okay.
Well, that's it. There's only so much time in the day, but my thing is basically, you are the ones that keep it going. I could keep it going for a while, but when I put the phone in here, it allowed other people to call in. And some of them are short, some of them are long, and that's fine. But it's just sort of like a brainstorming session. We try to talk about some of the things that concern us, and we have the comments that we look at, which is nice as well. And that's really the whole idea. I'm not trying to be popular.
There's a lot of fun. So yeah.
Yeah, see. And 30 watching, that's right. I'm still here. Thanks for keeping me company this morning, Rick and Thomas. Well, thank you for being here. And even, handful of people even is good, because I see people that live stream, and they may only have 2 or 3 people. I have some channels that I subscribe to, and that's what I do. And it says, when I was...
It's hard to keep up, too, when you have, like, a gobs of, like, you definitely, I think when you have gobs of people on the chats, I think you definitely need some help, you can't just do it alone,
Right. And see, let's see.
Which I guess why they invented moderators,
When I was still eating sad, I noticed it when I would look up recipes online, blah, blah, blah. Family holidays and life story, and buy my book, subscribe. That's right. Everybody has a product to sell. Not me, but they all do. I arrived to work, parked and listening. Well, there you go, see? And that's a great thing about this format. There's no flashy graphics. I mean, there's some images, but everything is described. It's like listening to the radio in the old days. It's like you went back the 1920s or 30s and you turned on the radio, or maybe even the 50s. You're in your car, you're listening to your AM radio. It's a talk show. That's basically what this is. And that's the way talk shows used to be. People would call in and they'd talk for a while. Sometimes they'd talk for a long while. That was the whole thing. And people say, well, Rick has a radio voice. Might as well put it to use. So even though this is a video live stream, it's also a podcast. So you can listen in, and that's it. And I mean, it may do that in the future. Who knows? I mean, you see people like Joe Rogan. He went from a Fear Factor TV show to a podcast. Who knows? But I think that's pretty much, that's already there, and there's only so many slots. I mean, it's survivorship bias. There's only so many people that can be celebrities. If you had 1 million people, maybe 100 could be celebrities, and that's it. So once that spot is filled, then you have all the other supporting, you have people that have smaller groups, and that's fine. I think that's what we are. And I see Peter is still anxiously awaiting my massive heart attack.
If you keep on using the Rick method there, Peter, I don't think you're going to really ever have that heart attack. So.
Well, Peter, you're going to have to start riding a bike. You're going to have to get a bike and go out there and get your net and start getting some of those tasty iguanas you got around there, and maybe a big fat duck or two, and that's it.
Yeah, Peter, I don't think listening to Rick's recommendations for how to have a heart attack is going to work for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. LOL, the colorful lights are in Rick's room. Well, that's where
Is that your goal, to have a heart attack? Yeah, well, obviously Rick has no idea how to have a heart attack. Yeah.
No, I'm not doing so well.
Yeah, you're failing at your task there.
I mean, you would be better off listening to someone like Thomas or Bob. Bob's the one you want to listen to because he almost had a heart attack. He had to have bypass, otherwise he would have had a heart attack. So that's the one you want to listen to.
No, he's better off doing is listening to the people that eat the sad diet and stuff. Just do what do what they're doing, and you'll have a heart attack in no time.
Even the vegans are a better choice. I think they're on a better path to a heart attack.
Right, because because of the carbs. There's still carbs in the vegetables, so
right.
I mean, I'm sure carbs have a lot to do with it.
I'm sure they do too. Oh, there we go.
I mean, I know it's going to be argued that meat has some carbs in it, but still, it's a trace amount.
Mm-hmm. When I was in Key Largo, I had my business. We did networking. I went back and forth to Miami, and that was pretty much what I did. And then, let's see, get a bike, the traffic will give you a heart attack. That is true. You never know when you're going to get run over here. Thankfully, I'm pretty big, so people do get out of my way. I've had many times where they stop for me, although I always stop first. When I'm in my vehicle, though, they always stop. If I'm in my van or truck, no one's ever tried to get in front of me. They see that big old thing chugging down the road, putting out a stream of smoke. They figure, uh-oh. Stay away from that thing.
Yep.
Tuck man of West Miami. Whack, whack. I don't like vegetables enough to just eat those. And you and me both, I find vegetables disgusting. So, that's it. Well, let's see.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like vegetables enough to eat just the vegetables. I definitely... Even when I wasn't carnivore, I definitely would have to have something with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, not that I didn't eat them by themselves. It's just it was very, very unappealing.
That's right. I agree. I wonder if this will work. Yep, I guess that does work.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of new people on here today.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean, for me, they don't look recognizable. You might recognize them.
I saw 3 new people so far that commented.
I mean, I don't recognize Brooke Graves. I mean, she's been on here for quite a while today, but I don't recognize the name.
I've seen that name before.
Have you? Okay. Mm-hmm. Margaret Gibbs, I have never seen before.
I've never seen that. Mm-hmm.
And if Brooks subscribed to my channel, I apologize for not recognizing you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't like vegetables.
Just in case she says, I'm subscribed to your channel. Like, what are you talking about? You can't recognize me.
Well, again,
some people do. Some people change their name, too.
That's what I'm saying. They do change their names from time to time. That's one thing that I will not do because I've had the same YouTube name for 17 years.
Right.
I mean, long time.
It's a little confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even though people there are a few people that get my name wrong,
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think I'd want to change it because one, I like the excuse me, I like the name. And two, I just think it's too recognizable at this point.
Yeah,
That even when they get it wrong, you still have the recognition.
that's right.
But I get a lot of times, I get like, target prime rib. Not target prime rib, like target ribeye.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, like, just because people eat ribeye doesn't mean my channel name's ribeye,
Mm-hmm. Yep. When I was a kid, I used to hate vegetables. Yeah, I agree. Vegetables are nasty. And Orbital Hub says carnivore power. Well, yeah, there you go. Glad you're here. Usually here every week. Did you own a home in Key Largo? Yes, I did. My problem has always been sugar, sweets, bread, muffins, pasta, cake. Well, Peter, I hate all those things. I hate all those things. Yeah, and I saw that. I mentioned that, and I got to watch that. I got to get off of this live stream eventually, but you know me, I do tend to be. This is my one time a week that is mine. If I'm on somebody else's stream, I'm very polite. I generally don't hog it up, but this is the one time that you have a one-on-one with the original Carnivore Quack, so I do tend to let it extend. But again, I'm going to start shifting this into a more active, and what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to set up a monitor outside, and I'm going to make the chat scroll automatically. I'm going to work while I talk to everybody, so you can see what I do normally. I wish I could get one of those automatic cameras, that has like the zoom in and zoom out feature. I forget what they call that. Maybe somebody on here will find one. You can just set it up and it tracks you. It's like auto tracking. I forget what brand it is, but I know Mitch uses something like that. Of course, Mitch had money at one time, so he was able to buy some of those gadgets, and some of the other carnivore channels use them as well. I think Carrie uses stuff like that. And yeah, I figured you would. I'm going to check that out as soon as I get off of this. Shout out your channel name, Thomas, and I will subscribe.
Target prime rib. I think that I'm definitely overdue to make some videos or something like that because I don't know if anybody agrees with that, but it's been a while since I put a video out.
Yeah. Every time we lose a channel, there's a bit of a reshuffle while people look for something to take that place. That's true. And yes, I remember that song, Sailing Away to Key Largo. Here's looking at you, kid. I remember that quite well. Okay, now Jonathan knows, avoid those autofocus cameras, but the Ozbot cameras have tracking tech. Mine does too. It's just annoying. I'll have to come with something, either that. I used to sell security systems where we had cameras that had like a joystick. I may have a couple of those floating around. I want to set something up so when I hit my truck, plus you can see how I deal with cleaning up crap around here. I got a lot to do. In fact, I got so much to do, I feel bad just thinking about sitting here. Just my suggestion. I'm going to go with Jonathan because he knows what he's talking about. He tends to be pretty good at what he does, no matter whether it's bodybuilding or tech. I have been carnivore since August 2023. I just don't comment much. I live in Central Florida. Okay, another Floridian. That's good. So you're probably in Mitch's area, or maybe you're near Peter or one of the other carnivores. Even Dr. Kiltz has a summer home or whatever, winter home or whatever in Tampa, I think.
Yeah.
So it's just down
I think
here.
there's something in Florida, definitely.
So there's a few in Florida. They just don't come to Miami. Except for Saladino, who goes to Broward County and says he's in Miami.
But you didn't tell anybody you went there.
No, he didn't tell anybody. I mean, who knows when he went there? The thing is, it's not even Miami. If I had the time, I would drive over there and I'd make my own video. Say, well, this Saladino said he's in Miami, but he's in Broward. Fort Lauderdale is west of here, It's...
Right.
Whatever. He doesn't know the difference. Let's see what we got here. Rick, you want a robo-drone to be your cameraman. Well, that's something, because I can't deal with the silly thing. It falls over. And then I see this comment about the cats disappeared, but that's okay. So, yeah, that's the kind of stuff I want to add to it, because sitting here all day, and I haven't eaten anything. I don't even drink any water, which is another thing that I've had people say. It's like, well, Rick, you go on these long live streams. Most of the live streams, you'll see people drinking water, which I don't. because I hardly ever do. Tracking tech makes sense for solar panel setups. It does. That is true. I live in Boca Raton. Yeah, see? Carnivore 27 months. That's right. And in 27 months, he's become a full quack. So it doesn't take long. You know, a little more than 2 years and you're already a total quack. By the time you get to 5 years, you're a long-termer, and you'll never want to go back to duck food ever again. Once you become a 5-year carnivore, if you do eat duck food, it either makes you sick or you go, that was no good. I'm going back to meat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
That investigative report would be killer. Well, that's not a bad idea. But, it's well within my range. I know a few places that are even better than that one. And I'll just have to go and do a trick. Now, I noticed that Saladino rented himself a new truck, but if you know it's Rick, you know what I'm going to be driving around in. The old truck with smoke pouring out. Well, actually, once I fix the engine, I don't think I'll have smoke pouring out anymore. And I do want to paint the thing. But, Saladino is definitely an oddball. Let's see here. What do I got? Comments? Okay.
You got a few comments.
Recommendations, I guess. Let me see something here. History. Yeah, good old Saladino. Yeah, see, Raw Milk Adventures. I'll have, what would I call it? Duck Egg Adventures. And I'll go over there to the overpriced place, and then I'll walk over by the canal with my little basket. A tisket, a tasket. I got my little basket. And I'll go there and get the duck eggs. Of course, I may not find duck eggs, so I'll have to cheat. I'll have to put some duck eggs in my truck and then go there and pretend like I'm harvesting it from the canal. Or just take a video when I harvest from the canal over here. And go, well, I went into the Southwest Ranches Farmers Market, but it was too expensive for me. So we went to Rick's Market, which is otherwise known as the Canal. And walk over there to the canal and maybe have an angry duck over there going, meep, 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 biting at me, or I'll go over to the canal and try to get the duck to chase me. But see, that's why I need to have a camera with somebody else holding it or something that'll track me. So that way,
you need to have that assistant to help you out.
What I'll do, I'll find a nest over here when Mama's sitting on it, and I'll agitate her. I'll pull her tail and move her eggs around and make her mad. She'll stamp her feet and then run after me. So it'll be like, Rick's trying to get some duck eggs, but Mama Duck's attacking him. Then I have to resist the urge to grab her like I usually do when they attack me. Grab them and take them out of the air. Let her attack. And then be on the ground with the duck over there pecking at me. I think it'd be a funny video.
Yeah, it will be. That's what you need to train Milton to help you with these things.
Well, I could. Milton is actually quite well trained to destroy everything. Anytime I want to end my live stream, I can open the door. I can open the door.
You got to hold the camera.
Well, Milton would probably play with it and break it, knowing him.
Yeah.
Raw Milk Adventures. That's funny. With Paul's salad, I don't. But yeah, we'll get Rick with the old beat-up truck with the rust holes on it and smoke coming out. It'll be like, I don't know if you've ever watched a show called The Red Green Show.
Yeah, I have. I haven't watched it, but I've definitely seen it.
That's kind of like what I'm dealing with, the Red Green Show.
True.
Let me see. They might even have it on YouTube, but
they have it on. Well, for me, I have Roku, and they have it on the Roku channel.
Okay.
Oh, I got this.
There he is.
But ever since I started doing the YouTube and everything like that, I haven't really watched my TV that much. Usually on the computer.
See, he's got the possum van. Let's see, possum van. I got a van, so there's the possum van. Duct tape's fair. If the women don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy.
Yep, I've seen him before.
Red Creek Handyman Corner. Barbecue. See, that was another one. Turned a car into a barbecue. So you can watch all that. It's pretty funny. Van, gas tank. It's a Dodge van. I got a Ford van.
Quarter duct tape there.
And you know, my van is a real possum van because even though it's not painted like a possum lived in it for many years while it was abandoned. And you can see the story of when I got the van running, all the garbage that was in it with a possum nest. So I got rid of all that. Van gas tank. And you've seen my videos where I turn vegetable oil into fuel. So, yeah, my channel could be very interesting. If I get set up right, I get enough viewers, I'll make some ridiculous videos, and it'll be pretty funny.
Yeah. Orbital Hub saying that your hood ornament needs to be a chrome duck.
You know what? I've been trying to, I'm going to do that. I need to get, next time I kill a duck, I want to make a plaster cast out of the duck head. Because, now I have ducks. I have brass ducks. Hold on, let me get some ducks here. First of all, let me close this, and let's do a Mitch. So what we're going to do, we're going to, let me see. Let me do it Mitch style. Here we go.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to get going soon too, Rick.
Okay, Milton, stop that. All right. What the heck am I doing here? Okay. Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Milton has entered the room. Come here, little Milton. Look at that little monster. Look at that little beast.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, he's a monster.
Yeah.
Look at those claws. Look at those sharp claws. Here you go. Ow!
See, he's testing him out on you now.
Ow, 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 ow. No, 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 no. I kept you out for a good reason. Boy, you're cute. I can't get over what a cutie you are. What a beautiful animal. Look at those claws. What's the matter, buddy? Oh, yeah. You're a sweetheart. I love you. You're so tender. Look at those claws. Oh, my goodness. Okay, come on. No. Silly puss. Well, anyway, I have these brass duck head bookends, but they're mallard ducks, and they're not. My friend gave them to me. Wanted to put it as a hood ornament on my van, but I want to make a Muscovy duck. Muscovy duck, that's the vulture duck. They look mean. Muscovy duck, that's duck. So let me see if I can find this. Muscovy duck, and there's nobody that makes a Muscovy duck head, so I'm going to have to cast my own. I have to melt some metal and make it myself. I'll make it out of aluminum. I got plenty of scrap aluminum. So let's see. Next time I cut the head off a duck, I'm going to make a Muscovy duck head.
I think I'm going to get going, Rick, because
all right.
There's some things I have to do and everything. So, I hope you guys, maybe it'll allow somebody else to come on too.
Right.
I'm not hugging everything up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
all right.
I'll probably be back, but
Mm-hmm.
I just want to get some fresh air and stuff.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right.
All right.
I will talk to you later on. All right.
Okay.
I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Okay. So we had a nice long call with our friend Thomas, and my friend Milton has decided to enter the room. And what I was telling him is I want to make a duck head ornament, but I don't want to have a mallard duck. I want to have a Muscovy duck. Look at that. Look at that beautiful face. So what would you have? This kind of duck or a beast like this? That's what I like. A big Muscovy duck. Look at that beautiful duck. That's a duck. See how boring the regular, Pekin duck? They don't look, just a whole lot of nothing. But look at the Muscovy. That's a duck. Look at that. So, what would you rather see? This or that? Look at that head. That's a duck. Okay. So anyway, let me go back over here. And why do I not have my... Okay. Milton, what are you doing? You little monster. All right. Wow, look at all these comments. Look at that. There's a channel called Cats with GoPro. They put a GoPro camera on a cat's collar, and you can view them roaming around a farm and fighting with other cats. Put one on a duck. That is an idea. Rick R. is the duck whisperer. Yes, I am. I am very comfortable with ducks, with Mallard Milton. Find the carnivores. Paint a sign on the van. Duck eggs and meat. They take No, I bring them the duck food. Your ornament needs to be a chrome duck. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to get, like I said, I get a duck head. I'm going to get some plaster of Paris, and I'm going to make a mold. Then what I'm going to do, I could melt bronze, but I'm thinking about doing it in aluminum, cast aluminum, and then what I will do, I will polish it, and I'll give it a clear finish. It won't be chrome, but it'll be polished aluminum, which is similar to chrome. And the best thing is it's cheap to make, and I can make several of them. Once I make one, I can make a mold. And also, you could do bronze, but brass, sometimes it'll crack the mold, but I can pour aluminum into a plaster mold, and I can do a pretty good job. It's not that hard to do. In fact, if I use zinc aluminum alloy, which they call pot metal, that's what they used to make the door handles and some of the trim out of the car out of. That would be very easy, and that could be chrome plated. So I could chrome plate that, and yes, I would have a chrome duck. But it has to be, I want to make a Muscovy, and I don't want the head like this. I want the head to be this way, like if a duck was taking off, like in that Wawa logo. You can see over here, this brass duck, they also filled it with some kind of plaster to make it kind of more solid. But I'm going to make the thing out of aluminum. It'll be, solid. And then I'll make a base so that it fits right on the hood of the van. And that'll be pretty easy. And I can grind that down until it fits. And I think that would be pretty nice, honestly. Okay, let's see. Yes, Hub, it does. That's right. I'm still here driving. There you go. Mitch Style. Hi, Rick, everyone. That was the whole idea. And, that's where you got the music from. Whoa. Black cats are very loyal. And I had my first cat was a black cat. This cat was so loyal, he attacked a bully that kept harassing me. The cat was amazing. And this cat, I think, is the same way. He's a very nice cat. He really likes me, which that's the best thing about cats. I love my little black cat. You are the best cat ever. You know that? You're a cutie. I see the paw right here. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Perfect ornament. Let's see. And I see DC. David is here. Good day. Glad you're here. Muscovy are cool. And you have them too. So you know what it is. The Jim Hensing looking duck for sure, right? Caught a mouse. There you go. Their instincts are pretty powerful. That's why my daughter frequently Muscovy went after her. His head looks like an alien from Farscape. They look scary, but they're actually quite nice. And I'll show you a video. I cuddle up to the duckies all the time. Kissy Ducky and all that stuff. Ducky he's like, they get really afraid of me. when you run away from them, they'll attack you. But when you grab them and you cuddle up to them, they stop moving. They get really worried. They're like, what did I get myself into? Milton is pretty lovable. He's very lovable. He's the most lovable cat I've had in a long time. Wing spread. Well, that's another one. I actually have a picture of a duck like that. That would be super funny. Duck. A chrome duck truck ornament. There you go. That's funny. Does Milton catch lizards? Yes. If he gets his paws on one, he will. Come here, Milton. Don't you want to say hi to the camera? Okay, let me get the bigger video. You are so cute. Look at that soft little kitten. Yes, she's a little kitten. You're a little kitten. There you go. There he is. Here, Milton. Come on and get it. Look at that pretty cat. Look at that face. Look at that beautiful kitty. Look at those eyes. You like the camera? Look at those big eyes. Look at those teeth. You are such a cute little kitten. There you go. I'm really happy that my neighbor rescued him from the street that time, because probably would have been run over, and actually turned out to be a super nice cat. And I love my kitten. You're getting nice and big. What are you, like 8 months old now? Look at this beautiful animal. He's so cute. Yes, he is. He's a sweetheart. He's not mean at all. He's just sweet. Some of these cats you see online, they attack their owners in the face. Not mine. He'll cuddle up to you. Oh. A good kitty. He's a nice kitty. Best kitty I've ever had. Yeah, good kitty. Well, Garfield was a nice kitty too. Oh, friendly cat. Look at that tail. You can't resist. I know you're hungry. You know, it's 2 o'clock. You got fleas again? Oh no, I don't need fleas in my room. I thought I got rid of all the fleas. You silly puss. You are a silly little pussy cat. You know that? I need to stop scratching. You got fleas. I don't want fleas in my room. Come on. I got to feed you. I'm going to feed you. Let me see here. All right. What have we got going on here? Ah. Okay. Okay, we got to feed the kitty here. Let's see what else we got. Oh, yeah. A lot of good stuff here. What is this one? Huh. Okay. Come on, let's go. Ow! Okay. What is this? Huh. Full of more than liver. That was another scammer. Liver King. The steroid king. That's what that is. This is not a good idea. Oh, there's Saladino again. Eating microwave popcorn increases level of PFAS. You know, I never understood why you would eat popcorn, but if you're going to eat popcorn, why would you put it in the stupid microwave? Get some lard, put it in a pot, throw the popcorn in there and pop it up. I mean, what's so hard about that? Put a lid on it so the popcorn doesn't go flying everywhere. Okay, so let's hit a little something here now. I need to eat my lunch, but let me just show you a couple. I want to show you a couple things. Where did it go? Oh, well. Oh, my goodness. This stupid thing's still going? Amazing. 21K watching. I can't believe people would watch this nonsense. I mean, seriously. It's crazy. Let me go here to the view. Where am I? Okay. All right. Comments. Where are my comments? Okay. It's scratching up. You got it. All right. Well, it did. My cat is 17 years old. I had a cat live to 21. Would you ever consider selling Milton? No, I'm not going to sell my cat. I wouldn't even, I mean, I might give him to somebody that really loved him, but I'm not going to sell a cat. Oh, do I have mail today? That's unusual. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's funny watching the mailman because when they go to I put the mailbox on the fence because they won't go to my front door. They're afraid to go in the yard. So, yeah, I haven't had mail for a few days, but I guess I got some kind of advertisement or something. All right, so let's see. Milton's close-up with uber cute cat power. He is a cutie. What are you guys up to today, Rick? You know, the usual, talking about different things, talking about some carnivore channels that came and went, talking about scammers, all that stuff. My carnivore Achilles heel is air pop popcorn with a melted stick of butter and a lot of Parmesan cheese. Well, I don't know. A true carnivore wouldn't eat popcorn, but I guess if you're going to eat popcorn, I would cook it on the stove. I would get some lard, melt the lard, throw that popcorn in there, pop it on up, and load it up with butter. That's how I used to make my mom popcorn. She was eating that microwave crap. Like, this is garbage. Microwave popcorn is half burned. You either half popped or half burned. Why would you do that? And I actually have a popcorn machine that we used to use for get-togethers. I use lard. You can use coconut oil also, but I found lard works even better. I mean, is there anything lard can't do? Not really. Okay, so what else do we have here now? It's not too bad. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, my little monster Milton, I put him back in the house because he was hungry, and I saw him scratching. I thought I got rid of the fleas, but the last thing I need is fleas in my bedroom, which is not fun. My front yard rush is so thick with convoluted mailmen. You should see my yard. You can barely even see the mailbox. But anyway, yeah, I was talking about some of the different videos, some of the carnivore videos, and some of the other influencers that put out videos. So what I want to do, there's a couple of things I want to talk about before I end the live stream. And I'm glad we had so many phone calls today. That's really good. And I do need to eat my lunch. I'm going to have some heart attack chicken. It is 2:11, so it's about 2 hours past where I normally eat my lunch. But that's okay. Let's see. Yeah, if you've seen videos of my yard, it's pretty well grown. Now, it's not overgrown because the inside is all cleaned out, but I have big trees covering my yard. It looks like an empty lot. From the air, it doesn't look. Let's see. Finally, another real one with the yard stuff. Yeah, right? I can show you what my yard looks like from this camera. Let's see. All right, let me get this. That is what my yard looks like. In fact, let me go out there and see if I can grab the mail. Okay, not too bad. All right. All right, I have returned. Yeah, I went out there. It was just basically the electric bill. That's all I got. I don't know why they still send it in the mail, but I got that. All right, let's see. And Milton is meowing. What? Oh, you cat. Little bush syndrome. Okay. Yeah, but you can see what my yard looks like. I don't know if you saw I waved when I was out there. It does. It's definitely an interesting place. Let me give you a little bit more view before I put this back. All right. I don't know if you noticed, but that tree that's outside, I planted that when I was a kid. So that goes to show how old I am. That tree is massive. It'll be a shame when I move out of here because I know that whoever buys this place is going to cut everything down. But if I move to another part of Florida, I'm taking 99% of what's in the yard with me. The only thing I can't take are the big trees. They're just too big to move. Although I will move some of the trees. Let's see. What a beautiful tropical arrangement. That's what I did. These yards are so small. Most of the people just have some half-dead grass and a couple of bushes. But in my yard, I went full jungle. I always wanted jungle. When I was a kid, I used to like to watch the Tarzan TV show and movies. So I wanted my yard to be like Tarzan. So we planted a bunch of trees here. And then when I was living in my own place, I got that all full of trees. And now that I'm here, I've got more trees. So, and Milton is trying to open the door. Milton, stop that. I fed you. Okay. They're all hard and sharp plants. Did you know Johnny Depp went to Miramar High School? I did not know that. I really do like your your yard, Rick. It looks like it came from Gilligan's Island. Yeah, it does kind of look like Gilligan's Island, doesn't it? It looked even better when the ducks were here. I amuse myself making rope sandals and whatever. I don't video workouts. Planet Fitness isn't 100% anti-camera, but they don't want you getting anyone in your shots or video who didn't volunteer. The tree with the vines around it. Yep, I planted that tree myself. I planted it when I was a little kid. I have pictures of the yard from when I was little, and it looked nothing like this. Well, thank you. My yard is unique in this neighborhood. Every place that I live, you always look at it from the sky. It looks like an empty lot. And when I move to whatever farm I'm going to have, the house is going to be in the trees, and then hopefully the rest of it that's open will be cow pasture, because I want my yard to be a cow pasture. I'll probably still have fruit trees in a garden in part of it, because again, there's nothing like fattening up your cattle with tropical fruit. I just hope I can stay somewhere in Florida. The problem is down here, the development has made everything so expensive, so I'll have to leave, but wherever I go, it's not a problem. It's a good size now. No, it's big. This tree, if I stand next to it, it's huge. Do your neighbors hate your yard? Kind of. We have a lot of Latin Americans around here. They don't like the big trees with the leaves, but they do like to park next to the fence where the shade is. Cubans especially hate trees. They want their whole yard empty, and a lot of them, they pave their yard, so they have a lot of parking spaces for all the family and all the room rentals they have. They tend to be just, I don't know, they always have a bunch of people living in the house, so they have a lot of places to put cars. All right, so yeah, let's see. No, that's true. My neighbors do get fruits and vegetables. Those are the ones that like me. It depends. I think a lot of times if they did hate me, they wouldn't say anything, because I hate to say it, I think some of my neighbors are afraid of me. A lot of people are afraid of me around here. I don't know why. I don't consider myself to be a bad person. Everybody in this neighborhood is armed, so there's nothing new about that. And I think because I have old cars and my house is kind of run down, I keep it run down to try to keep the taxes as low as possible. But anyway, and that's that. So you get an idea of what's going on here. Now, let me see if, what do we got here? Okay. Where is that? Ah. Let's see how many we got. We still have 36. That's pretty impressive. I'm really surprised that I get that many people on my video. But, you know, I get several hundred people that watch, which again, that's pretty good. None of my videos get an extreme amount of views. But, you know, some of them, the shorts tend to get the most, but they don't really, you know, they're shorts, so that makes sense. And there's one of my older videos, and another older video. I don't change much, and I guess that's a good thing. So, it's kind of nice. My latest video, of course, was, you know, ride and talk. You probably saw that one, little canal talk. But I never get more than maybe a couple hundred views on these videos. The duck one, that was really funny. I always laugh when I saw that. Duck feeding. None of my videos are outstanding or in any way heavily edited. Burning masks, you know, wood ashes. It's a little of everything. And that's the good thing about it. I think I was over there at my truck or something like that. It looks like, yeah. That looks like the truck. Anyway. Okay. I had one, like you said, with a knife. It was somewhere around here. Yeah, this one. I was over there. You probably saw that one with the knife. You can see that was 3 weeks ago. That tree is still there. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, you know, that's the way that I cut up the banana plants to turn them into mulch. It's a good way to do it. Okay, let's see there. It'll all be chopped up. Now what this comes down to is just doing an experiment. I know when I do my ride or walk and talk videos a lot of times, you got that narrow view, you can't really see what's going on. At least in this case, you get a better view. And go ahead and this dry one, we'll probably burn this. By the way, the leaves are also made the same way. We can just cut them up in pieces like that. There we go. I'm going to have to sharpen this thing after a while, but it'll be okay. When they make these, they don't sharpen them that much. They're actually a little bit dull. It's supposed to be a stainless steel. Yeah, you can see I got another machete because I broke my other one. I tend to be hard on the tools. That was one of those Harbor Freight cheap machetes, and it worked. After a good sharpening, I think it'll be fine. And I get a lot of good comments too, which is nice. Not as much as some of the big channels, but that's okay. I thought this comment was funny from Terry Girl. You are chopping so close to your limbs. Don't be like Thomas. And we know what that refers to. But no, I've never had a mishap. And again, I just have a lot of these little videos. I only got, 111 views 3 weeks ago. But that was just where I made that mount for the phone so that you could watch me work. And I've done that from time to time. But anyway, there's a lot of things I want to add to it. I think once I get the truck running, if I ever do, that's going to be the main thing. There'll be the road trips and all the other good stuff. So, I see that Carrie's put another video. 710 and 700 days. I don't think has it been 700 days already? I guess he has. That's good. So anyway, yep. YouTube channels. Now look, he's already got 3,600 and something views 5 hours ago. The only video I've ever gotten that's gotten that much was the one where I talked about my friend that died of heart disease. There's the cat you were talking about. Living every cat's dream. That's a cute cat. But, you get promoted. Is beef tallow worth the hype? Yeah, maybe it is. You can never keep up with it. Thursday night. Carnivore Q&A. Huh. Yeah, I remember that. I commented on that. I think he has another one. Doesn't he have one on Saturday or Sunday? I don't remember. But anyway, that's pretty basic. So, and the scammers are still at it. Oh my goodness. This looks scary. What in the world is that? Okay. Well, I guess 21,000 people are watching this, but only 30 people watch mine. That's okay. Okay. Now, Booby Goats is going live at 2:30. It is almost 2:30 now. So what I would recommend to you, we can end this live stream, and then you can go to hers. Let me catch any remaining questions. I don't want to interfere with my friends' live streams. I may even pop in there myself. So let me see if I can get this up and running. Now, where did it go? Here it is. All right, let's wrap this up. Do you have a backup generator? Yes, I have 2 of them. 1 diesel, 1 gas. Maybe they're escaping the jungle feel. Serial killer vibes, maybe. That's possible. Get you a plot out by Bob's. Yeah, but I don't like deserts. I'd rather be in the swamp. Snatch cam is waiting for its debut. Milton's maneuver cam. Okay. Great mulch. Like I said, I am the king of mulching. Hacking a path through the jungle is good cardio. That's true. But my jungle has been kept in check for many years. Would you buy stock in Dell or Intel nowadays? Not really. But I've been out of the stock market for years. I think the whole thing is a bubble. It really comes down to a casino more than actual investment. When Thomas orders a foot-long at Subway, he gets a 6-inch sub. Well, that's true. That is true. Most of his feet are gone. Well, anyway, as you can see, our friend Erin, who has disappeared from here, is setting up her live stream. And we got about 2 minutes. So what I'll do, I'm going to do a Mitch-style thing. And I'm going to play some music. And then you can have your goodbyes. So let me see. I'm going to get this to work better next time. But let's try something that makes sense. And maybe we'll try this one again. Whoops, where'd it go? There we are. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's not too loud for you. Maybe a little bit higher. The next one is called, let's see, that would be, her channel is called Booby Goats. If you want to check that out, if you want more kids and animals and stuff like that, you can do that. And then what we'll do, we'll let this run until it reaches the end, and then we'll close the live stream. So let me check these comments before we go. There we go. All right. Thanks, David. I hope we'll be catching up soon. You keep doing what you're doing. Our success, our carnivore success. Yeah, right? Hey, if I had water, I could turn anything into a jungle, right? But yeah. But I enjoyed having everybody here. And, you know, just like Mitch, we'll do the music thing. Little by little, this will change. Thank you for all the call-ins. And eventually, I'll even do an intro and outro video. So yeah, when you pop off of this, if you have time, check out Erin Booby Goats. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Outdoor fun time. Yes. Outdoor fun time. That's what I want to do. The first time I've been outside is when I went to get the mail. So we want to make sure that it continues. Thank you, everyone, and I will catch you next week. Same time, Saturday morning, if you don't see me earlier than that. And let's see, what do we have here? Oh, we got a couple of comments. Let's hit these before we go. And here we are. Art Power, there we go. Now we all go to Erin's channel. There you go. I have to figure out my next project. Rick is still going. Rick is almost gone as Space Force. All right. How about Duck Force? Whack, whack, whack. You got the ducks flying, you know, and get some big Muscovy ducks. You get somebody out there that is afraid of ducks, and you have an army of angry Muscovy ducks comes at them from everywhere, pulling on them and pecking at them and scaring them, making funny noises. So that's it. So have a good day. Let's see. Yeah, right? Have a great rest of your day, and I'll catch you next week in the Quack Zone.